Hector, would you like to introduce our
yes,
first?
I'm sorry, I don't actually have a program.
Oh,
but
okay, sorry, no problems. I'll send you the program. Well, we have 4 speakers, Hector, and our first speaker is Marin K. Marino from Historical Muzeum Shistov from Bulgaria. And he's going to speak about Roman and early Byzantine born artifacts from the buildings extramuros west of the legendary camp and site of Novaya in Bulgaria. And I'll send you the program right now, Hector, so that you will announce the rest of the conferences. So I have seen you, Marin. Are you there, Marin? Are you hearing me right now? Marin?
Hello, nice to
Hi,
hear
Marin.
you.
So it's your turn. Please, thank you.
Okay. Nice to meet you all.
Good afternoon, and I am to introduce you. So it is my pleasure to introduce our first Bulgarian speaker of the day on a site of interest to anybody who works in the Roman military world. The rich collections there will be now, according to the program I have, it is Petya Andreeva and Ekaterina Stoyanova, but I may have an old program. Oh, pardon me. They're down ahead of you, and our speaker is Dr. Marin K. Varinov from the Historical Museum Svistov in Bulgaria. His talk is about Roman and early Byzantine bone artifacts from the buildings extramuros, outside the walls, west of the legionary camp and site of Novi in Bulgaria. I don't know a lot about the Roman sites of Bulgaria. I know the Greek ones quite well, but certainly the Roman sites in the Western Empire have produced vast riches of finds of bone, similar material. So we're looking forward to Marin's talk now.
Bulgaristan'da roman ve erken Bizans kemik.
So whenever you'd like to start, please go ahead.
Abi Türkçe'de zor anlaşılır o yüzden.
Okay, so I think it's
Well, what can you do?
looks like it has
I don't know. Yeah, well, yeah. Who was
I have introduced the speaker. If you'd like to start.
okay. The extramuros buildings are the only systematically executed site outside the port walls of Novi and provide a wealth of information about life in the vicinity of the legionary camp and early Byzantine town. So these are the buildings extramuros, and this is Novi, the legionary camp of first Italic legion, and later on, late antiquity, Byzantine town. And this is the site. This is the site, the extramuros building west of
Excuse me,
Novi.
could people please mute their microphones? You're interfering with the speaker.
Okay.
Good.
Can I
We have
continue?
silence.
Okay, so this is the site, the building section goes west from Novi. The latest of the buildings is a basilica from the 6th century, which was dug into a necropolis from the last quarter of the 5th century. Both the basilica and the necropolis are dug into the remains of a vast peristyle building that existed and was rebuilt several times between the 80s of the 3rd century and the first quarter of the 5th century. The objects that will now be presented were discovered during the excavations between 2021 and 23. So during the excavation of a room in the southern wing of the building, a bone needle was found in a layer of destruction from the roof of the room. It was found with a coin of Nerva and a Roman or a late Roman coin. Similar decorative quoting pins from the second half of the 3rd and early 4th century are known from Pannonia. During the excavations of a hippocauste of a room of the west wing of the building, several finds were discovered in a layer of destruction. A needle with a conical occipital part dated to the 2nd and 1st half of the 3rd century was found with a coin of Claudius I. Also, 2 round applique ornaments dated to the 2nd, 4th centuries. And the needle with, again, the conical occipital part dated to the 2nd century and the 1st half of the 3rd century. And one more object, which is probably a tool. During the excavation of a corner of a structure in the southern wing of the building, in a layer of destruction, a spindle-shaped needle dated to the 3rd century was discovered. It was found with a coin of Julia Domna. During the excavation of a room of the west wing of the building, when removing the remains of the plaster of the west wall of the room, a needle with a polygonal head was discovered, dated to the 2nd half of the 3rd and the middle of the 3rd century. A bone arrowhead was found on the ramp of the site, similar to which are known from other sectors of Nove and date to the 2nd half of the 4th century and the 1st half of the 5th century. With the exception of the arrow, the remaining finds were discovered in layers of destruction. Only one needle is for garment decoration. The other 3 needles are for hair. The arrowhead can be used for hunting or warfare. The 2 round applique ornaments are for decorating other objects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your very succinct talk and presentation of the material. And since we have some time, I think we could perhaps put our questions to you now.
Okay.
For example, you mentioned you have the Byzantine church there. Do you have later 5th, 6th century material, bone material also?
No.
So only the material from the late period of the 4th.
Yes, later on.
And does anyone else have questions? Is there a local museum there, or does it go to the city museum?
There is a local museum in the town. Swistov is a small town in the river Danube.
Now, does anyone else have any questions? Of our speaker?
Yeah, I have a question generally for the group about this that bone hairpin with the faceted cuboid head. Is that a type that's dated just to the second half of the 3rd century, mid 4th century at other sites, or not?
Well, as far as I know, from other provinces that are near to Mysia Secunda, there are also quite few similar finds that are dated to the same period.
Uh-huh.
And when we talk about Nove and this type of arrowheads, there are quite few, and all of them are related to that time that we are talking about.
Interesting. Interesting. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, bone arrowheads, I think, are quite rare. I think Ovid, in his poems in exile, talks about the Dacians, or people further north than Thrace, having poisoned arrowheads of bone on their arrows.
I'm aware of Scythian ones, and I think some later ones also from the North Caucasus, but of different typologies, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Interesting.
Well, if there are no other questions or comments, we could go on to the next speakers. Petya Andreeva from the National Archaeological Institute in Sofia, and Ekaterina Stoyanova Jambazova from the National Academy of Art in Sofia. Locked and loaded, which is an American military term. I don't think the British Army used it for when your guns are ready to go. Bone clasps from military pouches at the legionary fortress of Novi in Bulgaria.
Hello, thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me well? Is it?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So we are staying in Nove in Bulgaria. This is another topic concerning another sector, which is investigated 10 years now at the site. I'm sharing the presentation. Okay, all good?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the Roman military fortress of Nove constituted a significant element within the fortification system along the northern frontier of the Roman Empire, and served as a principal stronghold in the defense of the lower Danube limes. Strategically situated in the central sector of the Danube plain, Nove occupies a position between the Osum River to the west and the Anter River to the east, both of which are tributaries of the Danube. At this location, the Danube has an average width of approximately 1 kilometer. The site of the legionary fortress is characterized by markedly sloping terrain, which likely influenced both its internal layout and defensive capabilities. The earliest attested Roman military presence at Nove dates to the documented deployment of 8th Augustan Legion in 46 AD. The initial construction phase of the legionary camp employing timber and earthworks, encompassing an area of approximately 365 by 489 meters, or roughly 180 acres. In 68 AD, Legio Prima Italica was permanently stationed at the site, which became its principal base until the second quarter of the 5th century. The arrival of this legion marked the onset of a significant building program, during which the camp was fortified with robust stone walls, measuring between 1.5 and 3 meters in thickness. The construction of the episcopal complex began in the second quarter of the 5th century, following the cessation of military function at the legionary headquarters and the subsequent conversion at the site into a civilian settlement. The urban community persisted until the early 7th century, when it was ultimately destroyed during the Avar and Slavic invasions. Archaeological excavations of the skull of the first cohort within the Roman military fortress and later early Byzantine city of Nove began in 2014, supported by funding from the Bulgarian Ministry of Culture. The investigated sector is situated on the northern side of the Via Principalis, immediately west of the camp's western gate, and is flanked to the west by the Via Saguaris. The building identified as the School of the Prima Cohors occupies the area between these two principal streets. This structure functions as the meeting place for the most prestigious unit of the Legion, comprising veteran soldiers who had demonstrated exceptional loyalty and military distinction in service to the Legion and the Roman Empire. Architecturally, the building is rectangular in plan, as you can see on the plan, measuring 23.15 by 10.85 meters, with a total area of approximately 251 square meters. During the archaeological season of 2024, investigations focus in part on the area immediately north of the large Schole building. Among the artifacts recovered from this sector was a bone object, this one, that formed the subject of the present paper. The object is elliptical in shape and slightly constricted at its center. As you can see, notably one surface, presumably the front, is decorated with concentric circles, while the opposite side, likely the reverse, has been only roughly smoothed, possibly with a file. So, what makes this find particularly significant and worthy of special attention? The importance of this finding is underscored by first of all, its rarity. Such objects are not commonly encountered and cannot be classified as part of standardized or mass-produced material culture. Prior to this discovery, only 6 comparable specimens had been identified at the site of Nove. The example recovered during the most recent season thus represents only the 7th instance documented over the course of more than 6 decades of systematic archaeological investigations at the legionary fortress. In general, such artifacts are most frequently found along the middle and lower Danube and occur less commonly in the interior provinces. Examples have been documented along the upper and lower Danubian limes, which is why typological and functional parallels are typically drawn from sites situated along or in close proximity to Roman Danubian frontier. Notable sites yielding comparable finds include Diana, Pontes, Justiniana Prima, Sucidava, Histria, and Trupeum Traiani. Some specimens exhibit a pronounced concavity at the center, while others assume a more regular elliptical form. The obverse surface is typically decorated with concentric circles arranged in a variety of patterns, surrounding the perforations, positioned centrally, aligned in horizontal rows, or distributed in a seemingly irregular manner. The diversity of decoration is further reflected in the number and arrangement of the circles, which may appear as single, double, or triple motifs, either grouped around the openings, aligned from hole to hole, or applied without a consistent order. In all examples, the decoration is confined to the obverse, which is carefully finished, polished, and smoothed to a high standard, while the reverse, as I said, is only coarsely worked, typically bearing traces of filing. A second reason this find warrants particular attention is its recovery from a well-defined archaeological context, which contributes significantly to refining the chronological framework for such objects. Until now, none of these bone plates discovered at Nove could be securely dated, as all previously known specimens originated from disturbed upper layers. Based on associated coinage and ceramic assemblages, these artifacts have generally been attributed to the period spanning the last quarter of the 4th century to the first half of the 5th century AD. The stratigraphic evidence documented during the most recent excavation season now provides the first secure contextual confirmation of this dating. In addition to Nove, similar artifacts have been documented at other sites situated between the Danube and the Balkan Mountains, including Nicopolis at Istrum, Iatrus, Montana, the late antique fortified settlements near the village of Dicin, Gabrovo, and Gulemanovo Calais near Sadovec, as well as the sites of Popina, Preslav, and Madara. A clear typological or stylistic distinction between plates dated to the 4th and those from the 5th and 6th centuries remains difficult to establish, particularly with regard to size and decorative features. The examples from Dicin, for instance, exhibit incised concentric circles combined with a centrally placed, more elaborate motif that is notably well executed. In earlier examples, decoration tends to be arranged horizontally along the entire length of the object. Comparable clefs made of bone and horn are also known from the medieval period, where they are typically described as appliqued ornaments. However, their function is rarely explored in detail. Such objects have been recovered from archaeological contexts spanning from the 4th to the 11th century, attesting to an unusually wide chronological distribution. Among these, the specimens from Gulemanovo Calais near Sadovec represent the most securely dated group, attributable to the 6th century AD. A third reason for the significance of this find is the insight it provides into its functional role, which is supported by its discovery within a well-documented archaeological context. In some publications, these artifacts are described as objects of uncertain function or as bone plates, long, flat, and with slightly wider rounded ends, perforated by 2 holes. In the scholarly literature on bone and horn craftsmanship during the Middle Ages, these artifacts are generally categorized as appliques without significant consideration given to their specific functional purpose. Other researchers have categorized these objects as appliques, speculating that they were affixed to leather straps with metal rivets. As a result, it is suggested that they may have functioned as belt rings or served to join components of horse harnessing. As previously mentioned, the best dated specimens to date have been found at Gulemanovo Calais, and it is in their publication that the hypothesis proposing these objects as fasteners or cleps for soldiers purchased is introduced. The following reconstruction has also been proposed, a hypothesis that was later supported by Associate Professor Pavlina Vladkova, who analyzed the bone artifacts from Nove. The primary evidence supporting this hypothesis is the wear visible on the inner edges of the perforations. It is hypothesized that the strap serving both as a means of carrying and fastening passed through the perforations. The tension of the strap would have kept the bone plate in place, preventing the bag from collapsing into a pouch-like form when welded. Similar traces, as you can see, of wear are also evident of the specimen from Nove discovered during the previous archaeological season. It is noteworthy that similar bone clefs have also been discovered in graves in general, including those of women. For example, a cleft was found in grave number 240 at Piatra Frecatei, Romania, dated to the 5th century based on a coin of Emperor Honorius, as well as in a 7th century warrior grave in Akalan in Turkey, where the individual was buried with a horse. It is plausible to infer that these clefs were associated with bags of coins which were placed in the graves as part of the funerary offerings. The varying lengths of the fastening, ranging between 5 and 10 centimeters, suggest that the bags differ in size. However, their uniform shape indicates that the method of fastening was consistent across examples. In this case, I mean the case from Nove, the dimensions of the specimens are the follows. Length, you can see like 8.20 centimeters, width 1.35 centimeters, and thickness 0.39 centimeters. The find from Nove uncovered last year does not originate from a close context, but rather from a room whose walls and likely ceilings were decorated with polychrome frescoes. The bone collapse was discovered adjacent to a substantial coin hoard deposited along the west wall of the room. The hoard comprises approximately 1,100 coins, which are currently undergoing conservation. Till now, according to our numismatist, the date of the hoard is last quarter of the 4th, early 5th century AD. The restorers are in a process of separating the individual coins from the compacted clusters in which they were found. Notably, the coins were not stored in a ceramic vessel or container, but rather in a pouch made of perishable material that has since decomposed. Although it was initially assumed that the pouch was made of leather, detailed cleaning by Marina Kolpachka, a conservator at our institute, revealed traces of textile fibers on several coins, specifically on those that have been in direct contact with the pouch. The presence of both large and small coin clusters suggests that the coins were tightly packed within the pouch. The detailed analysis of the fibers observed under the microscope was conducted by Katerina Stoyanova-Jambazova, to whom I extend my sincere gratitude. Her examination identified the material as hemp fibers. These are the photos from the microscope. The use of hemp textile for the pouch is not particularly surprising, given their widespread availability and durability in antiquity. As is well known, according to Herodotus, hemp could be woven in a fine cloth, virtually indistinguishable from linen. However, as Pliny the Elder notes in Historia Naturalis, it was primarily used for making ropes and sacks. The coastal regions offered fertile conditions conducive to the cultivation of a range of plants, including hemp. Hemp was wisely utilized in the manufacture of textiles, ropes, and fishing nets. At Nove, located along the Danube, and with a harbor whose exact location is yet to be determined, numerous lead weights for fishing nets have been found. These nets were likely made from hemp rods. Only just last year, a collective find of 23 lead fishing net weights was discovered in one of the storage rooms located to the east of the schole of the first cohort of the Legion. It is also widely recognized that sailing ropes were constructed from materials like flax hemp and esparto grass. Returning to the large coin hoard, it seems logical that such a substantial quantity of coins would have been stored in durable textile. The clasp would serve to prevent the pouch from twisting. As mentioned earlier, the coins were found stacked in clusters. All of this provides further support to the hypothesis that these objects are pouch clasps, which, as has become evident, were made from hemp textile rather than leather. And this year, fingers crossed, the room where the large coin hoard and the bone artifact were discovered will undergo a full investigation. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Petya. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Do you have an approximate idea of how many of these have been found at different sites in Bulgaria now? Is it 40 or 50 or 20 or 30?
This is the range, I think. This is the number approximately. I know for sure that in Nove, as I mentioned, this is the 7th specimen found for 65 years of excavations, which is really astonishing.
Yes.
I think, yeah, like 15, maybe more. But again, these sites, the chronological distribution is quite broad, from late antiquity to early Middle Ages. So it's in different contexts, close contexts, room, and so on and so on. The other parallels and the closest parallels actually are, as I said, along the Danube, Upper Moesia, Lower Moesia, which included the sites in Serbia, Romania, and Bulgaria.
Yeah. Thank you. Does anyone else have questions or comments?
Just to add something, if I may.
Yeah, of
Yes,
course.
please.
Petya, if you will see my presentation, you'll see that in Drobeta we have one of these objects.
Perfect.
Yes, we didn't know until now what it is. Now we know because of you. And
Super.
unfortunately, it has a context, a specific context of discovery, unfortunately. It was dated roughly between 4th and 6th century, so this is all the information that I have about this. But you will see it in my presentation.
I'm waiting. Yeah, super.
Thank you.
Yes, I think we'll keep coming across this in people's talks, that good contexts are rarer than one might suppose. And even if you have what seems to be a good context, you can have puzzles. At Mytilene, for example, in the Tavern, we have coins of sons of Constantine around 350. So it gives us a very good date within a decade or two of when the place was destroyed. And yet some of the pottery and the lamps, the erotic ones, are from and from Cnidus, far, far away from Mytilene. So you cannot be sure that things are actually going to be that date. Generally speaking, they are. But for example, the composite die that we have there is normally much earlier, around 1st or 2nd century in the Western Empire. So it may well be, it's another early piece that whoever ran the place had his great-grandfather's collection of antiquities, pornographic and otherwise.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're quite right. Just 2 sentences. Of course, finding something in a very good archaeological context is the first thing. This is very, very important. But then you need to fill the gaps, actually. And that's why parallels is another thing. Luckily, this find was found, I mean, the area is very small, I mean, in terms of square meters. So everything was in very close proximity, and that's why it's so convenient to make some inferences from these excavations. Yeah, I really hope that this year we'll have the chance to and the opportunity to excavate the whole room and to see how the picture will be completed. Including this large hoard, which is, as far as I know, the largest so far at this site, which is really interesting in terms of the historic period, what we know from the written sources. We'll see. It's intriguing, let's say.
Well, certainly your discovery is going to help a lot of people identify similar objects they found in their excavations. You've made a very convincing case, at least to me,
Thank you.
that it was part of a purse.
Thank you.
Or and very clever analysis of the wear patterns by the holes. Those concentric circles are very interesting, though. You may remember one of our first papers this morning had the Mycenaean warrior head in ivory, and all around the edge of that piece were concentric circles, some of which were very faint and others of which were very apparent. So it seems to be a motif that lasts hundreds, if not thousands of years. Well, Thank you. And
you.
we're going on now to cross over the Danube and into Serbia. And Jelena Jedic and Maria
Ljustina.
Ljustina. No, it's okay.
Yes.
I've been there. I can pronounce them. It just takes a moment to recover. I'm 80 years old and my brain doesn't work as quickly. But another very clever title, Beauty is Hidden in Tiniest Things, Bone Artifacts from Ancient Necropolis in Montenegro and Southern Illyricum. And Montenegro is a place I've been to 2 or 3 times, but only into Kotor and never into the interior. So it's good that the local archaeology is being investigated, studied, and published. So I'm looking forward to your talk now.
So thank you very much. Hello from Belgrade. Despite the fact that we are going to talk about Montenegro, Jelena Cvjetić, my colleague here, hello, and me, Maria Ljustina, we are sitting in Belgrade at the Faculty of Philosophy. So our idea was to systemize available data on bone artifacts from ancient necropolises in Montenegro. We'll try to share the presentation. So let us know if the presentation is visible.
It's coming through well, thank you.
Slideshow. So, okay. So the area that is the subject of our research entered Rome's sphere of interest already during the last third of the 3rd century BC. Almost 2 centuries passed from the conflict between Teuta to the final establishment of the province. Illyricum is mentioned for the first time as a province of the Roman Empire along the Cisalpine Gaul, among the provinces that Caesar was assigned to manage. However, it turned into a separate administrative unit during the time of his successor. After the division of Illyricum, the area of present-day Montenegro was included in the province of Dalmatia, occupying most of its southern part. This area will be covered by the newly formed province of Prevalis towards the end of antiquity. This area includes the coastal zone, the fertile lowlands on the shores of Lake Skadar, and the regions of high mountains and gorges in the north. Risan, Risinium, and Budva, Putua on the Adriatic coast stand out as the most significant centers of urban character. Duclea, or Doclea, in the hinterland, and Comini, Municipium S, a town of uncertain name, deep inland. The only settlement that is assumed to have had the status of a colony is Risan, while the settlements in Duclea and Comini acquired municipal status during the Flavian and Antonine periods. A very modest number of bone objects came mainly from 3 large and so far the only systematically researched Roman necropolises in this area. Going from the north to the south, Municipium S, Doclea, and Putua. Among the mentioned settlements, only the last mentioned settlement, Putua, did not have city status, but the importance of continuity of life and burial in this area has been indicated by archaeological research of its necropolises conducted since the middle of the last century. The youngest Roman settlement among the above is Municipium S, which was formed on the site of a previous indigenous settlement in mountainous and hard-to-reach areas. It appears with deep canyons and gorges, among which is the canyon of the Tara River, the deepest in Europe. All the items that will be presented come from the systematically researched necropolises of the 3 settlements and can be classified into items for personal use, artifacts used for writing, and items for entertainment. Given that they come from the funerary context, their symbolic role should not be ignored, especially in the case of long curved knives that were stuck with the tip of the blade into the ground next to the recipient with the cremated remains of the deceased. We will start from Municipium S, where the most graves were explored, although the number of bone findings discovered is not numerous. During the systematic researches in Comini near Plevia, ancient Municipium S, carried out from 1964 to 1976, almost 700 mostly cremated graves were discovered. According to this research, there were two ancient necropolises. The older one, named Necropolis I, with about 400 graves of cremated burials of native non-Romanized population situated in the area of Bielobrdo, and the later one, well known in scientific literature as Necropolis II, placed at the foot of the eponymous hill. Bone finds have been confirmed in Comini necropolises in a modest number, and items for personal use dominate among them, such as decorative pins, which are represented by 4 specimens, each in Necropolis I and Necropolis II. The pins had both functional and decorative purpose. They are diverse in shape and type of the material from which they are made. In this area, the most common ones are made of bronze and bone, although there are some made of iron and silver. All bone specimens from Necropolis I were fragmented and damaged in the pyre. In most of the cases, they were found in the graves where the remains of the cremated deceased were placed in a ceramic receptacle protected by a stone circle and covered with a stone slab, sometimes on a pedestal in the form of a stone slab. The pins are circular in cross-section, and due to the damage and fragmentation, the shape and the dimensions of the head could not be determined. In grave 147, apart from the pin, there was only a balsamarium made of transparent glass. The specimen from the grave 278 was accompanied, among other things, by a bronze earring, and the urn in the grave 314 contained, in addition to a pin, a bronze fibula with a hinge and a damaged circular buckle. So in grave 175 in Necropolis II, in a pit without an ash receptacle, there was a bone pin with a conical head and a circular body, together with a coin of Hadrian. Toilet pins and or hairpins of this type were used to fasten coiffure, and it is believed that they were also used to apply cosmetics, colors on eyebrows and eyelashes. Other pins from the Necropolis II are fragmented and can roughly be dated to the 2nd and 3rd century based on other finds. Additionally, objects used for spinning wool can be interpreted as part of the mundus muliebris and certainly associated with women. We are talking about spindle wheels in the first instance, which of course could also be made of materials that are rarely preserved, such as wood. However, it should be noted that bone spindle wheels are represented by only a small number of specimens. In grave 225 in Necropolis II, in which a female person was definitely buried, a bone spindle wheel decorated with inside circles was placed near the foot. A cylindrical bone object of unclear purpose, decorated with 4 rows of incised lines from grave 278, in which animals were buried alongside the deceased, was found above the hind legs of the horse skeleton. A part of the bone plate from the handle of a long curved knife was found in grave 147 in Necropolis I, which also contained an iron pilum and a bronze fibula with a hinge. In graves 103 and 143, there were bronze fibula with a hinge in the urns, and in grave 143, apart from a knife with a curved blade with a bronze handle whose top was decorated with volutes, and a bone plate, an iron pilum with a square section was laid. The length of the knives varies from 25 to 31.5 centimeters. Grave inventory, comprising very few artifacts, indicates that these are most likely men's graves. There are certain indications that this custom was also practiced in the southeastern necropolis of Duclia, as well as in the necropolises around Lake Skadar in the pre-Roman era. However, due to the lack of unclear interpretation of archaeological material, it cannot be determined whether it was also practiced in the territory of today's northern Montenegro in that period. It is certain, however, that the stabbing of the weapon in a vertical position next to the urn does not derive from the Roman tradition. This custom, as indicated earlier, was found at the Velja Ledina necropolis near Gostilj in Donja Zeta, in the graves from the 3rd and the 2nd centuries BC, as well as in other partially explored necropolises from the same period from the territory of Montenegro. But a similar practice was also recorded in somewhat more remote areas, such as those connected to the Epodes. Taking into account the almost identical examples of knives from graves in the area of the Epodes in Lika and the Una Basin, Croatia and Western Bosnia, older researchers were inclined to explain the phenomenon as the older necropolis in Komini with the influence of the Epodian culture. However, on the basis of the current knowledge, we can rather speak of a custom spread over a wider area, which is common to several populations in the central and western parts of the Balkans. Possibly deeper symbolic meaning of placing knives next to the deceased may be indicated by representations on silver and bronze plates from graves from the necropolises near Gostilj. In the southeastern and at the same time the largest necropolis of Duklja by the city of Podgorica, where around 350 graves were explored in the middle of the last century, objects made of bone are somewhat more common than in Komini. The necropolis of Duklja revealed some additional specificities in funerary practice. When bone objects are in question, what attracts our attention in the first instance is the set of writing utensils. Finds of this type in our area are very few and come mainly from the necropolises of larger urban centers. Of the basic scribes utensils, the most numerous are bronze inkwells, which were discovered during the investigation of the southeastern necropolis of Duklja in the graves of cremated and skeletally buried deceased. In some of the graves, in addition to inkwells, there were also other parts of writing utensils, such as bone rulers, wax spatulas, etc., in the urn. Such objects are also known from other larger and well-researched necropolises in the area of the province of Dalmatia, as well as neighboring areas of the empire. All finds from Duklja come from the graves dated from the second half of the 2nd to the beginning of the 4th century, and the writing utensils discovered in them could have belonged to scribes and/or students. The bone pins are mainly from the graves of the inhumed deceased. For the specimen from the grave 29, which was found in the area of the shoulders of the deceased, it can be said with greater certainty that it was used to join parts of clothing. The others represent grave goods and could have been used for styling coiffure, attaching veils or scarves, or joining layers of textiles in the attire. Finally, in the coastal zone, above all in the necropolis of ancient Budva, various objects for entertainment, games, as well as instruments for personal hygiene, such as spatulas and tweezers, made of bronze and bone, were found. There are also mirrors consisting of a polished bronze disc with a handle made of ivory, wood, or bone. A little later, handless, folding hand mirrors appear, placed in round or square boxes that close. They are a very rare find here. Unmissable items are definitely makeup boxes and jewelry cases made of bronze sheet or bone. They were used to store jewelry, makeup, or various tools. All the mentioned finds were mostly found in necropolises in Budva and Duklja, in much a smaller number in Municipium S or Komini. When we come to the conclusions, despite not being numerous in archaeological record, Bone pins are undoubtedly important in representation of personal identity. Pins can be recognized as element of attire and/or coiffure, with possible local tradition. Differences in the frequency of their occurrence in the analyzed necropolises can be brought in connection with specific climate conditions. Objects for wool spinning, bone spindle whorls in particular, can be seen as part of the mundus muliebris, indicators of the identity of married women. In contrast, curved knives with handles made of bone in grave inventory are connected with the world of men. It is reckoned that this custom did not derive from the Roman tradition. Based on the current knowledge, one can rather speak of a custom spread over a wider area, which is common to several protohistoric communities in the central and western parts of the Balkans. Representations on silver and bronze plaques from graves excavated in the necropolises by Lake Skadar may indicate deeper symbolic meaning of placing knives next to the deceased. Finally, writing utensils and items for entertainment in grave inventory stand out as elements of Roman heritage. So thank you very much. Once again, greetings from the Belgrade University Faculty of Philosophy, which is currently in blockade. So our idea is to raise the voice against oppression. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you for your talk, your report. I think we'll probably hold questions since we're running a little late until the end of our session. So our next talk, for once, is not going to be bone, it's going to be antlers. And Gordana Jeremic and Selena Vitesovic, both from the Archaeological Institute in Belgrade, will talk about early Byzantine antler objects from the hilltop fortifications in northern Illyricum in Serbia. Ladies.
Thank you. Please, Maria.
Just a second.
Okay. Okay. Do you see our presentation? We take this opportunity to present the results of research into the antler industry in the mountainous areas of northern Illyricum. The subject of our study are objects and semi-finished products made of deer antlers from the late 4th to the end of 6th and the beginning of the 7th century in the territory of the present-day Republic of Serbia. Northern Illyricum was primarily an agricultural and mining region, terra metallica, featuring relatively few major cities. Early Byzantine hilltop fortifications have not been sufficiently researched. So far, the best studied are two major regional centers, one in the hinterland of the province of Dalmatia on Jelica mountain, and the other in the province of Dacia Mediterranea, Tsaricin Grad, which was probably Justinian's foundation Justiniana Prima. Our paper also includes finds from 4 smaller fortifications, Brangovic, Staro Selo, and Južac from the mining areas, and Mokranje in the hinterland of the Roman limes. Gradina on Mount Jelica is a 6th century regional center located in the vicinity of a silver and lead mine on the nearby mountain Rudnik. Up-to-date research has revealed areas of 24 hectares defended by ramparts, which include 5 church buildings and remains of residential and storage architecture. Significant quantities of deer antler objects and semi-finished products were found in 5 structures of residential and economic nature, also within the 3 churches, as parts of grave inventory or hoards of craft tools, and also in the areas around the ramparts and gates. Deer antler objects mostly represent, on the one hand, items of personal use, such as combs, comb cases, knife handles, clasps, and on the other hand, elements of looms found in 5 units in the upper town. It is interesting to note that workshop waste and semi-finished antler products were registered in units together with other finds made of antlers. It is possible that there were multiple workshops, but the relative chronology of which is currently unknown. Brankovic site represents a small-scale fortified settlement in the hinterland of the province of Dalmatia. The fortlet protected the mining area of the Valjevo Mountains. The immigrant settlement of Federati from the Carpathian region was formed in the late 4th century and lasted until the mid or late 5th century. In the 6th century, more solid buildings were built and smaller single-nave church of the Christian community was erected. The repertoire of antler objects includes finds of combs, spindle whorls, handles of various objects, part of reflex bow, and possibly part of musical instrument. The next site is a fortification at Staro Selo in Levač in central Serbia. The fort was built in the late 4th century, lasted until the mid-4th century, and a new fortification was rebuilt in the 6th century, covering an area of about 1 hectare. The largest number of objects, semi-finished products, and workshop waste dates from the 6th century horizon, testifying that in addition to the bone carving workshop, there was also textile production in the fortification, judging by the finds of parts of looms and wool combing equipment. Južac is a multi-layered site at 1,071 meters above sea level. The fortification of irregular foundation contains 2 horizons of habitation from the late 4th, 5th century, attributed to Federati, and the 6th century settlement. The earlier horizon includes a find of comb with protoms, typical for Chernyakhov culture, and the later horizon contains ornamented antler applique. Mokrinske stene, or Mokranje, is a significant fortification in the hinterland of the Roman limes on the Middle Danube. It contains the remains of a settlement with the material culture from the late 4th to mid-5th centuries and a Byzantine military post, probably built during the time of Anastasius and renovated during the time of Justinian in the 6th century. Deer antler objects from this site include finds from the 4th, 5th century, a comb and a reflex bow, and from the Justinianic layer, a hollow object with perforations. Tsarichin Grad, which has been under investigation for more than 100 years, was built during the reign of Justinian I, lasted until the beginning of the 7th century, and then served as a habitat for the medieval population in the 12th century. The city of developed urbanism had a number of sacral buildings, richly decorated, as well as residential, economic, and public buildings of imperial construction, such as dam, cistern, processional streets and squares, etc. The research revealed a significant collection of finds of semi-finished products made of deer antlers. Also, at least 2 workshops were identified. The first workshop was in the area of the southeastern tower, dated to the middle of the reign of Justinian I, around after 535, which included 81 finds of craft material. Another workshop has been registered in recent years, also in the lower town, in the area of the Tetraconchal Church. The workshop operated in the apse area, marked in gray on the slide as US 41, apparently organized by a non-Christian population in the 2nd half or end of the 6th century. Brick and mortar walls were erected for this workshop using the existing structures of the sacral building. And Selena will tell you more about these findings.
Thank you, Gordana. Now, regarding the typological repertoire of these antler objects from these sites, it is rich and diverse, and it includes small tools and handles, also different textile tools, combs, elements of garments and jewelry, such as plaques, appliques, ring, parts of wooden furniture, weapons, and some other objects that are also, some of them are of unknown function. Some small tools are not particularly frequently made from antler, but some of these antler tiny segments that have hollow at one end were most likely used as some sort of handles. Next slide, please. Textile tools were relatively frequent. In fact, they were one of the most frequent tool types, and these include mainly spindle whorls and handle holders. Some of the spindle whorls were carefully crafted and they have size decoration, such as this one you can see on the image from Brankovic site. And handle holders are peculiar objects that are sometimes interpreted as knife handles. However, they're not particularly convenient for knives. In fact, their specific shape and very specific traces of use suggest they were used in textile production. More specifically, they were part of a loom. They are cylindrical in shape, they have rectangular cutting at one end, and they are often very finely decorated. They have incised lines, they are differently organized, they have circle and dot motifs, and you can see on the picture that all of them were actually finely decorated. They were particularly frequent at the site of Gradin on Jelica mountain, but they were found at other sites as well. They were found at Tsaričin Grad and others. And their frequency and diversity shows that the textile production was an important craft in this type of settlements in the early Byzantine period. Next slide, please. Combs are the most frequent types of the objects. They are composite items made from 3 or 4 antler plaques, and they are fastened usually with iron rivets. They are also usually finely decorated with different geometric motifs, with differently organized incised lines, the circle and dot motif, and particularly one comb from the site of Huge that stands out. It has zoomorphic representation. It has these double horse heads that were carefully crafted. Although it is possible that some of these combs were used in textile production, more specifically for wool, majority, if not all of them, were in fact personal objects, judging from their fine production and fine decoration. It is possible that some were even continued to be in use after breakage, suggesting that they had some emotional or social value. Several workshops for comb production were found, as we mentioned earlier, particularly at Justiniana Prima or Tsaričin Grad, and this shows that there was actually a high demand for this type of items as well. Next slide, please. Several items in the shape of rectangular or subrectangular elongated plates were discovered as well. They were also finely decorated with their size and circle incised lines with circle and dot motifs. And often, some of them, they have 2 symmetrically positioned perforations at each end. They're often heavily worn, and the breakages of some of them are most likely the result of intensive use. As you also heard in previous presentation from Bulgarian material by Petya Andreeva, some of them are often interpreted as bag fasteners or clasps for military pouches. However, not all of these plaques had this function, and in fact, some of them actually require careful traceological examination to see what they were used for. Some of these, particularly these that were more rectangular in shape, were used as some sort of applications on garments such as cloaks, head garments, or belts, and some of them have also been part of the composite jewelry. Jewelry, personal ornaments, were not frequently produced from red deer antler. However, one semi-finished ring was discovered at the site of Gradina on Jelica mountain. Next slide, please. Antlers was also used as parts of wooden furniture boxes, and one plaque with figural representation from Tsaričin Grad particularly stands out. As you can see, it is almost completely preserved. It has a representation of a female figure. It has head, carefully made hair and garment, but doesn't have any additional body details, such as arms are missing. The garment is decorated with incised lines, and also along the longer edges of the plaque is a geometrical motif. This plaque has 2 perforations on the left side and 3 perforations on the right side, or the other way around. It depends on how you look at it. And we can also note on the back side that it has visible traces of abrasion. Next slide, please. Weapons are not, segments of weapons are not very commonly found on these sites. However, we do have 2 segments of reflexive bows that were found, one at Mokranske Sene and one at the site of Brankovic. The one at the site of Brankovic is attributed to the Federati. However, we don't know any more details about the usage of the reflexive bows in this period. Next slide, please. And as we mentioned earlier, debitage and semi-finished items were found at several of these sites, and most notably on Gradina on the Jelica Mountain and the Carici Grad, but also at Staro Selo and Branko, which we have evidence for the local production of the entire items. This indicates a relatively high demand for these products. Next slide, please. Now, if you take a wider look into the exploitation of animal resources in the early business period in this area, we can note that some of the recent zoological analysis that were carried out in the recent years show the complex picture of animal husbandry and the population's diet. However, game hunting in the period from the late 4th to the early 7th century played a secondary role despite rich forest terrain. However, these objects and semi-finished products from red deer antlers suggest that systematic collecting of antlers in the surrounding area was in place, suggesting also that these communities used their surrounding they exploited the rich forest terrain that they were settled in, and also this suggests the presence of local workshops and developed market for this type of items. Next slide, please. Now, to conclude, within the Roman Empire, we may note that the production of objects from Oseus raw materials was rather important craft. So bones, atlas, and luxurious raw materials such as element ivory were used for production of diverse objects, for daily tools, textile tools, medicinal and cosmetic implements, for writing equipment, for gaming pieces, musical instruments, and many more, such as personal ornaments, but also ornaments for boxes and furniture, etc. Bones, especially long bones from cattle, were the main raw material in many areas of the Roman Empire, while antler was scarce or completely absent in some of these regions. In the area of the southeastern Europe, antler was more common in the Roman times, and it is particularly its frequency increased in the late antiquity and early Byzantine times. The abundance of antler may be due to different reasons. Perhaps with the change in economy, large quantities of cattle long bones that were usually acquired from the butchers were no longer available, or at least not in the quantities that were sufficient for the production, but also the frequency of the antlers may be the result of local preferences and perhaps even may reflect pre-Roman traditions. Antler industry in the Central Balkans was particularly well developed and rather important craft in this period. Besides abundant objects and diverse typological repertoire, we also have the evidence for rather well-developed local production, suggesting also a developed market for this type of items. We may outline that the most common items are textile tools and combs. Textile tools suggest, as we mentioned earlier, the importance of the textile craft in this period. And combs, although some of them may have been used for wool or textile, were predominantly or even exclusively personal items. They were carefully crafted and finely decorated, and their frequency in fine production suggests that they may have been used as to also display identity and status. Next slide, please. Well, that would be all. Thank you all very much for the attention, and especially thanks to the organizer for organizing this lovely meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies. And we have one more paper in this session, and then we'll have questions and comments from people. So our last talk moves further west in the Balkans, in the former Yugoslavia, to Croatia. A talk by Alka Staric, the Archaeological Museum at Istre, in Pula with its wonderful amphitheater. Roman pins, needles, spinning, and weaving accessories from the Archaeological Museum of Istria.
Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, it's only a small part of the screen. We have Petra in the background.
Okay. From beginning.
There we go.
All right now. Okay. The subject of the paper is a group of about 70 Roman bone hairpins, needles, spinning and weaving tools from the Archaeological Museum of Istria. Half of selected objects are unpublished and originate from an old collection without data on the place and circumstances of the find, which makes identifying their purpose difficult. The hairpins are grouped according to the shape of head into hairpins with an ovoid, spherical, conical, cubical or plate-shaped head with a pinecone, a female head, or a hand. Hairpins between 7 and 14 centimeters long were used in creating and securing hairstyles. The shape of the hairpins was simple, adapted to their function, and the only decorative element could be on the head. Hairpin production increased from Flavian period onwards with the advent of more complex hairstyles that required a greater number of pins. During Roman Empire, the shapes of bone hairpins changed little. Exceptionally, hairpins with female head can be dated quite precisely since they follow the empress's hairstyle. The most common was simple hairpins with the ovoid or spherical head. Transition of the head into body could be clearly expressed or smooth. Only one hairpin has a ring on the neck and small ball on top of the spherical head. A pin of this shape may have had a gilded head. Undecorated hairpins with the conical head were even simple to make, but they are less numerous. Their role in shaping the hairstyle was different from that of hairpins with spherical or ovoid heads, since pins without a prominent head could not hold a hairstyle. They served to separate and curl strands of hair and to apply makeup. They could also have been used as a stylus for writing on wax tablets. Hairpin with a very low conical head was found in Esaxium, in cremation grave of a wealthy woman from 1st century, which contained a gold and silver ring and silver earrings. Hairpins with geometric or figural decorations are less numerous. 2 hairpins have a cubical head. The flat perforated head of hairpin could represent a distaff. This type of distaff, larger than type pulled over the little finger or those held in the hand, rested on forearm or belt. Wool or sticks were passed through holes in the head to hold the wool into place. Distaff was a common gift to a newborn girl or a wedding gift to a bride. It was attributed with magical powers of protection against evil. Just a minute. Okay. Oh. The Dionysian symbol of the pinecone. The Dionysian symbol of the pinecone recalled the mystery of the eternal renewal of life and every kind of fertility due to the multitude of seeds. A pin decorated with the pinecone had the role of protecting women's fertility, pregnancy, and childbirth. Hairpins with pinecones were particularly popular in 4th century. A variant of the type has a small pinecone whose diameter is smaller than the body diameter. A specimen with a small pinecone comes from Istria and has a net-like decoration, very common on bone pins in the Illyrian provinces in 4th century. The pinecone appears also in combination with the female head instead of a bust. The hairpin with the female head and pinecone can be reliably dated to late 40s of 3rd century, based on characteristic hairstyle of Marcia Ottacilia Severa, Roman empress and wife of Philip I the Arab. Ottacilia Severa wore a hairstyle parted in the middle, with wavy ribs extended from forehead to the crown. The hair was combed behind the ear and folded back into a distinctive flat bun covered with a net over the entire back of hairstyle. Hairpins with a female head with hairstyle according to current fashion were especially popular from last third of the 1st century to the late 3rd century. The hairpin played an important role in wedding ritual, in which the bride's hair was ceremonially parted and arranged with a pin. Hairpins with a female bust also served as an apotropaic wedding gift to the bride. They had protective power of amulets, symbolized the owner and her role in family and society through depiction of respectable and fashionably styled women. The magical symbol of hand is represented on hairpin from Pula, which depicts a gesture of blessing with 3 fingers raised, Benedictio Latina. It belongs to the type popular mainly in 1st-2nd centuries, in which the hand does not hold any object. The hand is basically an apotropaic symbol of good luck and protection from evil. Manus Panthea, bronze hand in Benedictio Latina gesture intended to be mounted on a ceremonial staff or flag, was associated with syncretic deity Jupiter Sabazios and was believed to have magical powers of protection against evil. Bone needles with one of 3 holes were mainly used for sewing. With the exception of one bone needle with a flat head, the other single-hole sewing needles from the Archaeological Museum of Istria have a conical head and irregular hole with visible drilling traces. It is believed that needles with a conical head that could not pass through fine woven fabric were used for sewing thicker fabrics and already perforated leather, while needles with a flat head were used for embroidery and knitting. Needles with multiple holes could be used in various ways for embroidery and sewing and for fastening clothing. They usually have 3 holes, sometimes only 2, and a characteristic of 1st-2nd centuries. A larger number of holes could serve to simultaneously use threads of different colors and thicknesses. A needle with multiple holes could also be used in a single needle knitting technique. The collection includes needles with 3 holes with a pointed spindle-shaped head and 1 needle with a flat semicircular head. The bone knife found in cremation grave in Pula, together with needle with 3 holes, was used to cut threads when sewing, embroidering, or knitting with a single needle. It could also have served in weaving to cut the warp threads. Spinning was a common everyday job for women in all Roman social classes, as was weaving. Spinning required 2 tools, always used together, the staff and spindle. The combed wool was tied to the staff, held in the left hand. A bundle of threads was pulled out with fingers of the other hand and wound on the spindle. A small whirl hook or notch held the thread at one end of the spindle, and a larger whirl at the other end served as a weight. The staff and spindle were made of wood or bone. The weight could have been made of clay and other materials, and the hook at the top of the spindle of metal. Spinning accessories were often placed in women's graves, particularly in graves of adult married women. The wooden distaff could be 50–100 centimeters long, but in Roman times, smaller distaffs, 15–20 centimeters long, that could simply be held in hand, were more common. The head of the staff was usually prominent and decorated with symbolic and apotropaic figures. The staff could have a ring or a hook at the lower end. A complete bone distaff was found in Exactium, in grave of a girl dated by coin to the beginning of 4th century. It belongs to the type with a separately made upper element in the form of a basket, used from the end of 2nd until the middle of 4th century. The staff with the ring from Burle belongs to a group of long unrecognized bone objects, sometimes interpreted as cosmetic pins for applying perfume or makeup. Dimension of the staffs with rings range from 15–20 centimeters in height. The staff was associated with symbolism of life's journey and was an attribute of Parcae, who wove and broke the thread of human life. Figural decoration in form of Venus or other divine protectress of women arose from strong symbolic meaning of the staff. The staff symbolized women's life path and protected against evil. Pins with both profiled ends and a bulbous head, 10–20 centimeters long, were used in 1st and 2nd centuries. They were interpreted in various ways, as the staff, spindles, pins for fastening clothing, and even as hairpins. The role of pins with a bulb at one end and a ball at the other as spindles is confirmed in Italy in Modena, where they come together with bone spindle whorls. In Ljubljana graves, on the contrary, these pins never come with spindle whorls, and in this context probably were used as distaffs. These long pins come in 2 varieties, with and without a disc above the bulb. The pin with a broken head has a net-like decoration characteristic of 4th century in Illyrian provinces, and it could have ended with a pine cone. Oh, just a minute. The spindle consisted of a rod with a whorl-shaped weight. At the top it ended with a thin whorl, oblique notch, thickening or hook that prevented the thread from slipping off. The spindle was 20-30 centimeters long, approximately like a distaff, and it is not always easy to distinguish them, except that these staffs were usually richly decorated. Bone spindle rods appear in form of a cylindrical rod decorated with rings, bulbs, and balls, in form of a smooth cylindrical rod with an oblique notch, and in the form of a smooth spindle-shaped or biconical rod. Two long pins with a flat top differ in the number of notches on the head. They could have been used as spindles or distaffs. Pins of same shape but smaller in size were used to shape hairstyles. The pin with a series of rings resembles a hairpin type documented with the highest frequency in 3rd-4th centuries. The ring in the middle suggests that it served as a spindle or distaff. Spindle whorls are discoid, thin, and sometimes profiled. They served as tops or weights. In a cremation grave along the road from Pula to Valtura, two bone whorls were found, one flat and the other calotte-shaped. Both are relatively large in diameter, 4.4 centimeters, and one may have belonged to a distaff and the other to a spindle, included in the grave as a set. The spindle and distaff rods have not been preserved. They were probably made of wood. Spindle weights can be discoid or calotte-shaped. They are usually decorated with carved rings or concentric circles. The shapes and decorations of whorls changed almost nothing from pre-Roman period to the early Middle Ages. The loom shuttle, movable part of the vertical loom, appears as a grave offering in offer. The loom shuttle, in shape of a smooth spindle-shaped rod with pointed ends, was used to carry the weft threads while weaving. The weft threads were fastened next to each other to the warp threads by beaters, bone tools of elongated rectangular shape. A bone plate found in a Roman maritime Villa Dragonera North in the late 4th-6th centuries could serve to fasten the weft threads to the warp, but it could serve also as a ruler or erasing tool in writing on a wax tablet. Of the objects whose circumstances of discovery are known, nearly 2/3 originate from a settlement context and the rest from necropolises. Half of bone objects found in town or villas can be associated with a specific building, and half were found in the waste in public areas. Most of the hairpins come from a settlement context, while the situation is reversed for sewing, spinning, and weaving accessories, mostly coming from necropolises. The custom of placing sewing, spinning, and weaving utensils in women's graves persisted in Istria continuously from 1st to 4th century. The study of selected bone objects is a contribution to the study of processed bone in Roman Istria in everyday household activities, mainly related to women. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you very much, Elka, for your very comprehensive presentation of a lot of very interesting material. We have time for some questions now. Does anyone have any for our last 2 or 3 speakers? It was interesting to see more of those plates that appeared in Bulgaria for purses among your finds, Elka.
Yes, I have a question. I actually not a question, some sort of remark. I want to say hello to everybody. My name is Radu Petru. I'm a scientific researcher from the museum in Constanța in Romania. And I have a slightly comment for our colleagues that presented the artifacts from Montenegro. They can hear me, Maria?
Yes, Maria and Diana as well.
Yes, you said a little bit earlier, it's not about the bone artifacts, it's a little bit about the knife that was found in the grave.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that the knife, the grave was attributed to a man, not a woman. You have to be careful because the knife problem in graves, it's a very difficult one. because there are studies, a lot of studies, for example, that shown that knives and weapons were not put only in the graves of men or in the graves of warriors. They were put also in the graves of women. There are studies that showed that the knives were put also in the graves of people with a lot of disabilities, because the knife, I think, that doesn't represent the warrior part of a human being, can represent something else. If you want, I have these studies, because I have a paper written. It will be published in Zagreb this year, that I studied the role of the knives in the Roman settlements.
Yes, we will be grateful if we can read your paper.
It is, and it's very specific that the Romans didn't put knives in graves, only the local people or the barbarian people. And it's in the early migration period, you're going to find the knives are, it's like a phenomenon. It's not only for the men or for the warriors or something like that. But this is what I found. This is what I read. So maybe someone have other opinions.
Yes, we are aware of that, but in necropolises in Montenegro, we mostly that knives are mostly from the anthropologically
Identified?
Yes, skeletal remains.
Okay,
Female
so
references.
Yes.
Okay, so the skeleton. Okay, I understand. Okay.
Thank
Thank you
you
very much.
much.
But I wanted to tell, because it's an entire debate about the knives in graves, or I don't know, but it's okay. Thank you. So yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And other questions or comments?
If I may, it's actually related to the colleague from Bulgaria, Petya. For addition, we have very interesting finding from Yelica Mountain. There is a hoard of agricultural tools found in one of the rooms next to church building, and above there it was this bone object clasp, and it was attributed rightly and published several times, and lastly in the catalog of exhibition in 2017.
Thank you.
So it could be useful for you. We
Definitely.
have this is probably late 6th century finding.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, it's very useful to get this material from the Balkan areas, especially from burials, and especially the well-dated material. Now, one of our problems at Anamurium is that there was several periods in late antiquity when they cleaned up the site and just dumped material, including bone pieces, in with other material of different date, because they cleaned up 100 years of material before they rebuilt houses, and it complicates the study of chronology of material. It is hard to identify otherwise. I was wondering, with the antler material that we heard about, if you've been able to identify the species of deer from analysis of the bones. As this new method of zooms.
We don't have that
always...
much money to do zooms, especially not for the Roman time period. Although we do plan to apply for a project to try it, I would love to do that. And I also want to do that for some prehistoric specimens as well. But for the moment, we haven't done absolutely any zooms on the material.
Thank you. I'm enthusiastic about it because my two colleagues, they're in the anthropology department at my university, and they're big proponents of using this new method of zooms. They're working on completely different areas on different species of salmon in the North Pacific, and how the native people harvested them and at what times of the year they did, which they can determine from this. And the other one is working on camelids in South America, llamas and alpacas and animals like that, which used to be hard to distinguish from the archaeological record, but now are relatively easily identified.
Yes, it's a very good method, and it's very good that there are already several labs that are doing this in Europe. And although this, it's very good method because it's minimally invasive and it's relatively cheap. But even for this cheap method, you need some resources to do. So it's
right.
For the future researchers there.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions, comments? We've had a very rich collection of material presented to us. And now I'll turn it back to Ergun, who I've forgotten if we have a break now or if we have another session starting immediately. Anyway, Ergun will inform us. Thanks to all the speakers for their presentations. There's Stephen. Hello.
So,
hello there. Sorry, I joined a bit late today, but I caught the last paper and I'm here for the rest of the day.
Great, great. Welcome, Stephen. Nice to meet you. We are so glad to see you here. Amazing that you had time to participate. And we're very glad actually to have you here because we have talked about your identifications early in the morning. Especially Hector was talking about and thanking you for your helps to him. Hector, did you close the session right now, or would you like to say?
I did because I didn't have any more papers listed.
Oh, okay. So you would like to close the session, or would you like to add something to the session? Is there anything that you would like to add?
No, I'd already thanked the speakers and
all right.
made a few comments.
Right. I would like to thank you once again, first for your amazing lecture, which brought me to the past with Amorium and this beautiful pictures of 1970s, 80s. Thank you so much for this. And also thank you very much for taking the responsibility being a chair, which was amazing. Thank you so much for this. I wouldn't do on my own. I'm not a good chairman. So thanks. For next session will be at 1. It will be in 10 minutes again. And the chairwoman, president, will be Maria from Belgrade.
Will be me. I can be a chairman as well.
Chairperson.
I don't have problem with it.
Well,
Believe me.
I call it chairwoman. Maybe this is a new word in English. I invited that here in English, İzmir. Chairwoman, chairman.
How would it be in Turkish?
Well, it will be
koltuk kadın.
Oturum başkanı. But as you know, in Asiatic languages, we don't have any diagnostic separation between the words in terms of sort of gender, right? It's not gender specific. The words have no gender in Asiatic languages. So thanks to everybody for participation. So I'll be, we'll be here again in 10 minutes. So enjoy a little bit of our music. So see you later then. Bye-bye.
Çok teşekkür ederiz.
Some Turkish music, not Madonna.
Just Turkish.
Hello, Stephen. You're still on?
Yes, I am. I was just sending a little note to the last speaker, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, I joined so late. I had a bit of a, well, not emergency, but I had other things that I just needed to do at short notice. And I thought, well,
these are being...
I can catch them up later on. But I particularly wanted to listen to yours, Hector, after we'd had some correspondence. But apologies, I missed that too.
No, well, I'll send you a copy of the rewrite of the rewrite, which mentioned you and Nina in. You twice, both to do with the papyrus rolls in roll holders in. I compare them to toilet paper holders, but nobody seemed to laugh. But or maybe it's an Anglo-Saxon joke. But and then the composite die, which I had not heard of before. So that was, I think, nobody seemed from their sites, and a number of them had found dice or dyes. None of them had encountered that before.
They're
But
quite interesting because they're a chronological indicator as well.
Yes, as you mentioned, they were earlier rather than later,
Yes.
and ours seems to be 4th century.
AD.
AD, yeah.
Okay, that would, but you have earlier occupation, do you not?
Well, we have occupation going back to the 6th century. In fact, it probably goes earlier, but we hit such a high quantity of groundwater, we couldn't even pump it out. So we had to stop about 550, but I suspect it went back at least 100 more years. We were hoping to get back to the age of Sappho, but we missed it by about 50 years because of the water problems. And we pump 24/7, 365 days a year. And it's the odd thing is we're below sea level, which is only about 100 meters away, but it's fresh water. Anyway, certainly this has been an eye-opener. I mean, I had sort of touched superficially on bones and working on different sites, but this has given me a much greater insight and also made me realize I'm afraid I may have put you on the spot a little, saying I was hoping you'd come and do our Oh yes, yeah. I think she actually sent me a copy of it. That was why I suddenly realized, well, why don't we have any combs, composite or otherwise? And you know, I've dug in a dozen sites, and I don't think we've ever found a comb in one of them, which is just accident of excavation, I'm sure.
Good. I don't know who's still here and who isn't, but I was in the process. Is it Alka who gave the last paper? I don't know if she is still here.
They've all gone for coffee, I think.
Oh, they've
now.
all gone.
But they're coming. Well, Sinjin's site is empty, but his camera is still on. Fleur doesn't have her picture or her sound on, but she's here. And then there are you and I.
Oh, okay. No, I was
just we had a chance to talk.
I was just dropping her a little note, which I'll finish a bit later on.
Yeah, we still have another 4 hours of papers to go.
It just strikes me that a lot of the material from the East isn't in good stratified contexts, and which is a great shame. But there's a big variation in material. There are some commonalities, but there's quite a big variation between what you find in the Western Empire and what you find in the Eastern Empire. There's lots of types that you have in the East that just don't appear in the West, and I imagine vice versa.
Yeah, and I think you're better at studying and publishing the material in the West, because I'm sure there is a vast amount of material in the East that's just sitting in museum drawers or excavation depots. Whereas in the West, people are more diligent. I mean, the amount that comes out of Germany and the Netherlands and of course Britain is really quite remarkable.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. Although there are huge quantities unpublished in museums in Britain as well.
Well, that's true everywhere.
And in the West, yeah. Particularly from excavations over the last 50 years. In Britain, there's been quite a lot of developer funding for the excavations, where there've been rescue excavations, but then we fall foul of not having money for the post-excavation work.
No, it's unfortunate when you've got a lot of money from the National Lottery that they couldn't put a percentage of it, say 10% or something. Somewhere, I think it's Mexico, in your budget, you have to put 10 or 15% specified in your budget for study and publication. I don't know how strictly they enforce it. I have colleagues who work down there who mentioned that. Whereas here, it just seems to be if you want to get your grants renewed, then you do some study and publication along the way. But I know of many projects where the excavator has died or lost interest, and the stuff is sitting in depots. And of course, in the Middle East, that's risky. I had friends, including a Canadian who was the assistant director at Dura Europos, and everything was destroyed in the Syrian civil war.
There's been a fair amount published in Dura Europos.
Oh, a lot. Yeah. There's.
I've even got some of it on my bookshelf just behind me.
Well, Jennifer Baird, who's worked there with the French, was a student of mine once upon a time. She did her doctorate in England, but did her master's with us. And she's done a lot on the houses there at Dura. I'm not sure about the fines, but probably it'll be possible to go back now. We financed bringing 5 of our workmen and their families over from my university's excavations in Syria, not mine, but my colleagues' prehistoric site. And they now have gone back to visit family because it's safe enough. It was funny, they sent the women and children first to make sure it was okay, and then the men came.
Yes, it's a long time. My wife and I used to go to Syria quite a lot, but maybe not for 20 or so years. No, I've never made it out to Dura.
No, I haven't either. I've been there twice in 1970 and 1980, and there was so much else to see and do. I never got over to the Euphrates, which maybe one of these un bel di vedremo, as they say. But it certainly is a spectacular sight from all the lectures and whatnot I've heard on it. I think people are coming back in. I see, well, Alka is here anyway. And Sinjin's back and Maria is back. So
slowly but surely we came to the next session.
Yes. Do we have our speakers?
I hope that all the speakers, which should be, well, I don't know how many in total, but 7 presentations and almost twice as many presenters. Yes. So I hope that everyone is by their computers.
Yeah.
So welcome. Hoş geldiniz. Добродошли. Бунвенит. Добро пожаловать. Üdvözlük. I use all the languages in this session. So first, once again, welcome to the afternoon session, which will start with our team from Russia. So are the colleagues from Russia here? I cannot see. Виктор Зубарев и Елена Сусунова. Хорошо, добро пожаловать.
Thank you very much. So first of all, we would like to greet all the participants of this conference, and I think it's necessary to introduce ourselves. My name is Elena Shushunova, and I'm the Assistant to the Rector of the Tula State Pedagogical University of Lev Tolstoy, and I'm also the Associate Professor at the Department of History and Archaeology, and on the right side sits the Doctor of Historical Sciences and the head of the Center for Archaeological Research, Chimeria. And I think we are ready to start our presentation, which is called Work Bones Depicting Isis and Horrors from the Excavations of the Necropolis of Bilinska site of the western border of the Bosporan Kingdom. And give us just a few seconds to open our presentation. So can you see? Can you see our presentation and can you hear us?
Not yet, but
not yet. Okay.
Starting.
It's coming out. It's coming out
Yes.
slowly.
Okay, we're waiting.
There we go. You
Now,
got it. You got it. We
yes.
got it.
Yes.
Yes, but full screen. Now everything is perfect. So
Okay, thank you very much. So between the 2nd and the 6th century, Anno Domini, Bilinska site was located on the western borders of the Bosporan Kingdom in the area of the northern section of the Usonlar defensive line in the Crimea Azov region, has been studied for almost 3 decades by the archaeological expedition of the Tula State Lev Tolstoy Pedagogical University under the supervision of Doctor of Philosophy in History, Professor Viktor Zubarev. A rare bone work depicting a nude female figure with a baby in her arms has been found in crypt number 5 of the nearby necropolis. Despite the fact that the front side of the figure is fully preserved and the woman's head has been erased, it is very well visible that she has a curly-haired infant in her arms, holding and sucking her naked right breast. The foot of the woman's clothing is only clearly seen below the abdomen. A coiled thread is depicted on the left hand. The reserve side is preserved below the general center of gravity of the figure. The spine is worked out with a cut-in line. The slopes of the exposed shoulder blades are shown. The piece is incomplete. The lower part, which was lost in antiquity, has not been preserved, as there are 3 holes at the bottom of the finds, but not for repair, but for fixing, as an overlay on a casket, fragments of which have been found in the crypt. When considering the rarity of the artifact, the dating of the investigated crypt number 5, where the find was made, becomes of particular interest. Crypt number 5 was constructed during a period when the inhabitants of the settlement, for reasons unknown, began to abandon funerary structures with artificial walls, which in the Bosporus are usually dated to the 1st, 3rd century Anno Domini. Consequently, the crypts of this new type, which appear at first glance to be ordinary cut-out walls in the rocky ground with beds, contain traces of attempts to erect funerary structures of previous designs. Determining the precise dates of interments in crypt number 5 presents a significant challenge. This is due to the fact that, in addition to its primary function as a family vault, the burial chamber has been repeatedly plundered over the course of its history. Consequently, the artifacts accompanying the burials have not been preserved in their entirety. Initial examination of the Soviet funerary inventory, which includes fragments of amphor, red lacquerware, and a set of beads, suggests a date in the middle to 2nd half of the 3rd century Anno Domini. Nevertheless, one of the preserved bronze round buckles probably bears traces of a small cut near the edge, which can be evaluated as a sign peculiar to the 4th century. Moreover, a coin of the Bosporan king Rescuperus VI has been found in the nearby vault number 8 of the same type. In this context, the dating of the bone work found in crypt number 5 should be approached with extreme caution. Some assistance in determining the age of the artifacts can be provided by the closest analogues of the finds, in which Kramer correctly identifies the image of Isis Lectans in the form of a nursing mother holding their infant Horus in her arms. This image was the tip of a complex object, which scholars usually interpret as a spinning wheel with a ring. This was believed to be used to strengthen yarns by twisting them together from a bundle of fibers, from which a new thread was then created. The discovery of Isis breastfeeding Horus from the necropolis of the Bilinska settlement represents the second such find in the northern Black Sea region. A similar artifact was previously unearthed, an Panticapaeum in a vault with an artificial arched ceiling, where funerary practices took place from the end of the 2nd century to the 1st half of the 5th century. It is noteworthy that such dating aligns closely with foreign analogues of similar items. One such spinning wheel of the nursing Isis comes from Medetus in Egypt, the second from the western part of Asia Minor. In the latter, the woman is depicted completely nude and standing at a column. Despite this divergence from the spinning wheel from the necropolis of the Bilinska settlement, all other details of the image are similar and in their stylistic strongly resemble our variant. Both items are dated to the 4th century. In addressing this issue of the function of such spinning wheels in the spiritual life of the ancient population, it is crucial to recognize that our discovery was used exclusively in its upper part, thus indicating its exclusive use for religious purposes. In this regard, it is challenging to establish a connection with other discoveries of various types of whole spinning wheels in burials. Although one might argue that these reflect the myth of the goddesses Moirae, or the Fates, with Clotho, as is known, being engaged in spinning the thread of fate. An alternative viewpoint suggests that the image of Isis with Horus in late antique times may have served as a prototype for the iconographic image of the Mother of God with Jesus. This provides a more comprehensive explanation for the presence of the cross carved into the lower part of the half-naked woman depicted in our artifact. It is noteworthy that in crypt number 5, the provenance of our bone artifact, 2 additional crosses were carved into the rocky ground above the entrance to the chamber in the center and on the right side. It is unfortunate that the funerary inventory from the latest burial in this crypt, which was probably the final one, has been lost in science. The only remaining artifacts are the remains of a casket with a previously attached image of a nursing mother. In conclusion, it should be stated that one of the late antique burials at the Bilinska settlement dating from the 4th, 5th centuries and located in proximity to residential dwellings was of particular interest. This burial was notable for its depiction of a woman suckling a child, a motif with which the inhabitants of the settlement were likely familiar and which may have been deliberately emulated in the iconography of this burial. So thank you very much for your attention. And we should add that today we have a really busy day and crazy. So unfortunately, we can't stay on this conference anymore. That's why if you have any questions, we are more than happy to answer them because now, unfortunately, again, we have to disconnect and go to our another meeting.
Okay, spasiba. Thank you very much. So it was actually my idea when I heard that you have to go. If there's any questions, please be free to ask colleagues.
Oh, can we have a question now then? One quick one. Is there
Yes.
other evidence? Is there other evidence for Isis Horus in Crimea?
Есть ли другие доказательства в Крыму вот этой находки?
Ну, еще одна находка из Пантикопеи. Всего 2 находки таких.
There are only 2 evidences. Another one is in Pantikapeia.
Всего 2 находки во всем Северном Черноморье, больше нет.
Only 2.
Ну, имеется в виду
Only 2 artifacts.
Имеется в виду только этот тип, именно женщина, как кормящая грудью. Вот именно этот тип, да.
Only this artifact with a woman and a child and a baby.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if there was some sort of syncretism with a local fertility goddess, and it's just accidental relation to Isis. Because I helped excavate possible Isis sanctuary at Kenkriai, the eastern port of Corinth, 60 years ago. And I was a graduate student then, and we did courses on Isis and Egyptian divinities in the Roman period. And I had never really thought of Isis being up into the Black Sea area. I've been to Pantikapaeum twice and unfortunately didn't see that in the museum. Maybe it's in the storerooms. But it's certainly very rich area, so it wouldn't surprise me. There was so much trade coming up from Greece. At Mytilene, we find a lot of the gray wares that we thought were local, in fact, with chemical tests, appear to have come from Crimea or the area that is now Ukraine in further west. Thank you very much. Спасибо.
Спасибо.
I have a question.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah, these items, I suppose that were imported, no?
Could you
These
repeat?
items were imported from Egypt or were made in local workshops?
So could you repeat once again, because
Well,
I
were
didn't...
they made locally or were they imported?
Were they made locally?
Yes. Or could they have been imported from Egypt or Greece or Asia Minor?
Могут ли эти находки быть важны для Египта, Греции?
Но они больше важны не для Египта, Греции, а больше важны для истории варваров, которые там жили. Потому что есть сведения, например, у Тацита о том, что, например, те же самые гермасы, культ Исиды, у них распространился очень рано.
So
для варваров.
my colleague says that all of these artifacts are more important for barbars who lived there a lot of centuries ago, more than probably for other countries.
У нас речь Белинска находится на западной границе Боспорского царства. Это граница. Это же граница царской хоры.
So it is a border of Hora?
Царская земля.
Of the just kingdom land.
Вот, и там жили варвары, там не греки жили, там жили варвары на статусе военных поселенцев.
And there were a lot of barbars there, not Greeks or probably some other nations, only they.
Да, по ряду данных мы считаем, что здесь вот именно в то время, когда нашли эту находку, 4 век нашей эры, жили готы.
And also there are some facts that the 4th century before Christ, there were a lot of gods.
Thank you.
Простите, я думаю, что вы не понимали, их интересует, сделано ли это.
Да, конечно же, да, я понял. Да.
Понимали?
Да. Естественно, она сделана, это импорт, естественно, скажу, это импортная вещь, конечно.
Важно,
сделано ли это. Долгий путь из или Египет, или Западная и Малая Азия, она прошла долгий путь оттуда, пока попала сюда. Но пока она шла, она очень сильно трансформировалась в своих функциях. То есть сначала начиналось это все с прялки, вот, а потом, когда от нее оторвали собственную прялку, их заинтересовало именно собственный вот это вот культ вот этой женщины Богоматери, да, вот какой-то, то ли это Исида, то ли это вообще Богоматерь еще первый, то есть как раз первые факты, значит, культа вот именно преклонения Матери Иисуса, понимаете, возможно так, потому что этот крест меня очень сильно смущает. Вот. И тогда уже вот этот длинный путь прошел от Египта, от Малой Азии сюда, и как она трансформировалась, очень любопытно. Сначала она была прялкой, да, потом она как-то попала сюда, каким боком она туда попала, я не знаю. Но и этих варваров заинтересовало первым делом именно это изображение, не сама прялка. Прялку-то не оторвали, выкинули.
Так, значит...
Да, ну...
Из...
Языковый барьер у нас.
Немного, да.
Ну, короче, скажи, этот предмет прошел длинный, долгий путь.
So this artifact has a really rich history.
От Египта или Западная Малая Азия в качестве импортной вещи она попала в Крым.
So as an import object, it came from Egypt and it just went to the Crimea.
Пока вот на этом пути трансформировались ее функции. Изменялись ее функции.
And during this way it was transforming.
Начиналось все это с обычной прялки, как веретено, а закончилось это культовым предметом, прялку уже ее отломали и выкинули.
So it started just with a little and probably not really important thing, and it ended up with an probably very significant thing and significant artifact.
В склепе были найдены остатки шкатулки.
And in the tomb there were some pieces of the jewelries.
Да, на крышке этой шкатулки, там дырки, на ней сделали дырки, вот на этой статуэтке уже, получается, они отломали ее. Эти дырками она как-то крепилась к крышке шкатулки.
Ну, я
Да,
прошу сказала.
понятно. Вот, и да, и, соответственно, она первым делом здесь уже в Крыму у варваров, она воспринималась уже как культовая вещь, и именно как богиня, а не как сама, собственно, прялка.
And the barbers were the first people who just started to treat this artifact with probably really respect, and they just understood its significance.
Да, вместе с ней найдены очень первые артефакты, которые говорят о том, что на этом месте в IV веке была одна из самых ранних христианских общин на Северном Причерноморье. Там еще есть ряд артефактов очень интересных.
And near this artifact, there were found other things, which were the evidence of the другое поселение.
Поселение Белинское, на Белинском все это было. Просто другие артефакты найдены ранних христианских этого же времени. Да. Поэтому вот эта вот статуэтка, она как бы вписывается в общий в этот контекст вообще всех этих интересных находок. Там есть христограмма на амфоре, амфора IV века, написан Иисус Христос на ней краской.
And there was also just like a picture with the photo of Jesus.
Есть раннехристианская рыбка в типичной, прям в классическом своем виде, на венчике пифоса позднеантичного. Раннехристианская рыбка есть. Говорить?
Я думаю,
понятно. Да. Ну, там много всяких вещей. Ну, я не знаю, то есть просто презентацию я не делал, поэтому я не знаю.
So unfortunately, we don't have another presentation, but there are a lot of other artifacts and a lot of other things that I think we are going to describe in our other reports.
Да, экспедиции наши 30 лет уже. Просто можно сказать, что мы копаем уже это место 30 лет.
So we are excavating this place for just 30 years already.
Каждое или все лето там, поэтому там находок очень много.
And we spent every summer there for just weeks, for months, and there are a lot of things that are necessary to discover and are necessary just to explore.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
So thank you.
Just a small suggestion, if I may. Vesela Atanasova have published recently this kind of stuff from Bulgaria. So maybe it will be useful for them when they publish.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions or comments, suggestions? No. If not, then thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.
До свидания.
До свидания.
Спасибо.
So let us go further to the south from, let's say, Russia and Ukraine to the area of my neighbors, Romanians. And now I'll ask our colleagues from Constanța, Ingrid Petcu-Levei and Radu Petcu, to present their paper.
So hello again to
Are you
everybody.
ready?
And do you hear me now? Everything is okay?
So far, so good. We can't see your presentations yet.
Yes, I didn't share it yet. I just want to thank everybody at Professor Lafley for inviting us once again, and to thank everybody for the presentation. A lot of things to learn and very interesting presentations. So I will share right now the screen. So everybody see?
Yes.
Okay, just a second. Not this. Yeah, I don't know how to do it with this.
Just slideshow, click slideshow and it'll appear.
Slideshow, yes.
Yes, up. Yes. From beginning.
Yeah.
No, go further to the left and then click from the beginning. to your left. To your left. No.
Yeah.
Care era,
No. In the opposite direction.
Ingrid, de jos
Nu pot să deschid. I found it. I found it. Just bingo. Sorry. Okay. So, okay. Let's do it. So, as you see, we will talk about an ivory statue figure of Thanatos from suburb of Tomis. And here we go. The real estate developments in Constanța have attracted in recent years a series of preventive archaeological investigations which have led to discover a rich archaeological material. This includes several statues discovered in Palazul Mare, district of Constanța. Here, a nucleus of habitation have been identified, previously reported through the various archaeological finds from Roman period. The archaeological site of Palazul Mare has been more clearly delimited in recent years thanks to numerous surveys or preventive archaeology investigation. Based on information gathered so far, the main core of the settlement, Vicus, is located in the area of Ionel Teodorescu, Tache Ionescu, Iuliu Maniu, and Jean Bart Street. The chronology of the settlement has been placed to the 2nd and 3rd century and the first decade of the 4th century AD. The settlement is situated about 6 kilometers of Tomis. We have here Tomis marked with the red on the map, being part of the group of satellite settlements developed near to the city. So, in this area, we discovered 3 statues. As we can see, the first one was discovered in 2017, the Genius Cuculatus. The second one, the Thracian Reader, but unfortunately without the horse. We didn't find the horse yet. And the statue that we think that is Thanatos. So these 3 statues have been discovered so far at Palazul Mare and are dated in the context of the 3rd century AD. So in 2023, a rescue excavation was carried out of the construction of a building. Here, traces of a Roman house with stone walls have been discovered. The dimension of the ancient house were 8x6 in the interior. 3 walls were found in the various stages of preservation, with the average thickness of the walls of the 0.60 meters. The material discovered was abundant and is based on ceramic, coins, and an ivory statues, which we will present a bit later. So, a circular stone structure was discovered on the north side of the house with a dimension for 2.10 meters outside and in the inside with 1.30 meters, with traces of a burn in the interior. The most probably a kiln outside the house. Near it was identified the level of stone, rubble, and the storage area of household residues, which provide an important batch of ceramics and numismatic material datable in the 4th century AD. So here we have the statue. The statue was discovered inside of the kiln, a very interesting, which until now it leads us to the throw of the sacralization of the representation. It was deliberately destroyed and burned. It has burn marks on the head and back. It appears to have been part of a hairpin, very nicely shaped, and down below the feet come the sheath which practically went into the hair. In addition to the statue, other objects were also discovered, a lot of Roman ceramics, around 50 bronze coin, as well to clay lamps. And here we have an example in the corner, a Loschke type 8 lamp from the 3rd century AD. Okay, the statue is made of ivory and is a representation of the god Thanatos, who is the personification of the angel of death in the Greek mythology. Unfortunately, it's not complete. The left hand and the part of the legs are missing, and moreover, the back wings. The god is always represented with two wings spread out behind him. Thanatos represents the god of the dead in the Greek mythology, but he was the embodiment of peaceful death in contrast with violent death both by his brother the Keres, spirits associated with the death in the bottle. The statue is represented as a connection between Eros and Thanatos, fundamental concept in the psychoanalysis, representing the opposite forces that govern human behaviors. Eros, symbolizing love, life, and the desire for creation, focused on union, procreation, and fulfillment. Thanatos, on the other hand, is associated with the dead instinct, destruction, and regression, manifesting itself in self-destructive or aggressive behaviors. These two instincts constantly interact in the human physique. For example, Eros can stimulate creativity and the personality development, while Thanatos can lead to internal conflict and destructive behavior. Thus, Eros and Thanatos are not only the opposite, but also complementary, forming a complex dynamic in our emotional and psychological life. So, in terms of the statue, Thanatos is sometimes represented in art as a young, beautiful figure with black wings holding an extinguished thought or a sword. This image is reminiscent of an angel of the dead, who are often depicted with dark wings, symbolizing the passage of soul from this world to the next one. Here we have a few analogies. The statue of Thanatos is rather in museum, but the god of the dead in Greek mythology has been represented in various artistic forms, especially in the ancient sculptures and relief. However, there is no famous statue that is universally recognizing like the statue of Thanatos. So, we have here two things. The position, the statue shows Thanatos in a somewhat relaxed or meditative position. Also, the facial details and the hair are stylized and the body is simplified. And just few anatomical parts have the details. The material, it appears to be made by ivory, a natural material that was often used in ancient times to make amulets, statues, and religious artifacts. This could be a representation of Thanatos as a god of peaceful death, according to the Greek mythology, where death was something seen as a gentle release. Here, in the left, we have the most close analogy that we find until now, and you can find it in the Athens and is dated in the 3rd century AD, like ours. So, the most interesting part is the next we have to answer the question, why the statue of Thanatos was in the fireplace? Well, the answer is more unexpected than we had intended. To find out the answer to this question, we have to draw a parallel between the Greek mythology and their introduction to the Roman one. In the Greek mythology, Hestia is represented of the most is the representation of the home and the fireplace. She also symbolized the home, stability, warmth, and the unity of the family. So Hestia didn't have a classical altar like we are used with the other god and goddess. She had the eternal fire and the simplicity of the modesty. Therefore, Hestia did not have grand temples or massive altars, but she was omnipresent in the life for the ancient Greeks, either in their homes and in the public institution. In the Roman world and in the Roman society, where family and community were central, Hestia symbolically represent balance and unity. Her fire protects both the house and the surrounding of the house, being essential in rituals of purification and blessing of new spaces and new homes. And now, following all these aspects, we can also draw our conclusion. Certainly the Palazzo Mare settlement, the fireplace was a symbolic altar for Hestia. There are very few altars that were intended for Hestia because offerings were made in the fireplace of each house. We can assign that the fireplace next to house from Palazzo Mare, so the kiln, as an altar dedicated to the goddess Hestia, or where certain rituals for the goddess were performed. The statue of Thanatos was broken and intentionally thrown into the fire as an offering to the goddess. This offering was made to protect the house where somebody probably died in a peaceful death. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much to Ingrid and Radu. Mulțumesc. I'd rather stick to our previous schedules and we'll have our discussion in the end. So may I introduce colleagues from Transylvania, Iosif Vasile Ferenc and Ana Maria Papureanu, with their presentation.
Yes.
So, are you
Thank
ready?
you.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for our introduce. And we have to thank to the organizers because their kind invitation and all ante speakers, our ante speakers, for nice presentations which we already heard until now. As you say, we are going now in Transylvania to present an very exotic object discovered north of the Carpathians. So, the Dacian fortress, you see my presentation, our presentation. Did you see it?
We can't see slideshows, only the smaller side. So go to slideshow.
All right. I will present.
No, just click to slideshow.
It's not a. It's a PDF document.
Oh.
You can see it, but I can try to present a slideshow also. Just a moment.
Just to enlarge it.
Yes. Just a moment. Yes. It's better. I enlarged it.
Okay, maybe you should try to, I don't know, point to the plus or whatsoever.
This is that's all I can do, I think.
I disagree. I think you can do it better.
Thank you.
And I'm not kidding. It's only that I don't know Romanian because you haven't taught me. Can you click on this revizuire or something like that?
Visualizare.
Something.
Right.
Please try. Or export punere diapositive.
So you can hear me?
No, we can't see anything but you.
But me. All right.
Yes.
Because I choose for refresh. All right. And now it's better? Or it's the same?
The same. But
the same.
Okay, I mean, if you can't do anything better, we can try this way.
Nu puteți să măriți din dreapta jos de acolo mărimea, că se vede că e undeva la 60%.
Aha.
But we can survive with this too, right? No?
Un pic mai în spate, mai în spate, mai mic, un pic. Merge. Merge.
Thank you.
Dr. Iosif, would you like me to share the PowerPoint presentation?
Could be a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
So you have to close your, and Anna Maria maybe will have more luck.
I'm sure that.
Just one click.
Can you see it?
But not slideshow. Click on slideshow.
It's next to animation.
It's written slideshow.
Between animations and review.
Okay.
Slideshow.
Now,
Perfect.
can you see it?
Perfect. Fantastic. Perfect.
Dr. Iosif, you just tell me when to click.
Certainly. So, the Dacian fortress of Ardeu, you can move on the next slide. Please. Next slide, please. Yes. The Dacian fortress of Ardeu, a village located in southern Transylvania, has been known in archaeological literature since the late 19th century. However, over the last 2 decades, it has been researched more intensively. The complex was built in the middle or in the second half of the 1st century BC and functioned until the beginning of the 2nd century of the Christian era. The end of the Dacian habitation at Ardeu is linked to the Dacian campaigns of Emperor Trajan. Next slide. The Dacian complex at Ardeu includes a settlement, an area with sacred deposits, and a fortified enclosure located on the top of the hill that dominates both. Next slide. Next slide. Please. The most important construction, the other one. Please, another slide. Just a click.
Number 4.
Yes, number 4. Thank you.
One moment, please. One moment, please. It exited. Now, I'm sorry. I
Yes,
had an internet problem.
this
I'm
one.
sorry.
Thank you. The most important construction research so far is located in a dominant position within the fortified enclosure. It is the residence of the nobleman who ruled the fortress built on the stone base with the Hellenistic wall. Next one. The objects discovered during the 2 decades of research are both numerous and diverse. Weaponry, tools, utensils, household items, clothing and adornments, etc. Next slide. But the purpose of the presentation, of this presentation, is to present a pendant made of Bolinus brandaris. The specimen is a purple dye murex, a Mediterranean species from the Muricidae family, exotic in the Dacian environment, emphasizing its significance. The first objectives of our study was to identify the species of shells which will allow us to determine the possible place or places it could have come from. Next slide, please. In order to identify the species shell from which the object was made and correctly describe it, the shell was compared with the 27 natural specimens of the same genus and size found in the malacological collection of the Natural History Museum in Sibiu, Department of the Brukenthal Museum, National Museum from Romania. The natural history specimens were collected from the Mediterranean Sea and the Adriatic Sea. Following the analysis, we were able to determine that the objects were made out of a perforated shell belonging to the specimen Bolinus brandaris. We use a digital microscope to record changes of the shell caused by human action and those that happened naturally. Returning to the description, we know that it is a benthic species, commonly known as Spinidae murex, a prosobranch marine gastropod. The original name of the species is Murex brandaris, as it appears in many past studies. Today, the species counts over 40 scientifically synonymous names. The Spinidae murex is a solitary benthic carnivore species that can be found at depth ranging between 1 to 200 meters. This species generally occurs in the sublittoral area, but can also be found at 100 to 200 meters depth, inhabiting sandy bottoms. The Spinidae murex is native to the eastern and western Mediterranean basin, Adriatic Sea, Aegean Sea, Sea of Marmara, to the East Atlantic area. We can therefore say that the distribution area includes numerous places. Today, the species is fished for human consumption by using diverse types of artisanal fishing gears. 3 species commonly known as murex, all from the family Muricidae, were used in the Mediterranean area to produce purple dye, the Spinidae murex, Bolinus brandaris, shell. Ancient texts mention that murex shells, like the banded dye murex, were collected directly by hand from littoral, exposed rocky coast, in the case of the banded dye murex, but not the Spinidae murex. As it was found in sublittoral waters, it had to be fished out. Next slide, please. Describing the object from a malacological point of view, the dextral shell presents both natural modification to its shell, being water-worn, and human alterations. Morphologically, the shell is in very good shape, mostly intact, except for the broken siphonal canal, thus making the identification of the species possible. The shell has a moderately low spire, 3 small whorls, and a relatively large body hole. The apex, involute, and the protoconch, presenting 1 coil, are smoothed, and the boundary between the larval protoconch and the teleconch teleoconch is marked by the appearance of small tubercles ornamentations. This protoconch type indicates the larval development of the specimen, which was primarily bottom-dwelling and did not feed during larval development non-platonic. Next slide, please. The third hole and the body wall present, especially on the dorsal part, visible rows of nodes that used to be spines, now are rounded and reduced in comparison to natural specimens not used by man that have sharper spines. There are also natural specimens in the museum collection with short spines and a short siphonal canal, but not as reduced and polished as the analyzed shell. Next slide, please. Natural specimens had a specific spiral sculpture consisting of many fine spiral threads or ribs and prominent cords, while the shell of the object we are presenting has a few areas, especially on the body whole, that preserve some initial sculpture. Next slide. Natural shells have a pale fleshy orange color with three faint brown spiral bands on the body whole. The object's color is cream white with fainted areas of old ferostratum that still hold the initial color. On the shell, at microscope, are visible the prismatic and the cross-lamellar layer. Next slide. The aperture is large, roundly ovate, pale, peach-colored. Next slide. Two narrowly rounded spines obliquely encircle the aperture. The outer apertural lip is thickened, polished, colored in a darker shade, where the edge was granulated. Next to the artificial orifice, the area is so polished that the iridescent nacreous layer is visible. The columnar lip adheres to the body wall above, forming a parietal callus that reach the siphonal canal. The siphonal canal is not complete. It was broken, but it is still long, tube-like, narrowly open, and slightly recurved. Natural specimens have the siphonal canal long, straight, open, with a single row of short spines. Next slide, please. Starting with the standard orientation of a shell by placing the aperture at the bottom facing the observer and the spire pointing upward, the general dimensions of the specimen are maximum length of 49 millimeter, maximum width 32.8 millimeter, aperture length 34 millimeter, and aperture width 13 millimeter. Last width is 9 millimeter, shell thickness and aperture level is of 1 millimeter. Next slide, please. The shell exhibits a human-made perforated oval-shaped hole. The dimensions of the perforation are 3.65 and 4.26 millimeter. There are evident signs of natural shell material dislocation along the inner edge of the hole and wear on the edge of the hole. The shell was deliberately perforating to be strong. Microscope observation of the hole made us assume that it was created using some kind of rounded tool. The perforation has been polished by the thread used to suspend the shell. The edges are smoothed and shiny. Taking into account the natural markings on the shell, none were created by crustaceans. There are no traces left by bionts, or endolithic shell burrowers. The hole drilled was analyzed in extenso to determine if it was produced by a burrowing marine gastrobot from the following families: Muricidae and Naticidae. Naticidae boreholes have been extensively studied and easy to identify because they appear circular to subcircular when viewed from above and parabolic in cross-section. Therefore, the diameter of the outer borehole is consistently greater than that of the inner borehole. The enlarged outer margin is chamfered. Muricide burrows are tube-shaped or cylindrical with almost linear sides. The natural history specimen presenting Naticidae boreholes measured in general a diameter of approximately 5.3 mm in exterior and 2.7 mm on the interior, while the specimen with Muricidae made boreholes measured in diameter about 2.3 mm externally and 2.4 mm internally. Octopus boreholes are also easy to recognize because are irregular in shape and the inner diameter is extremely small in comparison to the external diameter. Not one of these natural boreholes coincide with the shape and diameter of the perforation found on the object, thus confirming the aspects presented above. And also, it is very rare, if not impossible, for a natural predator to make the borehole on the external margin of the aperture near the lip as it is located in this case. Next slide, please. After a close analysis with a digital microscope, we discovered that the shell has been in direct contact with the surfaces or other objects that were burned. There are various areas that present black burn points, especially in the interior of the aperture. Next slide. The traces of burning are due to the context from which it comes. More precisely, the piece comes from the eastern slope of the mound, located on the eastern side of the upper plateau of the hill. It was discovered in an accumulation level consisting on the remains of the most important construction identified by us, the nobleman's dwelling. Next slide. The building was burned down in the context of Emperor Trajan's Dacian campaigns, probably in 106 AD. Next slide, please. Yes, and another one. Following that event, the building collapsed. Next one, please. And another click, and another one, and another one, and another one. Yes. Following that event, the building collapsed, resulting in accumulation of rubble containing objects and construction materials, many of which have burn marks. Among these, several beams about 10 centimeters wide are noticeable. Next slide. Therefore, the dating is ensured by the context of the discovery, but a natural question refers to the provenance of the pendant. As emerged from the malacological analysis, Borinus brandalis live in marine waters located in eastern and western Mediterranean basins, Adriatic Sea, Aegean Sea, Sea of Marmara, to the East Atlantic area. All are located at a great distance from the place where the object was discovered. This fact makes us consider the pendant as an exotic piece in the Dacian environment in Ardeu. In addition, it is for now a unique piece in Dacia, and the way it arrived in Dacia may have followed several scenarios. The first scenario, it was able to reach is that it was able to reach that place for trade. Archaeological research at Ardeu has also revealed, next slide please, revealed other objects from the Roman or Greek environment, bronze or glass vessels, a weight for balance, vestimentation accessories, and so on. But all those categories of objects are found in large number in Dacian settlements, and the Bolinus brandaris shell pendant is unique until now. It does not seem to be part of the usual gods that were in demand in Dacia. That is why we are also considering other possible scenarios. The second one is that the piece could have been a gift received by the lord of the place on a certain occasion, or from a person who came from distance. The mobility of individuals in antiquity is attested even by historical sources. For example, Cassius Dio, in his Roman history, records that by the peace between the two military campaigns, Decebalus had to return fugitives from the empire, craftsmen and instructors who were known to be in Dacia. About another case of individual mobility, let us also record the incredible story of Calidromus, a slave in the house of the governor of Moesia Inferius, Manius Laberius Maximus, who was captured during the attack of the Dacians and Sarmatians on Moesia in the winter between 101 and 102 Anno Domini. The character in question was captured by the Roxolan king Susagus, then gifted to Decebalus, who in turn sent him along with other gifts to Pacorus II, king of Parthians. Calidromus' wanderings are recorded by Pliny the Younger, Plinius Cecilius Secundus, who heard all this from the protagonist himself while he was governor in Bithynia. Calidromus had also in possession an adornment, a stone engraved with the image of Pacorus, stolen from him by two bakers to whom he had been employed. The third scenario, at the same time, we must also consider the possibility that the object was brought by the nobleman from Ardeu himself, following a journey he undertook at some moment. Such a journey was undertaken by Diegis, the brother of King Decebalus, as Dio Cassius told us, and confirmed by the poet Martial, who was also one of his generals, of Decebal generals. Other nobles traveled with Diegis to the Emperor Domitianus, and the meeting took place somewhere in the Danube area. We don't know exactly where, but probably in Mercia or Pannonia, where the emperor had his headquarters, perhaps at Sirmium or Carnuntum. Next slide. Yes. In the later case, the piece may have been procured in that very place and may have come from both the Adriatic or the Aegean Sea areas. Another possibility, but less probable, we believe, is that the specimen reached north of the Carpathians through trade to the Greek cities of the Pontus Euxinus. Next slide. Regarding functionality, the general appearance of the object and the functional details lead us to consider that we are dealing with a pendant. The perforated hole, as well as the friction marks in the area of the hole, due to having on a vegetable or leather thread, are arguments in this regard. The polishing of the shell surface and the removal of thorns are also arguments. It is possible to discuss the purpose for which such pendants would have been worn. On the one hand, their appearance suggests their transformations into adornment. However, the presence of some murex shell specimens in the inventory of some magic kits, such as the one discovered at Zimnica, it can also argue for a protective function as a talisman. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the piece presented by us is a pendant made from a murex shell, Bolinus brandalis. It was probably fished, perhaps in the waters of the Adriatic or Aegean Sea. In the Dacian environment, it represents an exotic presence. It arrives in the area north of the Carpathian Mountains, perhaps due to trade or as a result of individual mobility. It was worn due to its special appearance and perhaps also had the protective function as a talisman. It comes from the inventory of the most important building in Ardeu, the nobleman's palace, which was destroyed after a devastating fire. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for this wonderful story from this more than wonderful site. I was lucky enough to visit more than once, long ago, but still I would rather stick to our plan and leave the rest of the questions for the end of the session.
We agree.
Okay, so we go again to the colleagues from Constanța Museum. May I introduce Ștefan Gheorghescu and Ana Hamat with their presentation?
So hello again.
Hello.
Welcome in Romania. And our first presentation everybody can see it?
Just we are waiting for the slideshow, a real one. Now everything is perfect.
Everything is perfect.
Yeah.
If I move it, it moves, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes.
welcome everybody. Welcome in Romania. This time with a special kind of artifacts. We are trying to present to you today two presentations. First of all, with a particular kind of artifacts, and the second one with a larger group, with a larger discussion. You will see it. And for the first presentation, we choose to present you an artifact in the form of the hand from the Romanian collection. Why this artifacts? Because it's very rarely found in the Romanian collection, as you will see it. What the hand can represent in the Roman art? You will see it on the screen. First of all, it's a sign of power. You see Augustus, yes. Secondly, it can signify also an agreement, and I'm thinking to the Dextram Iunctio. If you're having an agreement, it doesn't matter if it's agreement of matrimony or it's agreement, let's say, to enter in the military. You'll have this kind of ring with clasped hands, Dextram Iunctio, in Roman times. Also, the hand can have like an important, very important significance in the Roman religion, and it was used for votive objects. You can see some of them are on the screen. You will see also earlier some different objects related with this kind of significance. And especially in the jewelry, they were regarded as part of this, let's say, environment in which we are related with the veneration of some kind of god. There can be different gods. We will not enter in all kind of details because of the time. So you are in Romania. You are in Romania. You know that in Romania we have different two different provinces. With red, you see Dacia, and with yellow, you see parts of Mysia Inferior, later on Scythia. So what kind of artifacts will we present you? We will present you the artifacts in the form of the hand, small pendants in the form of the hand. First of these artifacts is well known from the 60s when Mihai Gramatopol published one of them from the collection of the Romanian Academy. As you can see it's from gold. I don't have a better pictures. I'm very sorry for that. It's from gold. It has a loop for hanging. So it's clearly a pendant because it's very, very small. Also, you don't see it, but it was decorated with a precious stone in the palm of the hand. And Mihai Gramatopol always wonder, is only this one in Romania or there can be more? There can be more. Today we know. The second kind of this in this form, this kind of artifact in this form appear in Tibiscum, and you have the location of the site on the western border of Dacia, very near to the Danube, of course. And you will see also on the screen how the site looks like today. And you see the Roman fort, the enlarged Roman fort, because it's a special situation there. We have different kind of forts constructed in different kind of moments of Roman rule on this territory. And you have just a small part from the Vicus, which is near to the fort. And in this fort was discovered this artifact. It is also small, like 5 centimeters. And this artifact was discovered in the fort. We know that because my professor was Doina Benea, which discovered this artifact. Unfortunately, today it is in the collection of the National Museum of Banat from Timișoara. And we don't have more information about it because Doina Benea recently died, and the artifacts was just registered with the findings from Tibiscums, and that's it. It was recently published. As you can see, this is the picture from this publication. And what I want you to notice, to pay attention, is that probably it was made for hanging around the neck, I would say. And if you notice, just right near to this hole, we have like a thunder. And we will discuss later about the significance of this kind of artifacts, but this aspect is very, very important. It's made, of course, it's not from gold, it's made from bone. And you can see it shows an extended hand. And this is the map of Dacia again. And here we are in Tomis. In Tomis, in the Black Sea shore in Constanța, just recently, we have discovered 2 other artifacts in this form. You can see a map of Musea Inferior, the part from Romania, with the place of Tomis. And of course, this is the city of Constanța today. And you can see the peninsula. It's where the Greek city, and of course, later Roman city was built. And around this very important city, we have the necropolis with orange. You can see the necropolis, it's huge. And in this part of the necropolis, in the western part, we have an excavation in 2023 at the Clinical Hospital for Treatment of the Infection Disease, and it's a whole story. And here we are. Just few things about this excavation because they are very important. As you can see, the mayor office wanted to build, because of the COVID, they wanted to build like a modular hospital. So unfortunately, they started to build it before they had all the papers with the archaeology right, because they were in the middle of the necropolis. So after the Romanian law, they have to have excavation there. But they decided to start it anyway. They destroy a large part of the necropolis, as you can see. And when my colleagues stopped them, they get to have excavation just in a very let's say, a small part of this entire project. And you can see Radu over there, because the mayor says, you know, I gave this order because they are not dead there. And you can see about, if you're looking to Radu, that there are a lot of dead there. And of course, very, very quicker, we started to find features dated from the Roman period, from the 1st century, the end of the 1st century, 2nd century, and the beginning of the 3rd century AD. And this is one of the very important graves for this excavation, and the graves which are interesting right now. And you can see there you have just two graves, one of a small child and one of we'll see probably a younger lady, or probably a girl. And this is the first one. It's a very small child. You can see the inventory. You can see the bones, that they are not very well preserved because of the soil and because the child was very, very, very small. And you can see this typical inventory for this chronological part of the history of Tomis. And let's enter in the goodies. And you have here the graves of this probably younger lady, will say right now, because of the inventory. If you look closely, you can see the inventory with all the vessels, ceramics vessels, and of course all the glass vessels for perfumes. And also, if you're looking closely, you can see also a part of her personal, I would say, her personal objects, which includes also beads, which includes also fibulas, and includes also two very small pendants in the form of a hand. And what you probably cannot see because it's very, very small, we have a larger shell, which we know that they are put for unmarried or recently married women for the fertility. It's a ritual. You can find in this shell probably like cosmetics. You can find also like small votive offerings. You can find also milks over there. We don't have yet all the analyses from this grave. That's why I present you only what we can see. But let's see these amulets. So you can see that we have two amulets in the form of manufica. These amulets were found between on the chest of the deceased. They have been found just underneath the ribs. Probably they fall down when the corpse was decomposing. And you can see that they still preserve the loop, which was made of bronze wire, in which probably they were attached around the neck of the deceased. So why do we choose this to present you? Because they are very rare. As I told you, we have only 4 these kind of artifacts in Romania, one of gold and the rest in bone. And we know that this kind of amulets were worn by little children, because we have representation with this kind of amulets. You can see here this representation, but also they were worn also by ladies, by younger ladies, and by ladies who were about to marry, as a protection, because you know the younger children and probably the woman were the categories which are exposed to the evil eye, which are exposed to all the evil things in the world, and you have to protect them with this kind of amulets. So probably that's why they were put in the grave in Tomis. Unfortunately, we don't know about the amulet from Tibiscum. We just know that it was found in the fort, so we presume that it could belong to anybody. It could belong to a soldier. Why not? They still need protection, and see that they have the thunderbolt design around, and it could belong to a children entering in the fort or to a younger woman entering in the fort. It could be everything. And you have here more examples of these kind of necklaces with all kind of amulets, of course, because they're not only one amulets, you need more and more and more and more. And of course, this very important discoveries from Pompeii, also the painter, you can see Venus. It has like this kind of necklaces, but for the bodies, yes. And of course, keep in mind that this kind of amulets were used also in magic. It's very important. In Romania, we say, don't let anybody to touch your things. Yes. And here you have this kind of sets of amulets, probably prepared for be sold somewhere in Pompeii, but of course the Vesuvius had other problems. This kind of representation, it's not unique. You can see it in Romania, and you can see it, you have seen it all across the Danube, let's say, and all across the Roman world, especially in the hairpins on the rings, as you can see it, also the ring from Tibiscum, but also for the pendants, for the amulets. And there's nothing new under the sun. We still use this kind of amulets, of course, even with the hand. Why not? Yes. So be protected. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. It's very interesting to have such an insight. And it seems that it is your time, so you may switch to another presentation
Right
about
away.
the findings from Dacia strictly.
Everybody can see it?
It's okay.
If I move,
Everything
you can
is
see it,
visible.
yes?
Yes,
So
everything is fine.
you have seen just a particular type of products made of bones in the collection from the Romania. But now we will discuss like in generally, but we will not pay attention to all Dacia, of course. We will talk about also just for Dacia superior, and just to everybody keep being in the same place. This is Dacia. You can see Dacia. You can see her very important, let's say, links with the other provinces, with Mysia Superior, with Mysia Inferior, and of course with Pannonia. That's why we are in the same panel today. And of course, when Trajan conquered Dacia at the beginning of the 2nd century, it was a hell of a very big province. And they quickly realized they cannot manage with all. So they split it in smaller provinces, which are better prepared in the case of an attack, let's say. That's why we are talking about Dacia Superior. So let's see the same map, and we are talking about items related with women made of bone and antler. Just that. And if we are talking about Dacia, we are talking about also some museum, very important museum, which held this material. And you can see the museum from Cluj, the museum from Timișoara, the museum from Craiova, the museum from Turnul Severin, which is not here, the museum from Fort Hunedoara. We have two very important museums. We have the Museum of Dacian Civilization. We have also the museum from Alba Iulia. So if we're talking about jewelry, we're talking about a lot of stuffs which are published. You may realize that you know some of these books. If you don't know and you need it, please let me know. And because we are speaking only about bone and antler, you will see here that bone and antler jewelry are like 28% of this entire production, this entire discoveries of this jewelry from Dacia. And if we're speaking only about these kind of objects, you can see here some later contribution to this kind of objects. You may know the book of Daniela Ciugudean for Apulum, but I don't know if you know the later edition of Călin Timok with contribution to the history of bones. Also a very important catalog from Apulum, Lux from Apulum, yes. And of course, you may know already the contribution of Nicolae Gudia for Porolism. You have in the corner of your screen, you have a typology of hairpins from Porolisum. We are not talking about Dacia porolicensis, but we are using, and we have to use all this kind of information. And first of all, we are talking about Drobeta. And I'm going to take you in some places related with, not only with the discoveries with this kind of jewelry and items related with Mundus Muliebris, but also in places in which we have like workshops. And first of all, we are talking about Drobeta, and you can see here a plan of the Roman city of Drobeta. And you can see that this city also is huge. We have a huge necropolis. We have a lot of excavation from this necropolis. And we have a very important book, Economic Life at Drobeta, published in 1998 by Ioan Stânga, and some kind of, if you're looking, some kind of very important, let's say, findings from Drobeta, and you will see why. Other findings of Drobeta, we have a lot of findings. Mainly we have, of course, hairpins. What is important is the fact that probably these workshops working here was active not only in the time of the province, but after the province was after the Romans left Dacia, let's say. So we have products here coming from the 4th century, from the 5th century, even from the 6th century AD. Problem is that most of these items, they don't have like a very specific, let's say, context of discovery. The next one is the capital of Dacia. This is Ulpia Traiana. And in Ulpia Traiana, it is different than Drobeta because in Drobeta we can presume that we have a workshop. But in Ulpia Traiana, we actually find these workshops, and you have here the plan of the sites, and you see that in the city we have this discovery with a red star, and we found actually workshops which probably made some local goods from bone, from antler. You will see right away the production. What is important to mention is the fact that this workshop was dated at the beginning of the 2nd century. This is very important because at the beginning of the 2nd century, probably not all the city was erected. And probably this workshop is related with, let's say, a military occupation of the area. And you have here the production. You can see that we have like jewelry made from bones, like hairpins, but also we have like a lot of bones and antler prepared to be transformed in something. And we have like pieces, if you're looking to the corner of the screen, you have pieces of jewelry probably which will be made in, I don't know, a hairpin, but they are not finished yet. So they are still, they still working at them. And this is very important because we know that in this place we have actually a very important workshops. Now, Apulum. which is the economic capital of Dacia. Why so important? Because in Apulum we know that we have we presume that we have 5 workshops in different locations, most of them related with the civilian, like in Drobeta, like in other locations in Dacia Superior. And you can see some of this, let's say, jewelry discovered, not all of them made in Apulum, but some of them discovered in the cities of Apulum, because we have more than 1 cities in Apulum. And we will continue with the production. You see here that we have quite a production. They have also pendentives made from tusk, which is very rapidly to make. We have like combs. We have rings made of bones. And this is Apulum, of course, you can see it. You can see all this location with the discoveries today. And here, one of these 5 workshops discovered probably in 2017. They didn't discover actually the workshop, but they were very close, because they discover all these kind of artifacts related with bone working, and between them you will see also pieces in making. Yes, they are not finished yet, and you can see that the production was very, very, very rich, with many category of artifacts. And here you have also bones prepared for be worked. Also you have some artifacts. You can see the traces, the marks of working on them. So they were very close, probably in the proximity. There was also this workshop. So we know for sure that in Apulum we have workshops. So Tibiscum, you can see, you can recognize the hand from Tibiscum, of course, but in Tibiscum we have a lot of discoveries made of bone. I will not put also the hairpins, because they are very, they are a lot of hairpins, but you have here also antler prepared to be transformed in objects. So we are sure that also in Tibiscum we'll still have, just let's say 1 until now workshops which made this kind of material. Cristest, it's a very important discovery. It's a discovery related also with the proximity of Terme, because a lot of these workshops were, let's say, very near to the Terme, very near to the place where the people goes to where you have a large crowds. Yes, just to have the possibility to sell a lot of things. So in Cristest, they discover this kind of workshops. You can see here that they have also antler prepared to be made in jewelry, and what is important is that they are very close to the Roman fort, very close to the Terme of the Roman fort. Unfortunately, Cristest today, it's a very affected site. We have the Roman fort, it's preserved very, very, very improperly, let's say. And fortunately, these workshops were published in 70s, and we don't have nothing from there. We don't have pictures from the excavation. We don't have other information apart of this objects. So let's just summarize. We have few workshops in Dacia, 23 workshops attested until now. In Dacia Superior, we have 11, and 4 of these workshops were related with the Roman forts, probably from Ulpia, with the Roman army, probably from Ulpia, with Tibiscum, and probably from Mycia. The rest are related with the civilian environment. Of course, they use bones. They use bones from the domestic animals, but they use also antlers, because we know that in Dacia they hunt. So all this kind of material will be well used in this kind of workshops. And if you think about it, some of these pieces, some of these artifacts, they are very easily to make. Just a few knowledge and a short knife, it will be enough to have this kind, some of them, but some of them, no. And of course, some of them are coming from abroad, from across the Danube, or maybe even from far away. And I will say that you will have a picture after this about Dacia Superior. And thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Anna. Thank you once again for this comprehensive work. It will be more than useful for us outsiders. Now we can switch to the next presentation by Ioan Oprea on conservation of organic artifacts in the collection of the National Museum of Alba Iulia. Yeah.
Yes. Well, Ioan is here next to me, and he's going to be speaking right now. Let me just first arrange his slides because my computer is obviously Turkish, so he will have a little bit trouble. Yeah, I'll open it right now. Yeah,
right?
Exactly. But I'll help you for that. So he was so kind, and he's now in Izmir. He was in Ephesus this morning, but now in Smyrna, in Izmir, next to me, and he will be speaking. Please. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It's full white.
I'll arrange.
Yeah, you can.
There you go. It works out. Perfect. So go for it.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to salute and congratulate our host for organizing this event dedicated only to bones, because this is a field a bit neglected. Most of the times we just mention that we discover bones, but we don't go in further details. At least this is a situation that I have been confronting to in Romania in the last 12 or 13 years, since I'm in touch with this field of raw animal materials. I'm focusing mostly on ancient Apulum, the 2nd century and the 3rd centuries of the Roman occupation in Dacia. Today I'm working as a conservator for the National Museum, but in the past I also excavated a lot in the ancient site of Apulum, and I also excavated a lot across Romania and in the nearby countries. So being in these two positions in the last year gave me the opportunity to work with a lot of artifacts made of bone, horn, and sadly only with 3 of ivory. This is obviously an imported product, and we don't have it in large quantities, but we do have a lot of bones and horns from this ancient site. So I've been working with artifacts excavated by me, artifacts gave it to me or discovered by my colleagues, and with the first big collection of bones and horns made in 1997 for this site. What I've been also adding to this, to research this field, was an experimental archaeological bone workshop, which gave me the opportunity to study in details aspects of this craft, or sometimes we call it even an industry, of course, a small one. It gave me also the opportunity to see how these artifacts were made, to observe their condition, and to be able or more efficient to take the necessary measurements after we discovered them. You can see also a photo from my workshop here of experimental archaeology. Now, talking about the place from where I got all these artifacts, we're talking about a collection of recorded until now for more than 1,200 artifacts. This was a major site of ancient Dacia, not far away from the official capital of the province, but very rich. And we think this was much richer than the official capital of the Dacia Sarmisegetusa. Of course, it's a site that appears on the Tabula Peutingeriana, and on the right side you can see the headquarters of the 13th General Legion. We also found artifacts in this site and the surrounding area, the municipium, and also some necropolis. And on the bottom of the image, you'd see the other Roman city from Apulum. So when we say Apulum, we usually mention all of these sites all together. We have objects from all these areas, which shows us that bones were used in every place: civilian, religion, spiritual, and of course we found them in a necropolis. People wanted to take them with them in the afterlife. What I was dealing to, or what I was also researching to, is if we do have some workshops of working bones and horn in Apulum, and we found 5 places where we presume there were some workshops or something similar with them. We found concentrations of worked bones, abandoned or still under working in those places. And they were coming from, as I said, from all the civilian area of the site and the one from the military area or from the governor palace, from Praetorium Consularis. Okay, I also had this. I have a lot of photos with the artifacts we discovered here. I just add some of them here because my main concern was about conservation of these objects. So I'm trying to combine both of these topics. We have a lot of, we have the specific image of the typology of objects we found or we have in these sites. Hairpins for sewing, fragments, playing objects, medical instruments, a lot of them, and so on. So we have everything that we could find in a classical Roman site. On the other side, this thing shows us that the Romans were very, very practical. They were using material because it was good. So if it's good, its work is the Roman pragmatic style. Oh, and the lab, you can see Adalbert Czerny, he's researching these sites for more than, he was the first one who take excavation in these sites. So most of the objects we have, at least half of them are coming from his type, meaning we're talking about objects discovered more than 100 years ago. So talking about the conservation and conservation of bones in Romania, this is a big minus from us, because while I was researching this field, I just realized we don't have any restorer specialized in conservation and restoration of bone. Usually this work was done or is done by restorers who are dealing with metals or wood, and they usually take also these artifacts to restore. But I hope this will be a field that in the future will be somehow solved, because this is an organic material and it needs a different type of protection or interventions. As you probably know, in Romania, the conservator is different from the restorer. So as a conservator, I'm only legally allowed to take preventive measures to conserve or to prevent further damage to the bones, and the restoration must be done by a trained restorer. Okay. Now, when does the conservation starts? This is a problem that I personally seen on several sites where I've been through, and it's neglected. Meaning neglected because the conservation starts before the actual excavation starts. It starts with the necessary preparations. Being an organic material that suffers a lot because of the conditions where it's kept, when you took it out, or when you take it out from the soil, the degradation already starts to produce. It can lose its color, it can break, it can crack, and so on. So there are a lot of good catalogs or small books that can help you dealing with bones. With the conservation of bones. First, you need to prepare your gloves. It's indicated not to touch the bones with hands and use polyethylene gloves, and you have to have zip locks. Of course, labeling, and of course you have to protect the bone, the organics from the sun, otherwise it's going to crack immediately. Also, if you take it out from a wet environment, you need to put it in wet environments to protect its moisture, otherwise it's going to crack as well immediately. So doing these small rules, I think you can prevent the artifacts for suffering further damage and to take them in a safety place in the laboratory. Of course, it's important to remember that most of these damages that can damage this type of artifacts are produced while being excavated and while being stored. You have to, of course, probably most of you know, you have to store them separately. You don't have to put them in acid papers or something like that. You need acid-free papers. Most indicated it's an inert form, and you can have it on your site very easily, and then you can carve places in the foam with a thermocutter. They're accessible now. So doing this by securing a microclimate for them, you can safely take them into the museum or into the institute or in a storage place to be to get in safe there until further restoration and conservation will be taken to them. There are several damages that can affect these organic materials. They are mostly 4 of them: physical, chemical, biological, and structural. If you have a conservator with you, when you discover this, it's easily to save them and to save them for further research and protection. This is an ideal storage of this type of this category of objects. Being talking about small objects, you can. I love this image of this small closet, where you can put all the documentation, all the objects. You can see how they are placed in inert form, and you're making them very easily accessible for further research, photography, or different kind of expertise. Okay. These are some of the values that we need to take care as conservators when we are storing artifacts made of bones and horns. We all remember this type of objects, as well as many others, are subject to degradation and decay. As soon as we take them from the soil, they start to decay in some way. We can prevent this for a while, but in the end, at some points in 100, 200 years, they will eventually disappear. So it's very important for us to take electronical proofs of these objects for the further years and times to come. Here are some values that you have to provide and secure for the bone and horn artifacts, as well for the ivory. As a preventive conservation measure, I'm also allowed to take these, and I'm also doing this for our collections. And as much as possible, we don't work with them because they're very, very fragile all the time. And every intervention might affect them in somehow. I hope in the future, I mean, my idea is to help colleagues, archaeologists, and even on the sites where I'm going or so, to eliminate the gap between the archaeologist and the conservator. They must work together, and they must provide the future life of these artifacts. I hope to see you next year with a more detailed presentations, and I also would like to present you next time the experimental archaeological project of working bone with Roman tools and producing objects from that era. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mulțumesc.
Very much.
And we finally reached the final part of this session. I hope that our colleague from Hungary, Ferenc Fazekas, is here with us and that he's ready to share with us his presentation. I can't see him on the list. So a question to Ergin. What shall we do? Shall we wait for him or?
Well, I am trying to find out his name in the list. Let me check. Dr. Fazikas. I'm trying to find out his name, but I think I've seen him briefly, but then he disappeared. Maybe, yeah. I guess.
Yes, I
guess
checked.
so.
I
Yeah,
went through the list.
I'm sorry about this actually, but there are like 3 messages. No, nothing is from him. Anyways, I'm sorry about this, but I think he's not in the room right now. Well, it's not a big problem at all.
So shall we go with the discussion
Yeah,
and
that'll
if
be
he
great.
appears?
That'll be great. I think because yeah, there are already lots of speeches. So
Yes,
before
yes.
you forget your questions, yeah, I'll go for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. So everybody's free to ask questions on any of the presentations except for the first one because we already had this presentation, this discussion. So any comments, any questions for Anna, for Ingrid and Radu, for Johan?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, please.
It's so impressive to see this sort of volume of data that you can do such good statistical work with. So my question really is, how much evidence do you find surviving of coloration of the decoration on the top, on the heads of the pins, the hairpins, at all of the sites? Nothing? Because
I can make an observation from the Western Empire, which is you very rarely find evidence of, in fact, I can't think of any examples of paint, but there are quite a number of examples where hairpins have been stained. And there are 1 or 2 papers, I think one in particular from London, which looks at the staining of hairpins, usually a bluey-green colour. And it's not just through association with copper alloy objects. No, they have been purposely stained.
Do you know what they're staining with?
No.
No. No, the reason why I ask is it's quite common on the Sasanian ones to get traces of usually red or yellow ochre coloration on the heads. And then almost all of the spindle whorls, likewise, the decoration is highlighted with colour, ochre, lamp black, or in some cases we've analysed it and it's vermilion. So I don't know if this is an Eastern thing or if it's a survival thing or...
There's lots of things which are inlaid black, things like the pips on dice, the on veneers from pieces of furniture, but on objects with flat surfaces, I can't really think of many or any examples where paint still survives. But I am talking really about the Western Empire here, so it could well be very different.
Interesting. Maybe it's a cultural thing then. Yeah, thank you.
Can I, rather than a question, can I make a general observation? Hector, you're right. There's been a fantastic amount of material, particularly in the last few sessions of great interest, a lot of which seems to be published. And I did put something in chat because I didn't think I was going to be here for the discussion, but I am now. I just wondered whether for those things which are published, and particularly for those things which are available online or as a PDF or an electronic format in any form, would it be possible for people perhaps to send references on so they could be collated?
Maybe I will be the one who will reply this question.
Yeah, I was hoping you would be the collator.
I felt I'm responsible for this question. I'm sorry. May I answer this question, Maria? Is it okay if I answer this question?
Yes, I have a question for Anna. Is there any information about the creations of these items, hairpins, etc.? Is there found an inscription with the name of a creator, for example? Or...
No, I'm afraid not, Angeliki. I'm afraid not. A part of this archaeological evidence, which I show you to you, we don't have. So in many cases, we have only the products, like in Drobeta. We presume that probably, for sure, something was there, at least one workshop, at least. But we don't know for sure. Unfortunately, that's it. In Ulpia, we have the workshop.
Good, thank you.
In Apulum, we have it. But in most of the cases...
Many workshops.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Maria, may I perhaps answer the question of what Stephen asked?
Yes,
Is it
yes.
okay? Yeah. So
I already said yes, but
oh,
ladies
sorry.
first.
I'm sorry.
ladies first.
I cannot really hear properly. I'm so sorry. Well, thank you, Stephen, for this very important question. This very important technical question. I have already sent our well, not proceedings, but the abstracts to our colleagues in Oxford, who are always being supportive, very supportive to us for many years already, for more than 15 years. BAR Publishing Limited, as well as ArchaeoPress. Actually, it's such a fantastic coincidence because just an hour ago, ArchaeoPress has published one of my articles, which I'm going to send you today, actually, in Oxford. And one of the publisher in Oxford, they were interested in these proceedings. So I would be very thankful if one of you, John or Stephen, would perhaps help me for the edition, so that we will just publish it as soon as possible, not like in 5 years or something, but next year or like even earlier. As you have already realized in abstracts, most of the papers seem to be like sort of very already established papers, like already well established papers. So I'm ready for the edition, because in the last Congress that we organized about the gemstones, it took us to make an edition 3 years. Anna Hamad knows it very well. Angeliki knows it very well. It was a long way and lots of struggle, lots of trouble too. But eventually it's now in press in Germany, I hope at least, in Münster. So we don't want to face with the same problem again, and we would like to do with this with the colleagues in Oxford. So I would be very thankful if one of our colleagues from England will help me for the edition of this important book, because we have already 30 papers, so it's a big amount. So it will make a good book. And Stephen, as you know very well, ArchaeoPress and BAR, they are now doing both, like printed and digitally, as you know, and they have even their own databases. BAR has fulcrum.org, where they sort of put the books over there. So, and at the same time, we will, of course, have YouTube recording of most of the lectures. but we need a proper book for the future. So I will be just thankful if one of you will be willing to help me for the edition. Yeah, this is just my technical information about that. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you. Any more questions? Any more comments, suggestions?
I know the people at ArchaeoPress, so I can certainly help there if you like. My observation didn't relate so much to the presentations that we have today. It related more to some of the data sets from the publications that have been talked about today. So it wasn't so much the presentations today, it was the publications that people have drawn on to make some of their presentations. Because I think the data sets that sit behind that would be really interesting if they were more widely known, particularly if they're published. It's just, I guess a lot of people will find it difficult to get hold of publications from different countries.
Maybe I should say something about that, Maria, about Stephen's comment.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Stephen means like something like the organization that you guys have in the western part of Europe. Well, unfortunately, we don't have such cooperation among the colleagues in the Balkan area and Turkey and other places in the nearest. I wish we would have. But, you know, with these conferences, there will be some initiative because everything starts with friendship and with cooperation and with love and with sincerity. So I hope that that type of conferences, workshops will make us to cooperate in terms of references, bibliographical databases and stuff. But unfortunately, according to my knowledge, we don't have such thing like what Isabel has done for Instrumentum, because they have a very nice bibliographical reference database in Instrumentum, not digitally as far as I do know, but all of you do remember back in 90s and beginning of 2000, they have a long list of material group, bibliographical lists. Instrumentum did have something like that, and Michel Fugère has worked a lot on this, but unfortunately not for the East, unfortunately. Yes, if I'm wrong, please warn me and tell if there is anything else. Yeah.
Because I wasn't talking about anything really complicated. I was just talking about some of the publications which have been mentioned. For example, because I cut and pasted from the presentation, the material from Apulum published in 1997. You know, that would be really, really interesting if that was available online or as a PDF that could be distributed.
It could
That
be.
was just one example.
It could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can send it to you. Or send it to you, Professor, and you can share it. Yes, of course.
Yes, my colleague next to me, he's saying yes, he will send it to me.
Yes, it's good.
It's a very good idea, actually, Stephen. Let's make a platform through this conference to share the publications among us, sort of like with PDF and whatever we have. We can just sort of with the mailing list. Maybe I should make a second suggestion. I have already sent you all the email addresses. So why don't we share each other our BOM publications through this email lists? I'll start with my own today if you want it. So you'll do the next. So we will collect all of the things in one, I don't know, in a private database. This will be a beginning, I would say. I would propose. Yeah. Well, in any case, I will send mine today. Not many,
So
but
many thanks in advance.
a little bit.
For the colleagues that are interested, there is a book I will show you like this. It's a book about the carved bone and antlers from the north of Dobroja. It's not so well-known book, so I'm very happy to make photos and I can share it. It's from our colleagues from Tulcea, and they published it several years ago, but from what I saw, it's not so public, well known. So I can share it It's quite nice. Yeah, it's a very good book.
This will be amazing, Radu. Thank you so much for this, because we don't really know here in Turkey. This will be amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Most of the Romanian books about jewelry, about antler, about bone are already on the internet. I could send you for all of you, because you will find more books there, not only about this subject. I could send you also the link. It's like a digital bibliothèque for Romania, most of them. So you can find it without a problem, of course.
Thank you. That would be very useful.
Hector, welcome back again. We were discussing.
I lost internet for about 2
Sorry,
minutes.
yeah, I thought about it because I was wondering where the owner of the workshop did go. I was wondering about you, and then I will call the Greek policeman to ask what happened to Hector. No, I was just saying, we were discussing about Hector, about a database, a private database among us, to create, new knowledge about our own references on what we have published so far about the bones and other artifacts here in the East. But our assistant, Dr. Fatih Hakan Kaya, has already done a list of all Turkish references in Turkish language.
Yes, I saw that. It's incredibly long and useful.
Yeah, it's a long one. And it's also included some Anamurium. I've seen one or two references from you from the 1980s, I guess. So this is a beginning, but most of our publications, of course, in Turkish. I'm trying to translate them into English, but these are not really long publications. These are just notices, very short notices about the finds, but we have included their dates and their contextual information, as well as a little bit about their the precise page numbers and notes. So this is just a beginning. But as I said, I will start with my own publications to distribute among the colleagues, and you're more than welcome to share your own publications through the mail address that I have sent today. Yes, thank you.
Once again, thank you on behalf of all of us.
Yeah, I've published a little bit on bone and ivory from Eastern sites. So I think everything that I've done is online on academia, but I'll gather it all together tonight or tomorrow and recirculate it to everyone in case it's of interest to anyone.
Great.
So Maria, what would you suggest?
Okay.
Yes.
If no news from the colleague from Hungary, the only thing that I can propose is to close this session. So, what do you say?
Maybe we should ask to Anna Maria. Anna Maria, do you know where the Hungarian colleague is actually? Because you're from Budapest. Maybe you know. Anna Maria, are you there? Anna Maria Paksidi. Maybe you know where our Hungarian colleagues is all about. What happened to him? Because he emailed me actually yesterday evening or something and said he will be here. But unfortunately, well, yes, this is Angeliki. Anyways.
May have just lost internet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's possible. Yes. So Maria, would you like to maybe close session if you wanted?
Okay, no problem. So after we have heard these 6 presentations, I think that we got an insight into the let's say the amount of material and at least some of the burning problems which we have to face with in the next let's say exploration years. So I don't know what to say, but we should keep on trying to do our best to, let's say, stay together, to do what you propose, to share the information on the recent articles, to share the information about the recent, let's say, news from the excavations, and to try to do our best to, let's say, collect the works from this conference and see the book as soon as possible. So that would be me, because I'm actually an outsider in the whole story, but I will do my best, I promise, at least to prepare my presentation with my colleague Elena. So I think we should only be persistent.
I noticed that there is a workshop, a regular workshop in Western Europe. Stephen can probably tell us more about that and what goes on. I wasn't aware until I started looking at material, and people like Stephen and Nina Crummy, who's done a lot of work as well, told me about it. I had never seen anything about it before, but these international organizations sort of come and go. There was a man, he's Russian, but actually he now works in Romania in IT, Lawrence Gruzhnovsky, and he set up the International Lichenological Association to study lamps about 25 years ago, and when he lived in Lyon. And there were about 7 or 8 of these conferences, but unfortunately it petered out when he stopped being involved directly with it. But we had 2 in Romania, one in Zalău and one in Sibiu, which were very useful, and the proceedings were published. But then when the guiding spirit left, the organization became dormant.
Well, Hector, you're right. Laurent and his ambition at that time, I remember it so well, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, amazing times. As you say perfectly, yeah, through his endeavors, we learned a lot about LAMS and a lot about the international cooperation. This should be done for the bonds too. The other bond groups, Hector, are more, I would say, concentrated or focused on prehistoric and proto-historic. There are very few groups who are doing like really Greek, Roman, and Byzantine. And the ones that they're doing in instrument is more Roman, but in the western part of the empire. So what is lacking here is an initiative for the eastern part of the ancient world, ancient classical world. So we'll hope to do something. As I said, we have an announcement at the end of the conference. This will be maybe a second thing in the series of this conference, and we will maybe also discuss that in there too, about what to do in the eastern part of, as I said, of Mediterranean. Yes, but if Maria would like to close the session, we will have a couple of minutes. Then the next session will start, because I see here Jose is there from Portugal. If he wants to start.
I propose to have a short break for a quick coffee and refreshment, and then we'll be back, let's say, in 5 minutes, same place.
Perfecto. Yeah, grazie mille. Thank you very much. Thanks.
So you're welcome. I'm very thankful to all the participants, both to the ones who had their presentations and the one who keep on listening to them and gave their valuable comments. So 5 minutes of break, and then we are back here. All the best.
Thank you.
If everybody, you're still on, are you, Sinjin? Nope. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good.
Just a moment.
Looks as if they've decided to give us more Turkish pop music. No, and Angeliki is here.
Yes, I have a question for Ergun about my presentation. But
they disappeared for
yes,
a break.
later.
Yeah, no problem.
They've gone to the nearest coffee shop. So how is your new, if you're allowed to say, how is your new director working out at the BM, Sinjin?
Ah, good. Yeah, he's bringing youth. I think that's what we needed. You know, every director is different. We couldn't have had a different director each time, really. But anyway, he's bringing youth ideas. Still going through quite a lot of management changes in the museum.
Well, I hope they're not going to bring in admission prices.
No, I don't think we're going to
remember
do that.
back in the Thatcher era, they had all the booths and everything else made, and then
That's
the government
right.
changed,
Yeah, that's right.
and
Yeah,
they
at the
dropped
last minute. Yeah.
admissions.
Yeah, that's right. No. He's been very clear on that. The trustees have, and
it's good because North America, the prices, and Greece, I mean, the prices for a small provincial museum are now €10 in Greece, and they used to be 2 or 3.
Yeah. No, and I think it completely undermines our position, you know, our ethical position to be holding material for the whole nation to see. And, you know, to go down this sort of nationalistic route, I think would be disastrous, really. I mean, it would play to the creeping right of all the politicians around the world, it seems to me. But the thing that's starting up now is plans to redevelop galleries and to start on another master plan, which is taking up a lot of time. And if it goes ahead, which I suppose it will, it's going to require a huge amount of fundraising.
Yes, you can only get so much from the National Lottery Fund, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. So
it was interesting in Greece, Angeliki, no, she's gone now, but in Greece, the archaeological service was set up with half the proceeds of a lottery in the 1880s, and half the profits from the lottery went to set up the Greek Archaeological Service, and the other half went to the Greek Navy.
Oh, wow. Yeah. No, I mean, the problem is, you know, it's a very, very tough environment to be fundraising in right now.
Yes.
As you know, it's probably the worst time since about, you know, the mid-1920s or 1945. So big ask. But we're still doing field work. I've just closed a project down in Iraq.
You were digging?
Yeah. I found a medium-sized site. I wanted to try and challenge the idea that looted sites are write-offs. See what you can extract from a looted site, and I got quite a lot.
I think you can recover a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember when aerial photographs were published of Apamea in Syria a couple of years after the Syrian. It looked like the battlefields of the First World War with shell holes everywhere. And vast quantities of stuff started appearing on the market. But I've had friends who've visited since things calmed down there, and while there's an enormous amount of destruction, not everything is wiped out, and salvage work would recover quite a bit.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you can, I mean, it's a sort of an invasive survey, you know, if you take that sort of view. So, you know, you can get a lot of information about, you know, if the site's been heavily or systematically looted, then at least there's going to be a lot of material on the surface that you can go back and, you know, record.
Yes. Well, you might know this since you work in the Middle East. How badly are all the archaeological sites in Gaza damaged or destroyed?
I don't know for sure.
Because there's a major one, Tel El Ajul, that was dug by the British
That's right.
the Karstang, I think it was in the 1930s. It wasn't published until the 1970s by a Christian Palestinian archaeologist who did his PhD at Harvard.
Right.
And he was a colleague in our religious studies department. I was in the classics department. And did a good job, but nothing much has, of course, happened since then, since Gaza's been occupied. And Thedon, the Greek site, heard nothing at all about it. And many of the old bedistans or mosques have been destroyed.
Sure.
But the actual archaeological sites, I don't know.
I don't know. I know other people. I know another colleague of mine is monitoring it, but I don't know directly myself.
Well, Hector, from Mytilene, now we're going to Crete, to Rethymno, or to Volos, I don't know. Our colleague Zoe Tsunami, my friend and my colleague, my very close colleague, is now waiting for us to chair the next session as a chairwoman, if she's still there, if she's not bored of me. Zoe, are you there?
I'm not. Sure, can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you. We do see you. How are you?
Okay, greetings for Crete, everyone. Sorry? I didn't hear you.
No, Hector is just making a compliment to you and saying you look great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm Zoe. I'm a close colleague and friend of Ergun's, as he previously said, and I want to congratulate him for these beautiful initiatives and so interesting initiatives that he takes in order to spread knowledge around the world and bring the science together. But even though I'm in Crete, I'm going to take you to Portugal right now by starting the first presentation by Raquel Guimares, José Carlos da Costa Quaresma, Daniel Andromede, Pablo Calaveiros, Cristiana Sofia Figueiredo Amejina, and Martin Lopez, who are going to talk about bone artifacts from Miróbriga, Santiago do Cazem, Portugal. We're ready to start.
Good afternoon, everyone from Portugal. I will be presenting this session, this lecture, in name of my team. Can I share the PowerPoint? See.
Of course, yes.
Are you seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so can I start?
Of course.
Thank you very much. So once again, thank you very much for the invitation, the organizers of this meeting. I apologize because I could not attend this meeting in the morning because I was working in the university with some lessons. Now I'm with you in this afternoon. So this work made in our project, in our ongoing project on Miróbriga, a small city in the southern Portugal, the Western Europe. TABMIR is a project on the commercial area of Miróbriga, but we have also done some works on various items of the town, urbanistic problems, and different problems of the material culture of Miróbriga. So Miróbriga is a small town in the southwestern coast of the present-day Portugal, in the Iberian Peninsula. You can see the location of Miróbriga, 10 kilometers far from the coastline of the Atlantic facade of Portugal in the Western Roman Empire. It's a pre-Roman site, Romanized in the late Republican period and the beginning of the early imperial period, and mainly became a Roman city in the 1st century AD. It was converted from an oppidum status to municipium, civitas and municipium in the late 1st century AD. As many of the research in this territory, the archaeological data concern sometimes mainly the early empire, and this is quite important for the epigraphic sources. We have a strong epigraphic evidence in Iberian Peninsula in the early imperial phase of the 1st, 2nd century AD, and then from the 3rd century AD onwards, the epigraphic evidence is no longer preserved, or mainly the epigraphic habit has decreased a lot. So it's mainly archaeological, the knowledge of Miróbriga in the late Roman period. Miróbriga was found by the humanist researchers in the 16th century AD. It was already noticed by Plinius the Elder, so it was a focus of attention of our researchers in the former centuries. Because of that, Mirobriga, like other main Roman sites, imperial area, had been searched of former excavations without archaeological record and stratigraphic record. This is a plan from the early 20th century. Almost nothing was visible at that time in Mirobriga. Now it's completely different, mainly from the middle of the 20th century onwards. Large campaigns from Portuguese teams and foreign teams has been taken in Mirobriga. So by now we have this plan of Mirobriga with a large forum, a commercial area, a large balnear sector, a large residential area. We don't know the walls. Probably Mirobriga have no walls. It's an heterogeneous occupation of the site. The pre-Roman town was just this part, and then became much larger in Roman times. It's one of the Roman towns in Portugal with a hippodrome, a circus preserved and known. So Mirobriga became slowly a Roman town in the late Republican times. We have some evidence in the central area of the town. We now have found the first architectonical and stratigraphic evidence of the late Republican urbanism of Mirobriga beneath the Roman structures of the commercial area that you can see here with the red arrows. Some of the pictures with the late Republican structures beneath the Roman imperial structures of the commercial area. And Mirobriga became a Roman town effectively in the middle second half of the 1st century AD. Became a large Roman town, quite different from the small settlement of the Iron Age. This town developed until the first half of the 2nd century AD. We have now, mainly from the research of the last 4 decades, a lot of stratigraphic records proving the development of the town in different phases. We know now that at least until the middle of the 2nd century AD, we have the development of the town and some preservation works. For instance, the foundation of the bridge in the first half of the 2nd century AD. Some preservation works done by the public sector in the bridge in the middle of the 3rd century AD, for instance, proved by archaeological records 10 years ago. Some other features of the bridge in the 3rd century AD. And we now know, mainly from some Portuguese research, also the German and the American research undertaken in the last 3 decades, that Mirobriga had not a simple story through the early empire and the late empire phases. We know now that from the 3rd century onwards, a gradual decrease of the urbanistic plan occurred in the town, like in many other sites of the Western Roman area. And this aspect is much more known in the present-day Spain than in the present-day Portugal. So, but now in Mirobriga, we can say that maybe in the 3rd century AD or the early 4th century AD, the balnea were abandoned. This residential area was abandoned in the 3rd century AD for sure. And so in the 4th century AD, another sector maybe related to artisanal aspects was abandoned in the 4th century AD. And then we know now also as well that there is an occupation in the late Roman, early Visigothic period, that is the 5th century AD, first half of the 6th century AD. We already knew this from former excavations because of some imported ceramics like terra sigillata. We now have some stratigraphic evidence for the final occupation already in the Visigothic period of the early 6th century AD. We can also see, like in many other sites of the Western Empire, namely in Iberia, that we have a strong commerce of terra sigillata, for instance, in the early empire, and then a strong decrease from the 2nd century onwards, and a decrease of the amphorae conception in the middle of the 3rd century AD. So the late empire is representing sites like Mirobriga, a much narrower consumption center, able to acquire external items like those we are going to speak now. My team has done a work on bone artifacts for this Congress. We have mainly 3 different groups: textile-related fragments, leisure objects, and personal adornments. It's not a huge assemblage, but an interesting one. Almost 100 fragments, 47 textile-related, 1 fragment of leisure objects, and 43 fragments of personal adornments. This is just a table with some of the quantifications done, and we have done also some comparisons with the typology made in Augusta Emerita, which is the capital of the province of Lusitania, more or less the present-day Portuguese territory, so in the western area of the Iberian Peninsula. So the work of Rodrigues Martin, quite recent one, 2024, was quite helpful for our work, of course. Speaking fast about personal adornments like hairpins, they are quite important. We have 43 aci crinalis, 3 most common types: diamond head, onion head, and round spheric head. Usually, almost always, they have fusiform bodies. We have also 3 necklace beads, and this interesting container with a cylindrical body. They seem to have been popular throughout the empire since the 1st century AD. Mostly, we don't have stratigraphic records, or we are going to speak about that, some stratigraphic records, but probably related to damps or layers that represent chronology after the utilization of the objects themselves. Related to textiles, we have an interesting group assemblage of needles and other instruments, 20 aci, 10 probably inserted in 4 specific types. We have also 1 spindle whorl and the possible loom weight. Another table of quantification and evaluation of the metrics of this assemblage. Another interesting object is this dice found in the eastern Balnea of Mirobriga. We have also an interesting assemblage of data in the northern Portugal, published recently. So it's something that has been worked in Portugal also by the team of the Roman Theatre of Lisbon, these kind of objects from the Roman times. Another interesting assemblage are the figurines. We have 2 figurines depicting a female form. These figurines are somewhat common in Lusitania, at least from the 4th century AD onwards, so, related to the late Roman times. We have also high concentrations in Augusta Emerita, so the capital of Lusitania, and São Vitória do Meixal, which is also nearby Bustamante and in the central Lusitania. They are possibly votive, related to the cult of fertility, or possibly related to the Magna Mater cult. It's an interesting object related to the religion practiced in the former Roman Mirobriga. And just giving an explanation about the archaeological context. So a large part of Mirobriga has been worked in former excavations in the central 20th century without archaeological records. So a large part of Mirobriga has no stratigraphic evidence. We don't know exactly the chronology of the structures. We don't know the chronology or the stratigraphic position of a large part of the assemblage of Mirobriga. Okay, we can do a lot of work with amphorae and terra sigillata, but when we are working with bones or courseware, or for instance the bone artifacts, a lot of problems are posed because of the lack of stratigraphic evidence. It's lost forever. But we have, in some cases, related to the more recent works, the American ones, German ones, and the Portuguese, like our project has been producing. We have some context for part of the objects. And so we have found part of the assemblage in public spaces, so the balnea, but also the commercial sector that has been excavated by my team in the last decade. We have also some figurines and some bone objects in the private spaces, namely houses from the imperial period. For instance, in the balnea, the American team has found at least some objects that we can see in the left part of the image. In the middle of the 2nd century AD, on the left, alongside an African red slip, where a type A9, or for instance, in the locus 9, an African red slip C, type A50A, in the middle of the 3rd century AD or early 4th century AD. So some ideas of the possible chronology of these objects, or maybe the chronology of the dumps after the use of these objects. But because of the concentration of some bone fragments, namely the needles in the eastern balnea of Mirobriga, the American team has proposed that, for instance, the eastern balnea of Mirobriga could be related to female, and the western balnea related to male usage. So there were two different beds concerning male and female. We have also some private contexts excavated by the German team, the Domus 5, for instance, in the late 3rd century AD, with some needles inside, or for instance, the building number 1 in the 4th century AD with some objects found by the Portuguese team. In the commercial sector, excavated by my team in the last decade, we have also always in the Visigothic layers that have erased completely the inner use of the tabernae, found created in the early imperial phase. So we have no evidence, part of the architecture of the buildings. We have no evidence of the use of these rooms during the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th century AD. We just have the Visigothic, that is the late 5th, early 6th century AD occupation, as not anymore as a commercial sector, not as a taberna, but now in the Visigothic period as residential areas. So they are converted into a new function. And so in this new function, we find a lot of residual Roman objects, sometimes residual, sometimes we don't know if they are contemporary to this Visigothic phase, and we have found in the early 6th century AD some evidence, of course, of bone objects in Taberna 1, Taberna 2, and Taberna 13, as you can see in the image. Also in the commercial area in the Macellum, so a large building devoted to commercial purposes. We have also found some bone objects. The same, we have the complete destruction of the occupation of the imperial period. We have just the structure, and so we have in Visigothic period again some Roman or Visigothic bone artifacts preserved in these strata. As a final remarks, we'd like to say that bone artifacts are commonly found throughout Mirobriga, particularly within private buildings and most often in abandonment layers, such as deactivated plumbing systems. The stylistic and technical similarities between these objects and those from Augusta Imerta in the inner Lusitania, you can see the position of Mirobriga in the coastline and Augusta Imerta in the map on the left, suggests that the later may have influenced local production, if not directly supplying Mirobriga with finished pieces. The most frequently encountered types of bone artifacts are associated with hairdressing and domestic textile production, both of which are traditionally linked to Roman women. So this is the final conclusion that I would like to express to you. I would like to thank your invitation to be with you. Just to express our gratification also to our sponsors, the Portuguese government and the local City Council of Santiago do Cacém as well. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to Jose for this beautiful presentation. And I suppose that you will be the presenter of the next one as well?
No, it's Martin. It's the first one. I think it's here.
So the next presentation is again by Jose Carlos, by Martin Lopez, by Inés Domingos da Silva. And it's called Bone Artifacts in Stratigraphy from the Roman sites of Almojas and Frielas in Portugal. We're ready to hear.
Good afternoon. May I share the PowerPoint?
Of course.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon. I'm here to present the worked bone artifacts from the site of Almoinhas and Frielas in Portugal. So we are located on the province of Lusitania in the area just outside, let's put it this way, of modern Lisbon. This is the territory today of the municipality of Loures, and we have here the location of Almoinhas and the location of Frielas. It's not represented on this map, but between them we have a river that on Roman period would be used for transportation through small ships coming from Lisbon. Regarding the site of Frielas, we are talking about a Roman villa, of which we only know a part of its area, of the residential area, namely this section of the peristyle and a bit of a corridor and portions of compartments. This site has occupation possibly from the 1st century AD, surely from the 3rd century onwards until the 14th century AD, because it was a Roman villa. Then we have some Islamic occupation of which we know no structures, and then it will be a medieval palace for King Dom Dinis. The Roman site of Almoinhas, it's more complicated on its nature. It's
May I interrupt for a second? Actually, your PowerPoint slides are not running.
Okay, I'm
Maybe
seeing.
you should try to close and open it again.
So, right. You can see now.
Yes.
Yes.
We are at Alminhas, no?
Yes,
Okay.
you've jumped to slide 4 before slide 1 was up.
Okay. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna go back to the second. So yes,
Good. There we go.
I'll leave it
Bravo.
on full screen so it can be seen. So on orange, it's the location of Alminhas. On green, the location of Frielas. So they are relatively close, with the Roman road and the river separating them physically. Concerning Frielas, as I was saying, this is the peristyle of the villae and the corridor, and we know portions of the compartments on the southwest portion and on the northern portion of the villa. Regarding Alminhas, we are still debating nowadays whether we have a villi or something more complex. I'm inclined personally to a vicus, something of that nature, that might have started as a villa and evolved to something more complex. We have we know portion of a residential habitational building with a waste dump associated with it, 2 buildings of productive nature, 3 ceramic kilns on this portion, and on the middle a burial area that might have been structured because there are walls in the middle of the burials that could have been monumentalized structures, but these are simple bits for assessing archaeological evidences, and we are not excavated on an area, so we don't really know what exists at Alminhas. Just to give a small context on its phases, on its dynamics, based on the studies that have been developed on the last years by Professor Quaresma and by me concerning the sigillata and the amphorae from both sites. We have a commercial evolution of both sites reaching a certain florui on the middle of the 3rd century, with the collapse until the beginning of the 4th, a small recovery on the end of the 4th century, and then a decline until the end of the occupation. That is on Alminhas at the second quarter of the 6th century, at Frielas maybe by the middle of the 6th century. The spolia that I'm going to present of Alminhas is located on this phase between the orange points, namely the second half of the 3rd and the middle of the 4th, whereas Frielas is the later, from the beginning of the 5th until the middle of the 6th. Starting with the spolia from Frielas, we also followed the proposals of typology recently published by Germán Rodrigues for Hispania. And we have several types of objects, from personal objects like beads for necklaces. And then we have hairpins, and we have other fragments that we believe that might be portions of mobiliary, of furniture, such as this fragment and this fragment the last one that might have had a thermical treatment to make it black. Then we have a dice also found in the villa of Frielas. We will have this circular object that we are uncertain whether this is a spindle whorl or could be possibly a lid for a pyxis or other container of that nature. Then we would have here this fragment that we associate with a spindle, and here we have a fragment of a needle. In the silos of the Islamic phases, there are two other fragments that we have doubts of their chronology of Roman period, namely this spindle whorl that has parallels for the 12th, 13th century on Portuguese territory, and this wool spinning tower that could also be Islamic. And we are talking about a total of 13 fragments, not a very expressive assemblage. Whereas in Almoinhas, the fragments are concentrated solely on two of the areas of the site, namely the habitational building and the dump. I didn't mention before, but the dump is dated to the 4th century and could have been associated with large reforms of the residential building that took place on the second half of the 3rd century. And this could explain the narrow chronology we have for all these materials. That we will have hairpins, such as these examples here presented as these four. We'll have needles, not exactly the most expressive, as we only have four needles, this one, and this decorated with circles, with three concentric circles. We again have one dice, and I have not placed a photograph here, but we have one fragment that we think be an instrument to apply cosmetics, as it has a bent end to apply the cosmetics. We decided to explore a bit another possibility. We have presented a study of loom weights in ceramic that are very abundant on the site. We are talking about almost 40 loom weights that are scattered between the productive buildings and the residential buildings. And we tried to, and we had a question. If we have ceramic evidences for the production and processing of textiles, why don't we have that many needles or other bone artifacts associated with the textile production on the site, especially when we analyze the presence of the loom weights in the chronostratigraphical phases. The biggest amount is also, again, on the same chronology of these bone artifacts. We don't find a correlation between the two. So this is a research question that we aim to explore in the future, as possibly there will be new excavations of the site. As I was saying, in this case, we know that Almoinhas is a productive site. As I mentioned, there are ceramic kilns, and we also have a base of a potter's wheel found in this productive building. We have found other productive related artifacts in this area. And again, where we have a lot of loom weights in these buildings, we don't have not even a single fragment of a bone artifact associable with textile production. Just as a last parallel, I have presented with another colleague, Raquel Guimarães, recently in a congress, another assemblage of bone artifacts from this same area, from Loures, from a necropolis. We'll have a dice. We will have several pyxes, and these which we think that could have been the lid of a case, a box, which is a very expressive assemblage. Not here, it's not entirely quantified, but we are talking about 20 to 30 different elements in worked bone in this site of Unhas. So we know that there are bone artifacts circulating on this area of influence of the sites of Almoinhas, Frielas, Unhas, and possibly others that we don't have identified yet. And but we don't find this kind of diversity as we found in Núñez in any of the other two sites. So, and this is it. Thank you very much. I leave you with an image of the site of Frielos and the habitational building of Núñez. Thank you.
Thank you too, Martin, for these beautiful and interesting things we just saw and listened to. And I think we're ready now to open the discussion section. Does any one of you have any questions or remarks or notes?
I was wondering if there were any sort of major publications of bone objects that have come out of Portugal. You know, a gathering of information from different sites about what bone objects there have been.
As far as I know, no, there is not a huge tradition in Portugal related to small finds, like you say in England, for instance. We have, for instance, a Portuguese researcher, but who works in England, Carolina, who works in Reading in London, but she has made her research in England. In Portugal, it's not so intensive, our research. We have maybe in the 70s the monograph on Conímbriga, the Fruit de Conímbriga, for instance, with all the ceramics and glasses and small finds. So we have a heterogeneous research in Portugal, or the former Lusitania, and Augusta Emerita, with this work, for instance, of Charman Rodriguez that we have quoted. It's an important area for all the reasons, but we have not balanced research in our territory when we want to do comparisons, for instance. Regional comparisons is not easy to do by now because of the lack of studies. And so, yes, there is no long tradition of this kind of studies in Portugal. So it was also quite important for us.
Thank you.
These invitations, because it forced us a little bit to work on these subjects.
Well,
which is also
yes,
quite
there you are, stuck out in the
understanding.
Atlantic.
Yeah.
As far away from the Eastern Mediterranean as you could be. So it's very impressive to see the detail with which you're recording the material you're finding.
I would like to have something to this. I'm working a lot in Mérida currently, and there is a colleague making her PhD with bone artifacts from Mérida, quantifying.
Oh, good.
So possibly, I think she will finish in this year or the next. Maybe we'll have something more of reference for Lusitania. And I know other publications of these small finds in Portuguese territory have been concerning late Iron Age and early Republican finds too, from, for instance, of Castro de Chibanos. It's a site also.
Thank you.
That's
Obrigado.
Other questions or notes? Okay, you must be great speakers, guys, because you got us all covered.
Yes, sorry.
Well, if we do not have other notes or questions, I propose to close this session and move on to the next one. Ergun, what do you say? Your microphone?
Well, Zoe, thank you very much, Evaristopoli, for your amazing chairmanship as always. Really, always, you're always being very helpful. And by the way, I loved your icon. I think icon on the wall, just right on here. It's an amazing, amazing one. I think it's an original, I think, or maybe a very nice reproduction. Very nice one. Well, we got 4 minutes for a little break. Then afterwards, who is going to speak? Who is going? I think I'm going to be the one. who is going to be speaking, I suppose. And we also have a session chair, Professor Sprowski, I think. Is he here? Sprowski? Professor Sprowski here, he's here from Poland.
Yes, hello to everybody.
Hello, welcome. Welcome, hello. Nice
Warm greetings from Krakow, Poland.
Yes, welcome. Of course, I remember you so well. Yes, Zoe, thank you very much, and many greetings to our fatherland, to Crete. Many greetings to there, if you were there.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Unfortunately,
coming.
I have to leave. I have to go back to the academy, but it was a beautiful experience. Once again, congratulations, Ergun. And I can't wait to co-edit the proceedings with you.
Yes, of course, we will do together, as always.
Of course, as always.
As always. So take care of yourself, Zoe. See you later then.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Professor Sprowski, would you like to open the new session?
Yes, of course. So good evening to everybody, and thank you very much for this invitation and entrusting me with the chairmanship of this session, even though I'm rather a newcomer in the field of bone studies. But anyway, it is my great pleasure to be with you. Unfortunately, it was impossible for me to be all the time due to my teaching duties. But let's move to our program. So this session is devoted to the result in Italian-Turkish contribution to Roman and early Byzantine bone studies. And there will be a series of presentations, as far as I understand, presented by the team. It means by Ergun with his colleagues, Maurizio Buora from La Società Friulana di Archeologia from Udine, and Fatih Hakan Kaya, Zdokuz University from Izmir. And the first presentation is devoted to the Roman bone distaffs featuring Aphrodite of Menophantos or Venus Boudica from Turkey. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Sprowski. I'm so glad you are with us. And I also would like to once again to thank to everybody again, because we are being a very good group since the early in the morning up to now. Everybody is still with us, and then you're all listening and discussing to each other, which is amazing. Thank you so much for being so keen. I hope that my PowerPoint is visible. Let me just do it in a slide position as well. Hector, could you weave it right now, the pieces?
Sorry?
Could you weave my PowerPoint right now? Could you see it? See them?
Oh, yes, it's fine. I do have a notice my internet connection is unstable, but otherwise it's fine.
Right, great. Great to communicate with you from one Aegean side to another. We are so close to each other, which is amazing. Anyways, well, I have put several different titles into our program to give you an idea about what sort of material that I'm going to present. So I combine them all in one single lecture. So, but the material groups are already indicated in the program. So I'm starting with the first material group, as our chairman, Professor Sprowski, has announced already. It's about the bone distaffs or spindles from Turkey, which are figuring Aphrodite's or Venus Pudicitia. You have already noticed them in the abstract booklet that I've already published. Here we have some examples of them. These examples are from the Museum of Afyonkarahisar in Phrygia, in western part of Turkey. And there are many, I would say not less than 8 pieces. And in terms of manufacture and in terms of their state of preservation, they look very similar to each other. So I suppose that Afyonkarahisar, the region of Afyonkarahisar, the ancient Phrygia, must be one of the places where we should expect a manufacturing center for these pieces. One of these here is a complete example. We are not very lucky to have such complete examples. In most cases, the heads are broken. I'm not sure if this is intentionally done or not. But as I said, most of the time, only the upper parts are being protected. So we find them mostly in two pieces, either in this form or either in this form. So, either only in statue form or complete with the bottom part for the staffs. So here the other examples. The first one were from Afyonkarahisar in Frugya. This is an example from again Afyonkarahisar, but iconographically a little bit different than the other one. As you see, the type of Aphrodite is a little bit different. This is the one that has been shown by Hector already in his presentation for Anemonium. I have put it here because, as Hector says rightly, it should belong to the later seriation of this production. I also agree with him for the datation that it should be late antique, like 4th century, 5th century. Because if you compare the style with those, they look earlier and they look fancier. I would say 2nd to 3rd centuries AD. And there's here one from the Museum of Mersin, which is also a little bit rough one. This one is also very nicely protected, where we can see even dolphin. So some of Aphrodites have the combination with dolphins, but if we check the iconography very carefully, we will come to the conclusion it is very typical Venus pudica, and the type that we know from the 2nd century AD in round sculpture in marble a lot, especially in Asia Minor. And I believe that this type is an Eastern type in terms of bone manufacturing. And it is possible that also in Western Roman sites, in European sites, some of these distaffs were brought from Asia Minor or even further east. But my research sort of confirms that there is a manufacturing center in Frugya, at least one. And a second one we should check in the area of Antioch in southeastern part of Turkey. So the second type that I would like to present is this one with Athena Piraeus. We have a complete example, again from Afyonkarahisar, and two examples from different museums. This one is from Ephesus, a famous one, already published one in Austrian books, as well as this one from Ankara. The workmanship has a manifoldness. They are not all the same, but they look very similar to each other. So after Aphrodite, the second iconographic type that the Anatolian bone manufacturers were chosen was Athena of Piraeus type. This type we know since the 4th century BC, a late classical iconographic type. Which was very common in Greece and in the Aegean and in the rest of the Eastern Mediterranean. So they have chosen Athena as a combination with the spindles. If you ask me about the find context, I believe that most of those pieces should be from funerary context, from graves, from burials. But unfortunately, only very few of them have been excavated properly. So from the excavation reports, of course, we have some, information about the spindles, but very few of them are figural. So the only thing that we can assume that they are from the graves, from the burials. But as I said, the precise information is not there. So I believe most of them were funerary presents. So this is the type number 3, type 3 in Asia Minor for spindles, bone spindles. Again from Afyon. This is from Trabzon, from northeastern part of Turkey. And these are from Afyon, and this one is from Marmaris. What is type 3 for me, iconographically? Type 3 is a spindle type where we have a depiction of a bust, of a portrait and a bust of a female. Sometimes I think this is a male, a young male, with a very, I would say, remarkable hairstyle, and also a very remarkable, of course, torso. So they have chosen this specific type, iconographic type for spindles in Asia Minor. Well, this is another example, which is open for discussion, if this is a bust or not, but it looks like a bust in a very rough form, in a very, I would say, unworked form. It's not a naturalistic way of rendering, but this seems to be a very nicely done one. So I think this was the prototype. So all three types are common in Asia Minor, are customary in Asia Minor in 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. If I should be more precise, I would say they were in use between 120 to 240, 50 between these two time period, and mostly in the western part of Asia Minor. And they were manufactured for sure once in Phrygia and also some other places like Antioch and maybe in Ephesus as well. And in some European sites, in some Western Mediterranean sites, I suppose that some of these finds should be from Anatolia, some of similar pieces. This is my type 4. The type 4 is, first of all, is this line, the one with the line. And this one is from Ephesus, where I suppose this should be a Tumetherion. Tumetherion, this a monumental one. But St. John would tell me more on this because this type of things were very common in the East. Maybe he will know better than myself, and he will give a suggestion about the identification, the true identification of this feature here on the top. So let me now come to my second lecture very shortly. Now I would like to tell something about the spindle and distaffs on funerary monuments in Asia Minor. The first object that I would like to show you, a stele from Aydın, from Karya, where we have a funerary stele of 2nd, 3rd century AD with a female representation and some symbolics, some items belonging to female life, like a comb, then a mirror, then a spindle, then a distaff, and a kalaphos, a basket, a woven basket, as well as an angeanterium bottle, perhaps for a perfume or for maybe another type of thing, another type of liquid. We don't know exactly. Well, most of the times, inscriptions do help us, but they do not help us in terms of identification for those items. Because if you check the literature for funerary archaeology in Asia Minor, we come to the conclusion that this type of things are very common on these steles, funerary steles of Western Asia Minor especially. But they are also, of course, common in Greece and also in Italy and also in the further east, of course, in Syria and other places. We have some general beliefs about those symbolics, but I would like to first share my material and then make one or two conclusions about that. My second example is from the Museum of Bursa, from the Archaeological Museum of Bursa in Mysia, where I have a false door, a door opening to Hades, to the other world, where we have an indication of a nice lid, as well as a key place, as well as a spindle and distaff, and a kalaphos, perfectly carved, naturalistically carved on the door, as well as again a female in maybe similar to a pudikitia in arete position with some inscriptions, of course. So as you see, the combination between female iconography and spindles are many. This one is from further south, from Adana in Eastern Cilicia, where we have this amazing female, I think a mature woman or a woman with approaching maturity, like end of 30s, beginning of 40s, with a shield in the pediment, again in a nice coit form. The stele itself is a nice coit form with 3 lines of inscription. The woman is sitting on a very apparent throne where we can see a huge spindle, bigger than her body, as well as another distaff here. So she has 2. And she's obviously doing something with wool. So this is one of the very rare one where we can see how it functions, the staff, and how it functions with wool. But I'm not really good in interpretation of the details on this, so I need your help for this. This one is from Sinop in Patagonia, in west-eastern Patagonia, where we have this a nice and interesting mirror, spindle, a very interesting comb, an interesting mirror, as well as calathos at the bottom part of a stele. This one is an interesting one from Balıkesir in Mysia, in eastern part of Mysia, in northwestern part of Turkey, where we have again a false door framed by a very nice arcade in our arc with 3 pediments, of course, and very nice 3 acroter and antefix. On the false door, we have no iconographic design, but on the top part, we have lots of symbolics. We have an amazing calathos, a spindle, and then we have a very nice distaff, and some boxes, or maybe some symbolics for Artemis, and very apparent mirror with detailed rendering, and also a detailed carved comp with 2 sides, as well as a very nice knife type of instrument for grape or viniculture. So these are indications of both female and male afterlife on one stele. This one is an interesting one too, from maybe late Roman period, or I would say late 3rd, beginning of 4th century AD, originated from Phrygia, but created in Izmir in an open-air museum in Bostanlı in Karşıyaka, where we have 3 figures. As you all know very well, it is always difficult for us to understand who is that and who is left, and who is who, their relationship to each other, who is mother, who is father, who is kid, who is daughter, who is son. So this is also problematic here because we have no inscription. But what we see is here the mature female holding a spindle with remarkably large hands, and the male in the middle is also holding maybe a medical box, something like that, or a notebook, and a young guy, perhaps, I would say a modius, maybe a type of hat. But another indication about their position is their I would say tractor. This is what I comment as tractor, like 2 bulls, which is indicating that they were farmers. And this is perfectly nicely framed by grapes and grapevines. That's a very nice part of a pediment of a funerary stele from Izmir, from here, from the Archaeological Museum, with an amazing calathos, but this time filled with fruits, very nice fruits, an amazing bone, I think by bone, the mirror, and mirror itself, a comb, as well as a writing instrument, perhaps, again, some writing stuff, as well as 2 stele, pen, and a little bit of inscription here, indicating a Marcos, something like that. So again, indications of both female and male symbolics. I got 2 funerary steles from the north, from Samsun in Western Pontus area, where I had this amazing comb and this nice mirror and some graves and a rosette, as well as this nice wine or symposium vessels, and in the bottom part spindle and the staff, as well as some items for viticulture with a long inscription. So these are also the indications that this type of symbolics were also common in the north part of Asia Minor. This detailed one is from Uşak, which is located in the eastern part of Lydia. The Lydian funerary steles were very detailed during the Roman period, as most of the stone masonries were located in the area, Dokümayon and Zünnada. So the funerary steels were also very rich, and they're reflecting a huge, very powerful symbolism of Roman funerary iconography. Here we have another false door with very detailed rendered distaff and spindle, as well as seen here, line and deer symbol. And here in the pediment part, in the arc part, again, so many material together with calatos and distaff and other things. This one is also with the false door, a calm, a distaff, a calathos, axe, and other things together with, of course, ivy leaves, which were honorific emblems or honorific symbols for the dead person in funerary iconography in Asia Minor. Again, from Uşak, from Lydia, with remarkable, huge mirror, with this nicely carved volutes, maybe by ivory or bone, with this nice comb and a little balsamarium or unguentaриum for toilet use by a woman, of course. So the question is, were these combs for toilet use for a female, or were they for weaving? That's a question itself. We don't really know what they were actually used in Asia Minor, because this could be both. They could be used for weaving for carpets, but they could also be used for toilet tools, actually. So this is another one from Sinop in Patagonia, where we can see the staff and a spindle very well, and their connection and how they function, more or less. With few lines, the sculptor showed us very well how they function, and as well as the calatos, of course. Calatos is extremely detailed. I like it so much because we can see how it was looking at that time. And I got this one again from Lydia, where we have false doors and this nice combination again, balsamarium or a vase, maybe by glass, mirror, and the comb. I think this is one of the last one, again from Lydia, on the false door, this time comb in a form with a line in between, as well as a calathos and a mirror. So, and another one with a basket, and this time a very detailed rendered comb, and two bulls, which are indicating that the funerary steel person, the person who was dedicated in the funerary steel had perhaps had two bulls in his life. Yes, in this form also we have this nicely carved mirror, as well as a detailed carved comb. And I think this must be the very last one from Uşak again, calathos and other symbolics on the same false door, as well as this one with lots of different items. And I think this is the very last one, I guess. As I said again, this nice combination of spindle and the staff, and a writing instrument, comb, mirror, and other instruments. Some of them I cannot really distinguish. So what is my conclusion about those objects? As you have seen, the number of iconographies, the number of objects that are reflected on the funerary steles of Roman Asia Minor are many. There are so many. They were already classified and already commented by Kremer in her book on the funerary iconography in Museum in 1980s. So, and her ideas were very convincing. What I would like to contribute is that if we check these objects in terms of their manufacturing, you would realize that none of objects is completely same as the other one. So that means there were many different types of combs. There were many different types of spindles and distaffs. There were many different types of mirrors from different materials. So that means it is almost impossible to speak about one single type of spindle, one single type of mirror, one single type of combs. So we are still at the very beginning phase of our knowledge on the objects from Asia Minor. there is still a long way for us to go to classify this material and to understand this material, how they use it, where they manufactured them, when they did them, for which purpose. So there are lots of questions. And for answering these questions, one of the most important tool was these stelaes. So there must be a very detailed study about these stelaes. So let me now come to my other part, my third part about my speech. I would now love to talk very shortly, very briefly about some bone flags or plates from Asia Minor, because we have many, but I would like to present here 10. Well, this is something that I cannot speak because there are lots of works about this thing here. This is from Ephesus that most of you know already, a very famous actually a masterpiece, which is being created in the Museum of Ephesus here in Izmir, in Selçuk, a very important one. But my pieces are not as good as this one, of course. The first one is this, from the Museum of Aydın here in western part of Turkey. We are not sure about the material of this piece. It's a very small one. I think 1st century AD. I guess it's early Roman, and it must be a soldier. First, we thought this should be an Ares, a Mars, but then we did not have enough evidence for its identification. So it could be a simple young soldier of early Roman, and we believe it should be a part of flag or a part of tool like this one, a complicated monumental ivory bone box or something like that. So it could be an applique in high relief, in bas-relief. Yes, the second one is this one from a Hellenistic piece, actually from 2nd or 1st century BC, one of the earliest pieces that I have, from Eskişehir in northwestern Galatia in southeastern Bithynia, where there is a very famous tumulus from late Hellenistic, Middle Hellenistic, late Hellenistic period, Koca Kızlar, which was published by Sümer Atasoy in 1974. This is an interesting piece. I would like to sort of distinguish this piece, or I would like to identify this piece perhaps, or compare this piece with a coin of Ptolemaios IV. It looks like him a lot. This is a gold coin from the British Museum. The second group is this one from the same tumulus with lots of arrows. Again, a late Hellenistic one, 1st century BC, that I couldn't find any parallel except some frescoes. I don't have any parallel for them in terms of bones. Of course, I have some parallel iconographically in other media, but not in bones. This is the third piece that I would like to present, and I need your help for this. This is for sure a part of pyxis, a nice pyxis, because it makes a round form. It's from the Museum of Bergama here in Izmir, in Pergamon. It makes a round form. I think it's a piece of a pyxis made by different parts together. But I don't know about the subject. I think it's late Hellenistic, early Roman. Maybe early Roman is better for datation. It's 1st century AD. My interpretation is that it's something combined with a horse. So it must be something pastoral, a pastoral scene with different iconographic features that make no composition to each other. I have no idea. So I need your help for the composition, for the scene. What type of scene is this? So I believe it should be 1st century AD because of the rendering, because of the carving. And I think the piece is itself an pyxis. So the other two are from the Museum of Aydın. This one is the first one, this one is the second one. I believe this could be 2nd century AD, but could also be a little bit late, maybe Egyptian too. The similarity is very clear with the silver plate in the British Museum from this famous treasure, 4th century treasure in Britain. As you see, we have Maynard. This Maynard here in Aydın, though, she has tambourines, and here she's on top of an object. I commented as maybe, I don't know, maybe something to do with wine. And I believe it could be a composition like this one. So I'm expecting here, and in her opposite side, a satyr. So there must be, a combination, or I would say a group of dancers, like a satyr and a Maenad. Perhaps again in not in a round form, but in a rectangular form by bone. It's actually very this type of things are very common in Coptic bones, but this is more, I would say, close to Coptic bone carving from a late period. The interesting thing is that we know the style with the cloth, actually more from Egypt. Also, not only the style, but also the rendering is very similar to Egypt, and also the material is very similar to Egypt. But I have no idea what this object does in Aydın, in Karya, in northeastern Karya. If you ask me about the function of these two objects, I believe they were pieces of boxes, panels for boxes, for some purpose, for caskets, baskets, or boxes, simple boxes, jewelry boxes, something like that, with female, iconography, like more like, close to female life instead of male life, of course. Well, I got also some late stuff. This one also close to Coptic, with some, details, very nicely carved ivies and other botanic ornamentation, as well as figural ones. I think these are from the excavations in Anaya, Kadı Kalesi in Kuşadası. And they're pretty late, like Middle Byzantine, late Byzantine. Ivory objects, small ones, but very meaningful ones, because reflecting perfect iconography, Byzantine iconography. And then, these are also one of the latest group in the Museum of Aydın, where we have several bone plaques. These two late objects are, first of all, this, I believe, Heracles with the musculature, with muscles, and with a little bit of the head, maybe bald or very short hair, I would say, as well as, his pose is very similar to the ones of Heracles, and a Silenos or a satyr head, an older one, with the beard, and it looks very mature. And both objects are from the Museum of Marmaris, and I believe that they could also be not maybe panel, but maybe the staff, the top part of two spindles or the staffs. This could also be the case. So after my 4 types, iconographic types, I would love to add this 2 into the staff group. And thus we will see that there are several figures which were combined with staffs at that time. I think this is one of my last objects, a goat from the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations in Ankara. I also would like to discuss this with you because I believe this is a modern one. It doesn't look to me very old because of the carving technique. The subject looks, of course, old. So I'm wondering what does this object do in a museum. So my next group is dices. Some colleagues have already shown me the dices, but in Anatolia we have several of them. Hector has also found, I think in Mytilene, if I remember it correctly. So most of those are actually by bone, but sometimes we do not really identify its material properly because some of them are not by bone, but we still publish them as bone, or we define them as bone, and also label them in the museum windows as bone, but we are wrong, because sometimes they are by precious stones, by gems, or sometimes even by glass. But there are some pieces that we are sure that they are bone. If I compare different museum materials to each other, I come to conclusion that there are so many different types of dices in Asia Minor, so that one cannot speak from one single workshop. At least 4 different carving styles I have observed. And also interesting thing is also the chronologies. They date from the 2nd century AD to 6th century AD in different excavations reports, as well as the number of the circles on the dices. So there are lots of questions that should be replied through this material. As I said, I would like to express once again, we are at the very beginning of our knowledge on bone archaeology in Asia Minor. So I think this is the last group. I hope I don't want to bore you so much because you're all tired. So now we are coming more to medieval Byzantine and post-Byzantine stuff. And now my concentration is about mother of pearl, the nacre ones. We have lots of mother of pearl material in Turkey, and I'm hoping to present them in detail in the next workshop next year with San John on work shells, because they're basically shells. But most of this mother of pearl material in Turkey are related to religious function. Very few of them are secular. Most of these objects are liturgical and religious material. I have just published them even today in a journal in Oxford that I'm going to circulate you today I will send you this new article to your mail address tonight, this evening. So let me just start from this. Well, these are not big objects. These are very small ones. If you ask me about the measurements, I will say like something between 4 to 7, 8 centimeters. And they are also in the form of tears, like tears or almond-shaped, because they were carved basically in the form of a shell, like this one here and this one here. Especially this form is very common. And with my colleague, Professor Mauricio Buora, we try to find a name for them in English. And I don't know if I'm right, but we believe this should be called as buckle. Mother of pearl buckles, because we also check in the literature, they are known in Europe as a mother of pearl buckles, post-medieval mother of pearl buckles. And they were basically used as a part of post-Byzantine religious vestments of priests and other religious personalities in the church during their service. And some of them were even found in bothros of the churches in some contexts, especially in Izmir. There's one place where they've been excavated but not published, unfortunately. But they have found a garbage of them, several of them, maybe hundreds of them in one bothros, where they've been deposited, where they've been sort of collected. And we could see that there are many from the 9th century. And for their datation, most of these mother of pearls were common in Asia Minor in the late 17th century, in entire 18th century, until end of 19th century. So they were in use in 200 years of 17th, 18th, and 19th century, but mostly in the beginning of 19th century. They were mostly done in 19th century. And my suggestion is that they were especially carved in Cappadocia, especially in the city of Niğde. And most of them were also used in monastic sites, in monastic places, in monasteries with the religious personalities. So let me show you now my examples. Most of them, of course, were connected with Christian iconography, especially St. George was loved so much, and some saints like this one, or Jesus himself. Some of them were rounded, like this too, and I believe they were just like sort of attached to the cloths, like this too. This is obviously Jesus, and this is the birth of Jesus. With Joseph and Mary, St. Mary. And this one is an amazing one again. And the carving style is very remarkable, but these two are not appliques. I think these are pendants. So we also have pendants of mother of pearl that they carried in as necklace. Here we could see this, and here we could see also. And I believe, I could be also wrong, please warn me if I'm wrong, this could be an Armenian script here. It's very obviously Saint Mary and child Jesus, with an Armenian script, but here obviously Greek script, and Christogram, Meter Theu, but obviously he has written it wrong. Meter Theu should be with T, which means like a mother of God. So this is another very common example, nativity, the birth of Jesus, very commonly depicted on mother of pearl in Asia Minor, especially at the beginning of 19th century, I would say 1830, 1840, 1850, in this period, on a very nice shell, though, on a very, very nice shell, very nice, bright. Especially the Greeks who made them in Cappadocia. I think they liked the color, first of all, of mother of pearl, but they also liked that it was bright, so that it was perfectly fitting to the cloths and was making a very nice combination. Again, the same scene, but in a different carving style. As you can see here and this one, there is a difference. There is an apparent difference of carving style. Not everything was done by the same hand, by the same master, by the same workshop or studio. So we have several different workshops, but with the same subject, with the same size, with the same style, but you know, with little bit differences. This is from the Museum of Edirne on the Bulgarian border to Bulgaria from Adrianopolis, with the same size, with the same type, but this time with Constantine, I think, or Helena. Sometimes Constantine, but this is Helena, I think, the mother of Constantine the Great. And St. George. St. George was done a lot. They love it. If you ask me about the function, sometimes, if we are lucky enough, we have here a little bit of metal. So we believe this metal is also showing how they've been used during the Christian service. Some of them were also used as a small, I would say, vessel, not a vessel, but maybe, I don't know, for liturgical purposes, for a smoke or something, or for a censer. So their use was not only one functional. There were several multifunctional. And I also would like to show you this specific one, a panel. You would realize it immediately. That's Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci of late 15th century. But it's a copy, of course, by Mother of Pearl. I think it's a Bulgarian copy, which is today protected in the Museum of Edirne on the Bulgarian borderline. But an amazing masterpiece, combined with, of course, wood, very nice wood, and Mother of Pearl in Byzantine style, especially in the frame. But in this composition part, in the scene part, it's more similar to Italian and European type of painting. This one is an old one, I think. I would even estimate this should be late Byzantine or early post-medieval period, like 13th, 14th, 15th century, from a box, 4 centimeters, very small, from Demre, from Lycia, today in the Museum of Demre. We have a new museum in Demre right now, which we call Museum of Lycian Civilizations in Antalya. A huge museum with lots of material, lots of very interesting material. One of them is this. So it's also showing us that some mother of pearl objects are protected in Turkish museums from Byzantine period. We have, of course, some crosses by mother of pearl. This is a very small one from the Museum of Ephesus here in Izmir, a very small one. If you ask me about the difference between mother of pearl cross and a bone cross, I have no idea. Why did they choose a mother of pearl, or why did they choose a bone? I should really check this first in literature if there is any difference between these two. But my impression is they were just alternatives, mother of pearl and bone, to metal crosses or wooden crosses. So this is my interpretation. So the very last collection that I would like to show you is the Museum of Maraş collection in southern Turkey. This is a huge collection of mother of pearl with the same scenery, but very interesting objects. Let me just show. We know it's like this is a birth of Jesus, and then Saint Constantine. We have here a little bit inscription, Constantine with K and O, Kappa and Omicron, which makes Constantine, of course, obviously. Then we have an amazing bird, one of the very few, I would say, it's a religious one, but without religious symbolic, and maybe Helena or Constantine, one of that. Again, St. George, and again, the metal and birth of Jesus, again in a pendant form from the same museum, from Museum of Maraj. So, yes, I would like to thank you so much for your attention, and also, yeah, just to listen to all these lectures up to now since 10 o'clock. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much indeed for presenting us such a rich and diverse materials. You touched many problems, asked many questions. So it would be nice to hear some comments now. So I invite all of you to participate in the discussion now. Please ask a question, share your opinions.
Well,
yeah, I have a
plunge
question.
in and start.
Go ahead.
The one piece you showed when you were showing the spindles, the distaffs and whatnot, there was one piece where you had a ball inside a square of very spindly little support. Now we have one, or possibly two, that are in bronze. They're identical to the one you showed, except they're in bronze. And I'm presuming that the bronze is the first one, and then they copy it in stone, but in bone. But I really no way of no. Yes, that's it. And what we have is just the broken. Trying to point at it, but I can't. We just have broken top of it with the metal, 4 little metal columns and the ball in the middle. I can send you a picture of it. I think I've got one somewhere on my computer. I can do that tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, following on from that, Ergun, what's the chronology on that Type 4?
Well, yes. Yeah, as Sanjan, I would say it's very difficult for us to really offer any chronology yet. You know what I should do right now? Fatih has done a long list of Turkish finds, as you know. So I should really sit down and take my time to find really nicely dated distaffs and spindles from Turkish sites, which are convincingly good enough to make a chronology, and then just bring them to my material. But generally, these pieces do not exist in the 1st century AD, and they have an abrupt termination in the 4th century. So they are mostly common between 2nd and 3rd. But this is not enough for us. We would like to have more precise dates for them, of course. And for this purpose, I need more, I would say, precise dated places. But as most of you know very well, so far we have very few excavations here where the bone finds were like properly published. So all I need to do is just like really sit down and to check each bibliographical reference that Fatih has found, and to make sure if they are good or if they are reliable, and if I can really use those evidences for our own material. So I need a little bit more time to tell about the more, I would say, precise dates. Yeah.
Yeah, because Hector, that caught my eye as well, because I know of a bone version of a pin with that type of sort of hollow head from, I think, Caesarea. It's published, and then I know of 2 bronze examples as well. I think there's one from the Caucasus. There's another one in the Petrie Museum from somewhere in Egypt that Petrie picked up. And there's a 3rd that I excavated in northern Iraq in a late Sasanian village context. Those are all pins, but with the same very distinctive sort of hollow rectangular head. And in one case, definitely still containing the ball.
Yes, one wonders, what does it represent?
I don't know.
or kumene. Often you get that with balls, but not within a frame like that. Though, no, it's amazing what pieces there are like that exist in more than a handful, and yet nobody has looked into them. But, well, they're bigger fish to fry, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a different question on a different topic for you again. With your late 17th to late 19th century mother of pearl industry, do you see any relationship between that and the contemporary sort of explosion of mother of pearl working in Jerusalem?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I knew that the like Turkish sites were not the only ones, of course, in the Near East where we have like these material, of course, because in my abstract I try to note something that right after this tradition we have this very strong mother of pearl tradition in the areas like Marash and Antep in Turkish Islamic tradition,
course, yeah,
where they have
also, yeah.
combined it perfectly with the wood, this lovely stuff, this nicely contrast like black and white, and you know it very well from Iraq and Iran too. So we call it in Turkish kakma, which is actually very, I would say, North Syrian, Southeastern Turkish tradition. So they go down to Jerusalem, and my impression is that some of the artists, especially the ones who worked in Armenian factories and Armenian manufacturers, they were mobile, and they transported these things from one place to another. But for the material that I presented, I've more like, I'm suspicious more like on Greek artists or Greek carvers than the Armenians in the area, and or at least I'm thinking that the first pioneers were like monastic workers in the area who got this from the Byzantine tradition and developed into post-medieval, and perhaps even like spread in the area to other ethnicities up to Turks, to us, to Turkish Islamic tradition and also Arabic tradition. So it's a mixture of lots of things together. And up to now, what we did not know, the role of Cappadocia and mother of pearl, this combination we didn't know. But with the material now we can say there is something going on there in terms of production and manufacturing. Yeah.
Well, you're talking about mother of pearl, brings something else up to mind for me, and that is coral. And I guess we could have included coral in what we were talking about in this series, although we have made a 2-day series out of it. But did you encounter any coral in any Turkish museums and collections?
Yeah. Of course, there are some. Of course, there are some, because as you know very well, but better than myself, Turkish museums are like so rich, are so exciting. There are always very nice things, very exciting things that you would never expect normally to find. There are, of course, but they're less than a mother of pearl. Through this material, I also come to conclusion there are so many, but up to now they're unworked, and there's still a lot to say about them, a lot to work on them and to create through them. But the carols are, of course, less than the other one, than the mother of pearl. Yeah.
Is that I probably could have included it in my Animor portion of my talk this morning, but we found a piece about it's a hydrozoon. It's a piece of what looks like fossilized coral in the fill of the basilica at Animor, and we didn't have any context. They seem to have leveled the site and just brought in stuff, but I've given it to colleagues in zoology to look at, and they're arguing. Some of them think it's a fossil, and some of them think it's more modern. In either case, it's ancient. And it is totally different from anything I saw. It looks like a figurine that's had its legs broken off and its head broken off. And that may have been why it had been kept. But some reports say that this kind of coral is never found deeper, shallower than 30 meters, and others say it's found as shallow as 6 meters. 30 meters would be significant unless the fishermen had just hauled it up when they were, I don't know if they trawled that deeply though in antiquity. They certainly trawled in shallow water, but it's a piece that's still being looked at by specialists. It's great having a big research university because you can find people that do just about anything, and they're sending pictures of it off to colleagues around the world. So I'm waiting for that to come in.
Well, Hector, through your very useful questions, I also came to the conclusion that one should really work on the function or use of spindle and the staffs, because we still do not know how really they use those things, and not only but the way how they use. Because as you see on the funerary monuments, we see so many details, and I'm sure that they did not do these details for joke or something, that they were all intentional. But I realized from your question that we're at the very beginning of our knowledge on spindle distaff. These are not sufficiently worked in archaeology so far. Not only the material, but the symbolic is also telling this. We have this iconographies and lots of different, of course, aspects. But the most important question, how did they use them actually? So I'm wondering if there is any study on this, any careful study on this, because I really checked it but couldn't find it, especially in the western part of the world. I'm wondering if this has been sold in Britain, for instance. Stephen would know that better than anybody else. Stephen, what would
this person, Elizabeth Barber, who's published some very good works on cloth making, and she is the name that comes to mind if I wanted to ask somebody a technical question like that. She used to be based in Los Angeles. She must be in her 70s or possibly 80s now, but I think she's still alive. And very, very pleasant woman, very helpful. We had her up to lecture once in Vancouver. And her husband is a folklorist at the university, but also makes pianos on the side. But what is his specialty? He's the North American expert in vampires.
Right.
And he published a very fine book, Vampires, Burial and Death. Yale University Press published it. And I think they came out with a second edition because vampires are turning up all over the place. Politically correct term now, by the way, for a vampire is revenant. And,
so what Stephen would say, yes. Do you guys know? Yeah. Do you guys know how to use
Sorry.
No, I'm asking to Stephen, for instance. Do we know in the western part of the world?
I'm getting it.
These staffs were being used, sort of how they function actually. Do we have good publications about them?
I've never seen one. No. But as you say, there must be somebody working on it, because I mean, I knew they were around. I remembered 2 or 3 in red figure gauze painting, but things you sort of take for granted that it doesn't necessarily interest you in the moment, and only when someone like you pulls this all together and says all these things, and you wonder, well, actually, how did they use it? I have only seen a person spinning once with a distaff, and it was the guard at the site of Sagalassos in 1975. My wife wrote her doctoral dissertation on colonnaded streets in Roman Asia Minor, and we'd gone up to see. This was before the Belgians were working there. We'd gone up to see it, and we'd been the only people that had come that week, I think. And he was very happy to see us and sat us down and fed us his lunch, which was onions and bread, but he was spinning, and just to pass the time.
Yeah.
They are used still today, and for a few years was a very nice exhibition in Benaki Museum about modern distaffs, etc.
Ah,
And about ancient Greek distaffs, there are publications and articles in.
Can I say something?
Yes, yes, please.
Of course.
Ergun, Radu Petku just, I think, just recently published some distaffs from Tomis.
Yeah.
And he has some proposition for how it works. Also, like Angeliki, also in Romania, they still use it today. You can still encounter in some village, you can still encounter some women who are using this kind of.
Yes.
My problem is that if you have a piece like from glass, I don't know if it's really functional, because in Tomis, in Calatis, we found in the graves, we don't have as many distaffs from bones, but we have a lot from glass. You know, every rich funeral, every rich grave of a woman
A
contains
glass
also
distaff.
a
Oh,
distaff.
that's interesting. I'd never seen that. Oh.
Yeah. And sometimes we have also a grave in which we have a woman, the lady from Olymp. Probably you know the lady from Olymp. And we have the distaff, and we have like a small loom. I didn't know what was that until someone from Hungary saw this and told me, you know, this is a mini loom, So I don't think they are, not all of them, they are functional. But you can use it, of course, some of them.
If I can answer your question, yes, in Britain and in the West, there are lots of things identified as distaffs, and I don't know how many people know of John Peter Wilde's work on textiles and his book, which is now quite old, on textiles in the Roman period. But he identifies several things as distaffs. And to pick up on two bits of the debate that we've just been having, a friend of mine, Dr. Sonia O'Connor, is actually a spinner. She spins and she weaves. But her postdoctoral work was actually on materials identification. And she does, not that it will be huge relevance for everybody here because it's a 3-day course, but she does 3-day courses and shorter ones on how do you tell the difference between, well, for some of the things we've been talking about, bone, antler and ivory, but also she takes on different types of wood, plastics, mother of pearl, and it's a really fascinating series of talks that she does. And I don't know whether at some stage in the future you might like to invite Sonia along to talk about materials identification. But her work as well on spinning is interesting because she spins herself, and I think she works with a distaff as well as a spindle and a wheel. So you know, if you wanted, that may be a short seminar for some stage in the future for everybody.
My grandmother and mother had distaffs and for spinning wool.
Yes, mine the same.
Okay. Are there any comments?
Yes. If there are not other comments, I would like to say also something.
Yes,
to say and to ask. For Hector, you know, in Tibiscum, we have workshops, glass workshops, who work mainly beads, but also other kinds of jewelry like bracelet or rings. And in these workshops, which is published, they found also coral beads.
Oh, yeah.
And they presume that they made the beads there. So they imported the material and they made the beads there. I don't know if it helped you or I could send it.
Yes, that's all helpful because I've been gathering. There's not a lot. I found 2 or 3 articles in obscure places that I ordered an interlibrary loan to work with when I get back. but it always seems to be small pieces of jewelry that they're making with coral pendants, or as you say, beads.
Mhm.
There, nothing bigger. But it is strange to find this this piece, and I suspect that such pieces have turned up in other excavations, and people have just thrown them away, thought they were just a rock or something of no importance.
Yes. And for Ergun, I do have a question.
Yes,
I
please.
noticed that you have mother of pearls material, but mostly late material. And my question is, do you know on Roman period? I asking you this because in Calatis, we have a phylacterium made of mother of pearls and also amulets carved in mother of pearls. Very, very beautiful.
Yes.
And they are dated somewhere around, I don't know, the end of the 3rd century, the beginning of the 4th century, somewhere around there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anna. This is a very good question. As you know, you're yourself from a museum, so you have a very good clue what is being collected in a museum and what not. In Turkish museums, of course, most of the material which are being protected and which are being kept are complete pieces. So most of the mother of pearls earlier than post-medieval times are in fragments, as you know, were in fragments. So they are not in the process of proper museums, Turkish state museums. So, sorry, we're more based on our knowledge on post-medieval mother of pearl in Asia Minor on excavations. And one of the best published site, or I would say most explored site, is the Australian excavations in Ephesus. And in Ephesus, they have, of course, mother of pearl of different periods. One of the earliest ones that they've discovered and published was from Artemision, one of the 7 wonders of the world from, I think, archaic period. And this is being exhibited in the Museum of Selçuk in Efes. Then they have also some other pieces from different periods from Artemision as well. So that means mother of pearl was, of course, something that Anatolians were using in earlier times. But it's just a museum policy that type of spectacular objects were being collected in the museums, logically, like in Romania, anywhere you go. So we don't know these fragments of earlier periods of mother of pearl. And as you know very well, mother of pearls are very sensitive. They're becoming like glass. They're becoming, in very small pieces and difficult to, of course, protect them. But Ephesus is already telling us about the use of mother of pearl in earlier times. But next year, hopefully, inshallah, when we organize the next conference on work shells, I will reply your question in more extensive way of excavated material from Turkey. That was a very good idea of Sancan and other colleagues to talk about this. And you're, of course, more than welcome to contribute from different areas because we know very, very few about these things. And I already told to Sancan about that even in today's excavations, most of the shells are being thrown away. They don't really collect them and they don't use their potentials because they don't count them as worked. So this is more or less for the same for mother of pearl. We cannot really differentiate them in excavations, and sometimes we throw them away with the soil, with the excavated soil. So yeah, again, we're at the very beginning of our knowledge, and the knowledge is showing that most of our pieces that are protected in the museums are post-medieval from this religious context of monastic sites or monastic uses. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I can't hear any more questions, so thank you again for
Yes,
your.
if I
Yes,
can,
yes,
I
yes,
can
please.
say-
Sorry, of course.
Ergun, you showed a wonderful head of helmeted warrior. So there is a series of little herms, Alexandrian herms, represented Macedonian warrior with ram's horns is exactly the same. They are mostly made of Giallo Antico marble. So maybe your object, if it is really of bone, can be some replica of this type of herm representing Alexander the Macedon.
Thank you so much, Alka. This is very useful what you said. Thank you very much for this. We also discussed it a lot with our colleagues, if this is a real bone or something, because as you know, some bones are becoming very yellow after a while, after a certain while. It should be, of course, white at the beginning, but then it becomes yellow in a very late period. And but also some marbles are becoming yellow too. So that was not very sure about the identification. But in either case, it's a piece of small sculpture. And it's of course very open for discussion. It's also a little bit showing us the use of bone in that type of boxes in early Roman Asia Minor, as we have a very nice ivory piece from Ephesus, as you know. So it could become sort of something like this, maybe in marble, maybe in bone. But my colleagues were saying it should be bone. But as you say, it could also be in marble, or at least copied from a marble. So thank you very much for the indication, very useful indication.
Thank you again. So thanks very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for your discussion, very interesting discussion, comments. And it's time to close this session. Thank you for that.
And thank you very much, Professor, for your amazing chairmanship. May I make a little announcement at the very end? Sorry about this. I know that all of you are very tired right now, but our colleague from Hungary, Frank Fazekas, has written right now. He's apologizing, but he sort of had a problem with the timing. With timing zone, so he would like to speak in the last session. What would you say about that? I would love to hear him. If you guys also, if you guys also will sort of, I think that we should give him this opportunity. Do you think could we listen in the last session? Chiara, are you there? The last session chair is Chiara from Milan. Chiara?
If he promises not to be more than 15 minutes.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Yes. Hi, Chiara. Yes, sorry, our Hungarian. Hi. You're still there. This is great.
Yes.
We're still smiling. Better even. Chiara, our colleague from Hungary has arrived. He just sort of had a problem with the timing, and we have only one lecture at the end, which is our keynote speaker, St. John Simpson from British Museum. I don't want to speak anymore because I have spoken too much today. So I had my my turn. I would like to give my turn to Ferenc Fazekas after maybe Simpson. Would you agree with this as a session chair, Chiara, or and our participants?
Yeah. Yes, I would like only to thank warmly Ergun Lafley who organized this important conference in honor of Professor Hector Williams. And I am very grateful to everybody. And now I don't understand if I have to introduce the conference of St. John Simpson. Yes.
Please.
Yes. Okay, allora it's an honor for me to introduce the closing lecture, and I am very glad to welcome St. John Simpson, British Museum, and the title of his presentation is Sasanian and Early Medieval Bone Objects and Archaeological Case Studies from Iraq, the Persian Gulf, and Central Asia.
Thank you very much. Firstly, again, to repeat our thanks to Ergun for inviting us to this fantastic event. and me especially to join very late in the program. Ergan, you very kindly offered to do my slides for me. I hope that's still on.
Of course. I'll right away. I'll open them right now. It's not over here, St. John. You have the thing here. Yes. You have sent me the PDFs, and I'm opening.
Yes, I sent you that, and then you
right
can.
now. Don't worry, I have everything
You
here.
can control it. It's very
Yes,
easy.
of course, I'll do that with pleasure. Because the computer is a little bit slow. I'm so sorry about this. It's filled with lots of things. That's why a little bit slow.
While you're doing that, I'll just say that I deliberately kept my presentation rather free because I wanted to learn from you all, and it stimulated me rather. So I'm now going to throw in various other comments stimulated by what I've heard today.
Yes, I'll do it right away. I'm trying to. It's opening right now very slowly. My computer is very slow, like myself, like myself. So let me just open it now. Bond paper. Is it the one? Is it the right one?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, and I'll do in slide position.
Next, move on to the first slide. Yeah.
Yes. Let me just arrange it in slide position if I can see it correctly. Where is it? So I'll go like this one. Yeah. So this is number one. Number two is this one, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm taking you a long way further east from all of the papers that we've heard today to just quickly dwell on 5 case studies that are monographs that are forthcoming or planned, of which I'm the lead. So 2 of them are based on sites in Iraq, Ardashir and Kish on the left. One is up in Central Asia, site of Merv, and 2 are in the Persian Gulf, Siraf and another site, Kush, which is just dropped off at the bottom. So there are 5 very different types of site, spanning the Sasanian to early medieval periods. Some were excavated a long time ago, some were excavated much more recently. So recovery and retention varies considerably between the sites. So next, Ardashir is a city site founded in the 3rd century AD, lasting until the Arab conquest. 2 mixed function residential craft areas were substantially excavated, as you can see on the left, by an Italian expedition in the 1960s. And I'm working on a publication of the small finds in general from that work. The site is on the opposite bank of the Tigris from the Sasanian capital of Ctesiphon and the royal palace suburb of Aspanabr, of which you have the view of the Takakisra at the bottom. So extensive excavations, fairly good recovery, no zooarchaeological retention as far as I'm aware, but fairly good small find recovery. Next. Second site is small. It's an ancient city site that was reoccupied in the Sasanian period as a small town with a number of elite residences. Now just being worked at again by a German team, but I'm working on legacy data from not very good excavations in the 1930s, from which, however, there is quite a nice body of data in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. Next. Third site is another big city site. It's a site of Merv in Turkmenistan, where I worked for 9 years. That picture gives you an idea of scale. It's an Achaemenid foundation, refounded in the 3rd century BC, fortified, covers 2 kilometers east-west, of which we excavated a number of Sasanian and early medieval areas. Next. Fourth site is a port on the Persian Gulf on the Iranian side, extensively excavated by the late David Whitehouse, again in the late 1960s, of which we have most of the exported finds in the BM, with a view to working up a publication from that work. And that is a purely early Islamic port site. Next. And on the opposite side of the Persian Gulf, I mean, linked by the Gulf rather than separated, I would say, is a small site initially founded as a fort in about the 4th century AD, and then morphing into a small village in the early medieval period at the site of Kush, in the middle of a date palm oasis on the edge of a lagoon close to the Persian Gulf in modern-day Ras Al Khaimah. So very good recent excavations, 100% sieved, good recovery. So next, moving on from those 5 quite different types of site in different environments, I'll just throw out some points. One is, I think Hector made this point very early on, where there's zooarchaeological recovery, then you find the evidence for the bone and occasionally horn debitage. And we have some interesting patterns. So at Kush, full zooarch recovery, no evidence of bone working. So we have to assume at Kush that the small site imported all of its finished bone items from somewhere else. In the case of the city sites of Merv and Veyardashir and Siraf, we have evidence for modification of phalanges to make gaming pieces, a few pierced astragali, horn offcuts, an unworked bone pin, abandoned as it were, broken perhaps in manufacture from Veyardashir in the middle. And the only bone pin from Siraf on the left is actually an unfinished bone pin. It's quite interesting because we have no finished bone pins from there at all. So presumably that's literally a one-off by somebody trying to make one and perhaps failing because he didn't know how to do it. Next, when we look at the Sasanian assemblages, there are no bone pins from the Gulf, from the site of Kush, but quite a lot of bone pins from Veyardashir and Merv and the small site of Kish in Lower Babylonia. And very common, it seems, from the 3rd to the 4th and probably early 5th centuries, and then dropping in frequency considerably in the late Sasanian period. And I assume from that we can draw some conclusions about changes of hairstyle. They vary according to the size of the bones available, from 8 to 13 centimeters. Some are very curved depending on the shape of the bone. We get traces of the whittling and the rasping and then the polishing of the bone. And as I mentioned in the one of the questions earlier, quite a lot of evidence of painting of the decorated heads with yellow or red ochre. The heads themselves are mostly geometric, similar to some of the ones we saw today. Simple turned heads, ovoid, spherical, or stylized pinecone heads. Next. So just show a few details of ones from Veyardashir. Next. Next. And the next one. Okay, Okay, so that's so on. We have some depictions on Sasanian glyptic, of course, and silverwares of women or female figures. And on the most of the late Sasanian depictions show them with plaited, flowing hair. Whereas that might therefore correspond to this lack of hairpins in the late Sasanian period, based on the few sites we have. But we have this earlier 4th, 5th century representation from Eastern Iran, showing a woman obviously with very heavily piled up hair, perhaps much more appropriate to the use of pins at that date. Next. So after this evidence of personal adornment, there's very few pieces that one could say are real tools or have any function that's like spatulae or ear picks. And indeed, bone beads are extremely rare. I only know 2 from the Sasanian period, one from Veyardashir, no, 2 from Veyardashir, and a 3rd from Merv. So it's almost as if bone is considered worthless for making beads at this period. Next. Conscious of time. Now, at Veyardashir on the left and Siraf on the right, so therefore in the Sasanian and early medieval contexts, there are a number of these very carefully turned wooden elements, which I must admit I had assumed until today were something to do with furniture, knob handles or some sort of extension of inlay work or carved open work. But I may be wrong, because I think one of the papers today illustrated these as possibly connecting with pulling of wool or thread. So I'd like to hear comments on that. I don't know of any distaffs from any of these sites, although we have lots of spindle whorls. Next. But before coming on to the spindle whorls, we do have these from Siraf, which clearly were sort of pegged or riveted onto wood, and therefore are some sort of decorative fittings on presumably wooden boxes, although the wood itself hasn't survived. And these are limited to Siraf, to the early medieval period. Next. So for spindle whorls, almost all of the Sasanian ones that I've seen are really quite modest. They're all hemispherical, low domes in profile, lathe turned, decorated on the domed upper side, which implies, of course, that they must have been put at the top of the spindle rather than the bottom, so that you could see the simple decoration rotating as you twisted the spindle. But the use of more elaborate dotted circle decoration seems consistently to be a post-Sasanian early Islamic innovation. And wherever I've seen examples that haven't been cleaned or put under a tap, there are traces of black, red or yellow pigmentation in the decoration. And where we've analysed them, the black is lamp black or soot, and the red and the yellow is ochre. Next. So here are some examples from Kush, where in fact we analysed all of them to look at pigments. Next. And here's a selection of bone and coloured stone and glass spindle whorls from Siraf. So you can see much more elaborate patterns starting to be added in the early Islamic period, including little bird figures. And here we have the addition of vermilion as a pigment. So it's sort of bright pink for the first time. Next. And I'll close with just some slides quickly illustrating dolls. So on the left, we have a tradition in Parthian Iraq and southwest Iran of, let's say the 1st to 2nd or 3rd centuries AD of carving these very crude bone dolls, again highlighting the incision with pigment, and then a gap. So there are no examples of these dolls for the 400-year period of the Sasanians, and then a reappearance of new types of anthropomorphic figure carved from bone in the 8th century, just as you find in the Levant and in Egypt. And so we have an example on the right from a 19th century excavation, in fact, in Iraq, where the hair has been added in bitumen. Next. Some full figure examples from Siraf, so early medieval. Next. And then the complete bone heads of ragdolls from Siraf, early Islamic in date, where you can see they are extremely stylized and very, very similar to the whole series from the Levant and Egypt, to the extent that I did wonder initially whether the dolls themselves were assembled and imported from further east. But I'm not so sure of that anymore, but I did think that first. And to close, I'll give you an example of how they would have originally looked. Next and last. So on the right, there's an example in the BM from Egypt with the hair rendered as threaded glass beads. And on the left, the famous example from Netsana, that's now in the Israel Museum, where the head is inserted into the body, which otherwise would normally not survive in most of the archaeological conditions of the world I live and work in. So I've spoken for long enough, and I close there. Thank you very much, Ergun, for managing my pictures. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation that broadens our horizon, I think. The question now or after?
We have a delicate question. Maybe afterwards, maybe when, yes, because we have one more speaker. Or maybe St. John, would you like to have the questions right now, or?
No, after.
Afterwards, better, right? Okay,
then people can escape.
Thank you. The speaker is here, Chiara.
Okay, welcome to Ferenc Fazekas from Hungary. And the title of his presentation is Roman Bone Objects from the Frontier Zone of Pannonia.
Thank you very much. It is a good volume now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm very deeply sorry because of this timetable. So I make some shorten of the presentation. So I will accept some parts. So first of all, I have to thank the organizers, especially Professor Lafley, for. So I'm sharing now. Could you see it?
Yes.
Okay. For the opportunity to make a participation of this series. So my lecture will deal with the bones of Lusonium, So I would firstly contextualize my presentation. This topic can accept from the forward of the paradigmatic work relevant for studying Roman bone finds in Pannonia and in Hungary, the well-known bone objects of the Roman collection written by the international specialist Maria Biro. You can read it. These several phrases are highlighting the problems and the challenges of the modern research of the Roman age bone artifacts in Hungary. Although 40 years passed, the need of museum corpuses and material studies in these special osseous groups appears essentially to promote for further research. The scientific analysis of the bone material from the Roman auxiliary fort Lusonium with its preliminary results hopefully provides new data to the Roman worked bones in Pannonia. A short research history in Hungary. At the dawn of the research, bone objects similar to other groups received little attention. Early reports dealing bone carvings as highly artistic finds, for example, the ivory Bacchus statue from Savaria, published by Pulski, or special exquisite materials like distinct bone plates and keys of Lunapentele were known. After the Second World War, research started in two directions. On the one hand, the research retained focusing on highly artistic specimens by the works of the Zoltan Kadar highlighted. On the other hand, new purposeful analyses were made on different find spots. Exemplar Grazia Intertisa from Maria Alferdi, and through the works of Agnes Solomon in the 1970s, with the identification of the late Roman bone workshop in the interior of the fort. The previously mentioned work was published in the important monograph of Intertisa in 2 volumes in the end of the 1950s, included a chapter of Knochengegenstände, bone items, which was the first modern scientific publication dealing Roman bone items in Hungary. From the 19th began a new era with the pioneering work of Maria Biro. She published important artifacts like an Indian ivory comb from Gorgium, made a systematic processing of the bone material on different archaeological sites like Brigatio or Gorgium. And here she made a new interpretation of figurable carvings. This article, The Uncrowned Goddess of Late Roman Popular Religious Belief. She published 1994 the first corpus of the Roman bone objects in Pannonia. The bone objects of the Roman collection published the complete material of the Hungarian National Museum, their Roman collection, and she made a systematization of the material into functional categories. The scientific work was broadened by new research, Alice Choiki, with the beginning her work in the Aquincum Museum, and this gave an advanced archaeological approach of the bone material, especially for the site Aquincum. With the uprising of the new plan excavation in Brigatius and Vásátér, new evidence to the identification of the bone carving workshop was found and published in 2001, involved of the analysis of all bone finds carried out by the excavation, written by David Bartusz and his colleagues. In the 21st century, new generation of specialists rise to view. David Bartusz published new discovered bone items from Brigatio and made an empire broader analysis of figural bone carvings and minor arts. Laurent Bosch published a special analysis of the bone material from Intertisa, this in a German article, Beinschnitzerei in Intertisa, an interdisciplinary archaeological monograph dealing with bone objects from Aquincum. It was published in the cooperation of Biro, Wash, and Choiki, and other scholars. and it was published as a catalogue with the title of Bone Objects in Aquincum. These contain an antique iron analysis, research on manufacturing technology, archaeological research, and a made exemplary work for prospect material studies. We make now an introduction to the site, to Lusonium. The Roman auxiliary port of Lusonium is located in the province of Pannonia Inferior, on the middle section of the Ripa Pannonica. The Roman fortress is located on the Botyan Hill on a loess plateau, partially eroded by the Danube River near Paks-Unna-Komlód in western Hungary. The loess hill has been known as a Roman site since the 19th century, but it was no archaeological work carried out until the end of the 1970s. In this year, George Vichy was able to conduct the first emergency excavation on the site of the former fort. This site has been a subject of systematic archaeological research between 1987 2011. This research had shed light on key parts of the fort's layout, some of the structures, and the construction history, building history of the military complex. You can see the fortress extended across the entire hilltop plateau and has an unusual elongated rectangular ground plan. In the northern and southern parts of the camp, the fortification ditches and the fortress walls were reinforced with two flanking rectangular gate towers. Part of the interior buildings are now in the northwestern part. There was a late Roman building equipped with the porticus and heating channels. The preserved western barracks south in the fork were discovered in the southern gate wing area. The military history of the auxiliary fort Lusonium is known through the research of George Vichy and Sándor Soproni. The site was occupied by the Roman army in the middle of the 1st century. The construction of an earth-timer fort took place in the Flavian period, and the late antique stone fort was built in the Diocletian-Constantinian period, in the late Roman age. The latest phase is characterized by the fortified tower, so-called Res Castle, which is dated to the 1st third of the 5th century. So I make a shorten because there is a new excavation about, to speak, they focus more in the northern part of the fort with different structures, multi-phase settlement with the workshops, and later they made late Roman barracks above these ties. The interesting part is for us mostly the huge number of materials and also some important finds like the bronze emperor statue leg fragment from Lusonium. But among the finds were numerous bone items and related raw material collected and excavated. So some methodological aspects. The Roman army and each unit was a significant consumer of animals as food supply, labor, and it has a multiple used organic components, especially osseous material as raw material. Different parts of military were produced and equipped, like swords and bow and arrow components, but also for special pendants for antler, where they were preferred by the cavalry. Besides the military equipment, soldiers prepared items made of bone in everyday tools. For example, knife handles, different type of containers. The upgrowing needs of military were satisfied through an internal trade, but in many Roman military installations operated local bone workshops along the frontier. The main principal guidelines for the evolution of the material for Lusonium are the major works of Maria Biro and from Sabina Dexler-Ab in Augusta Raurica. You can see the classification, and the material is classified by the categories of Maria Biro, and now we have more than 140 finds from the Lusonian fort have so far been identified as work bone finds. There are surprising trends in the comparison between the individual categories originated from Lusonium. First, unfortunately, as with comparison of other sites, organic parts of the armament are sparsely preserved. We can see only 2 items. There are remarkable groups with large number of non-military items, like jewelry and dress finds, among the material. Third, unequal representation of jewelry made of bone, dress objects, especially finds concerning hairstyles, can be observed. The third greatest grouping among the examined finds can be interpreted, number 7, as a result of a large-scale category for artifacts of everyday use and tools. Hereafter, I will present some selected functional groups for you from Estonium. The first is bone carvings, decorated weapons, and military equipment. These 2 items we found there is a reserve plate of a scabbard shape. This artifact has a trapezoidal bone shape with an increased line and both oblong sides. And then on our side, we have wedge-shaped cuts. We have good parallels from the Obergermanisch-Rhämischen Limes frontier zone, but also from Pannonia. We have similar finds from Brigatio and also from Intercisa. It belongs probably for volute shapes. So it can be dated concerning the typology of mix for the 3rd century. The other objects, military item is a sword-hilt fragment. Probably it is field discovered with oblique running grooves. This is a rare specimen. Probably it belonged to a group of swords, the so-called Zugmantel type. This is a Sparta type, and probably we can date it to the 2nd to the 3rd century. But these are only the militaria. We have a few number of items belong to hairstyles, the use of bone hairpins and combs use of the Romans. The hairpins are the most popular material. We have a different heads, this type of globular and also pinea shaped, and we have also polyhedron shaped hands. It is remarkable this special pins with incised lattice patterns. You can show it can be probably a Pannonian workshop localized along the frontier, probably for Intercisa. But we need more material to publish it. These types are related to other types from the Pannonian limes, and the most the timeline and dating is for the 4th century according to Maria Biro's typology. For Pannonian bone items comes very characteristic types of items. You can show some semicircular combs with geometric motifs. These we found only a handle of a comb. It is fragmented, but it is well preserved. It has the nearest parallels in a late Roman cemetery in Chakva. It belongs to the 4th of the 4th century, and we have also a repaired fragment of an unilateral comb, probably belong to the type of Biro. We have some semi-finished products I hope to identify. this type of handle with semicircular form, and it can belong to the above mentioned comb type, Biro type 3.1, and also a not finished specimen that it can belong to the Hamburg undecorated combs. This is another type of from the Pannonian limes. It is the only specimen for it. It can be dated also for the 4th century. A great group of objects are objects from everyday use. We have cylindrical handles. Mostly they belong probably for knives. But it seems that we have a workshop that probably we have semi-finished products of it, that it can be that it will be produced in Lusonia. It is a very strange that we have also bone case. It is not so often in the Roman frontier and also for Pannonia. Mostly for the Rhaetian frontier section is Ogman published something, story. And also we have some punchers that can be used for lethal work and others. Excuse me. So these punchers, and the last group what I want to show you is group 7. This type of very simple one-sided stele. They are not so often. They are also rare in the Pannonian frontier section. So we have and the dating of it can be probably from the 2nd to 3rd century to date these type of items. And as I mentioned, the workshop, probably workshop from Lusonium. It's a new workshop. We can show with the exhibition view photo raw material, also proceeded material, mostly antler, and also some semi-finished material. So we can conclude, I hope, that it can be a local military workshop in this port, and they produce several items for the military, probably for the civilians. Thank you very much, and excuse if I made too long. Thank you
very much. Thank you so much for your complete presentation about bone object from Pannonia, in particular from Lusonium. Now, is there any question, comments, remark?
Yes, I have a question. Firstly, congratulations to colleague. And I have a question about the keys. The keys are decorated for decoration or for use?
As I'm not an expert in bone case, so this as I read that they are mostly functional for doors. This greater type of keys. They had also the same same shape, I think. But the strange is for me that we have not so many parallels from the frontier, and this is I'm dealing with small finds, but it is very interesting that we have a good publication state of research concerning small finds in Pannonia, but I have not many parallels from not from the frontier, and also not many also from the civilian civilian settlement.
Thank you.
May I ask 2 questions?
Yes, of course.
The modified phalanges from Kush, I think, this must be from sheep goat. They come from historical context, don't they? Because I have seen the same in Chalcolithic context from Anatolia and the Caucasus. And I mean, I saw it very recently. I have to examine at least one of them. And how do you interpret these objects?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, they're from Merv, from my Central Asian site.
Yes.
And quite a lot of them were from one context, so they're used together and discarded, maybe thrown away together. That was a late Sasanian context. So I've assumed that they've been used in throwing games, and
Just like the astragali?
Yes, like astragali, yeah.
Right.
But I mean, I've looked a little bit at my Turkmen workmen were very familiar with the use of astragali in throwing games, but they didn't modify phalanges like this, and so they hadn't seen something like this within their own thinking. And I've looked a little bit at traditional games in Afghanistan and Iran, but they don't describe the bones themselves in any detail. They just say that they throw bones, you know. And
It's very interesting because there are some objects which have a very long life.
Yeah.
There you had several, a bunch of them now. It's not isolated pieces. Thank you.
No, but thank you. No, and if anyone else comes across them, please let me know. So I've got time to put a reference into Merv 2.
Good, thank you. And I have a second question. The pins with polyhedral heads from Hungary, are they finished pieces or not?
These we have only one piece from Lusonium, so it is finished. So as I know, these type of polyhedral hairpins are also not so common in Pannonia. It is the problem with this with the chronology that some scholars dated this type for much later. I mean, not for the 4th century like Biro, more for the 5th century. Because we have earrings and other type of items with the decoration of it. But as I know, the Hungarian Hungarian Pannonian pieces are finished. As I know in the according to publications. But I can you send you some picture photos detail. We make detailed photos.
Yeah, thank you. And I was wondering whether, because the shaft was quite polished and seemed very very regular, and then the head had all these was polyhedral. Is it possible that they were covered with something? So they would like to have this regularity in order to add on the pins, on the pin another material or something to decorate the head. Composite objects like that are pins in particular are known since the Bronze Age, to my knowledge, but I just know them from the bibliography.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting that you have this aménagement, this shaping.
As I know, this type of polyhedral heading bones, they have no sheets or something. But
Yeah.
we have some other types with gold foil decoration, and they were published by David Bartusz. I can send you
Yes,
the
please. I will
publication.
be very obliged if you do. Thank you.
It is some years ago, but he made empire collection, the whole empire he made, but they are mostly earlier types, earlier type than this polyhedron shape.
Thank you very much.
Can I say something for Ferenc and for Rosalia?
Hello.
We do. Hello. We do have something like this in Tommy's. Just a small pin. It's not from bone. It's probably from silver, as far as I know. And it was discovered recently, and it is in a grave, of course, with close context, 4th century. So.
Okay. We need these close.
You know, in Romania, we have a very real problem with this kind of hairpins, because if we found it inside the Roman border, they are barbarian. If we found it outside the Roman border, oh, they are Roman imports in barbarian. So it's quite a story.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It is now published, or will be published?
It will be published, Ferenc. Always a pleasure to hear you.
Okay, me too. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other question? No?
If I may,
The problem.
I just wanted to add something for St. John. Very nice presentation. Thank you. I finally understand about the puppets, you know, because I see some of them, not in Romania, because we don't have something like this, but mostly in Spain in recent presentations of our colleagues. And I always wonder, how can you play with just one stick, you know? And it's good that you have integrated some more recent examples to finally understand how they use this. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So Chiara, thank you very much for sharing the last session. That was amazing, and thank you so much. Really, I appreciate your efforts, because you've been the first one early in this morning. You've been here like since I think 8:30 or something like that. I came so early, and you were even earlier than myself.
I was early in the morning.
It's such an effort. I congratulate you so much, and that's also indicating you're so healthy. It's also reflecting to your face with always your smile and everything. So thank you so much for being so friendly and so hospitable for all of us. And also thank you so much to everybody for this amazing day. I enjoy every minute, every seconds of this whole day. I learned a lot from St. John, from Stephen, from, of course, Hector, from all of our participants, of course. It was an amazing day. The very last thing, before you guys become more and more exhausted, one sentence I should say. Please let us meet next year again with St. John and with some other colleagues from Hungary, and with Stephen, of course, and someone else from with David Breeze, I guess, from Yale in the United States. We are actually planning to organize a new workshop I'm a workshop organizer, as you know. I'm organizing a lot, and that's going to be another one. So it's going to be again on worked shells this time. And today, our Romanian colleague has said he would like to join there with a workshop, with a sort of an exhibition of showing us how to use a spindle. He will just, show us with his. He has a show, a certain show. So you're more than welcome to join. And we have another workshop on arrowheads, where we also will have an excursion to Greece, to our neighbor from Izmir at the end of the workshop. We will spend together 1 or 2 days on Chios in an Aegean island, which is very close to us, actually, more closer than any other places in southern Turkey. So you're more than welcome to join us next year. Again, my deepest thanks to everybody, to all of you, and see you next year.
And thank you for organizing it. And I'm not sure what I did to have it made in my honor, but I am very honored to have had the chance to participate in it. And I've learned an enormous amount and have this long list of books and sites and whatnot I'm going to look up as soon as I get to a good library. Çok teşekkür ederim.
Yeah, çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you too much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Çok
you.
teşekkürler.
Well, Hector, I'll send you an email about coral.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that. And I've probably got 1 or 2 questions, but I didn't want to hold things up. So I'll ask you about some of your pieces then.
Yeah,
and I'm looking forward to being in touch with Stephen as well. Perhaps even having him out here for a few weeks. I don't know if he heard that.